truth is that there was a gang called the Fang Gang, and they were going to be the new Sinister Six. And so we learn about the origins of the Fang Gang. And that's just the beginning of it. It's going to get nuts. Are we revealing something?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, we are. You want to set that up? I've got the slide.
Okay, so there's some stuff that's going on in the Civil War II tie-in, these sort of weird goings-on. Someone has been sort of framing people and getting them sent to prison.
Luke Ross is doing the interiors, and it's just going to be a ton of fun. So it's 2 issues, and it's a team-up story. I'm just going to spoil the first scene because I love it so much, but Amadeus is a little bummed because of some stuff that has happened, and he's like off on a basketball court, and if you're an Asian dude on a basketball court, people are going to yell, "Jeremy Lin!" at you. That just is what happens now. So he's on a basketball court, and somebody's like, "Jeremy Lin!" He's like, "Dude, I'm 5'8", he's 6'3", I weigh 135, he's 200, and the guy's like, "No, Jeremy Lin." And Jeremy Lin comes in. So they end up hitting it off, and they team up, and what's fun about it is that they have the same haircut. And we actually scooped Jeremy Lin on that. Amadeus had that haircut before Jeremy Lin did, so, but it's just great synchronicity. But the fun thing about it is that Amadeus is he's a cocky kid, you know, he's 19 years old, he thinks he knows everything. He's now, I guess, he used to be the 7th, now he's the 8th smartest person in the world. but
is that why he was bummed out on the...
Yeah, he might be 9th, actually, I'm not even sure now. You guys can debate that amongst yourselves. But he has, he thinks he's going to be the best Hulk ever. Like, that's his whole thing. And he's very good at just soloing it. He would be a ball hog if he played basketball. Jeremy Lin is amazing, but he's also amazing because he's a team player. And if you're going to win in basketball, you got to work as a team. And so there's some great conflict and lessons to be learned, and fun stuff with robots, and a crazy way in which basketball will save the world. But it's not just basketball, it's teamwork, my friends.
Right. And then, like, I hesitate to interrupt you, but I actually have another slide for you to talk about.
Oh, good, okay.
I want to make sure we have enough time.
But yes, I apologize for hogging time, but
Jeremy
Lin, my friends, Jeremy Lin.
Jeremy Lin. After that, a comic that Jeremy Lin is probably not in, Totally Awesome Hulk number 15 starts Big Apple Throwdown. What can you tell us about that?
Yes, so we got a bunch of characters here, and Amadeus Cho, as you know, is Korean American, and so we've got a storyline with a bunch of Asian American characters in the Marvel Universe. A bunch of Asian American superheroes who just happen to be Asian American, and we're going to put them all in the same book together and see what happens. It's a ton of fun. If you ever want to see, if you ever want to see Jimmy Woo and Shang-Chi fight over the check, this is the book you want to get. It's going to be a ton of fun. I think it's going to be 4 issues, starting with issue 15, and I'm, again, ridiculously excited about this sucker, too. So please do pre-order this book with your local shop.
All right. Thank you, Greg Powell. All right. Premiering next month, rolling right out of the events of Civil War II, is Occupy Avengers, written by David F. Walker. David, what can you tell us about Occupy Avengers? And we have some art here that we're going to show as well.
Okay, so without spoiling anything, we all know what Clint Barton did in Civil War II, right? Okay, so who doesn't know? Well, he killed the Hulk. There, that's what he did. Not Amadeus Cho, but he killed Bruce Banner, who happened to be his friend. It was really, he assisted in Bruce's suicide. At least that's the way I'm writing it. And Clint is on a sort of existential crisis. If he was in Australia, he'd be on what they call walkabout. And he is trying to find himself as he travels across America. And he's really looking for wrongs to right and injustices to correct, the sort of things that the Avengers would never take on. The small things, but the very real things that we all deal with. You know, like what happens in a town like Flint, Michigan when the water is poisoned? Like who's gonna come save the day? Well, it's gonna be Clint and his team of Occupy Avengers, which the only member that has been announced so far is Red Wolf, who it was a new iteration of him was brought back in Secret Wars last summer. And So we've got Red Wolf and we've got Hawkeye in eventually they're going to be in a van that is, has a faulty memory, but it may or may not be artificially intelligent, and we won't get into any of that. But it hates Clint. And it so refuses to talk to him. It'll talk to everybody else on the team, but it won't talk to Clint. And it's really about them sort of traveling America and discovering the sort of things that happen. It's in the Marvel universe and the comic book universe and all sorts of pop culture universes, like every bad thing happens either in like Los Angeles, New York, and like Baltimore, maybe if you're a fan of The Wire. And so I wanted to sort of explore some of the injustices that were going on. And the key thing is that all the members of Occupy Avengers, none of them have superpowers. So they're all just regular people. And so it's a very working class, blue collar sort of ethic. I was raised in a very blue collar family. And so it's a lot of truck stops and diners. And Red Wolf is proven to be the most fun character to write because in his own series earlier this year, he was transported like 150 years into the future. And so he's like this total, he's like Steve Rogers, basically, except he's from the 1800s. So his number one weapon is his smartphone, because he doesn't know anything. He's constantly looking stuff up, and they're in the middle of a fight, and he'd be like, oh, so Galactus eats planets. Okay, I'm going to need a really big rock to hit this guy in the head with. It's kind of like that. And yeah, so it's just been a blast. Carlos Pacheco is drawing the first 4 issues. And then, he's amazing.
Yeah.
It's like, and then Gabriel Walta takes over with issue 5, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, with number 5. So we're doing that so that Gabe can finish Vision. Have people been liking the Vision? Thank you. So Gabe is going to be there all the way through the end of the Vision series, and then he'll transfer over to Occupy Avengers.
And the one thing I'll say about the team, because everyone's been asking who's on the team, like Red Wolf is the most obvious and likely person on the team, so that'll tell you how like unlikely everybody is. Like when I was putting together my dream list, Tom, who knows everything about the Marvel universe, I think there was one of the ones who's like, who is this? and I was like, oh no, this is a real character. And so yeah, we're having a lot of fun.
All right, and then to segue over to David's other series, Power Man Iron Fist. Starting a new arc in November, Harlem Burns. David, what can you tell us about this?
Well, this takes place right after the events of Civil War II. I'm not going to tell you how our story arc ends, but what happens is that Harlem is sort of, there's just a struggle for control over Harlem. Tombstone sort of runs everything uptown, and in my definition of uptown is everything from 110th Street well into the Bronx. And he's been ruling that for quite some time. And now there's a new player on the scene who wants in on the action, who wants to run everything. But then there's some old players too. Black Mariah, who had come back to Power Man Iron Fist in an early arc. She's back. Cottonmouth Cornell is back. All the classic Luke Cage, Power Man Iron Fist villains from the 70s and the 80s that were like really ridiculous. Like they're all back, but they're not ridiculous anymore. They're actually a scary bunch of folks. And as I pointed out, some of you might have noticed this. Like almost every black villain in the 70s had their teeth filed into fangs. Tombstone has his teeth filed into fangs. Piranha Jones, Mr. Fish, Cottonmouth Cornell.
Nobody laughs at Mr. Fish.
And what's that?
Nobody laughs at Mr. Fish.
Nobody laughs at Mr. Fish. And he's getting scarier because he's doing like augmentation. And I forgot about Cheshire. Cheshire Cat's not in this one. But the truth is that there was a gang called the Fang Gang, and they were going to be the new Sinister Six. And so we learn about the origins of the Fang Gang. And that's just the beginning of it. It's going to get nuts. Are we revealing something?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, we are. You want to set that up? I've got the slide.
Okay, so there's some stuff that's going on in the Civil War II tie-in, these sort of weird goings-on. Someone has been sort of framing people and getting them sent to prison, and we're going to find out who that person is. He's the person making the the move to not only take over Crime Uptown, but eventually take over basically everything that every crime boss and supervillain in the Marvel Universe has ever had. And not to ruffle anybody's feathers, he is the smartest person in the Marvel Universe. He's not going to bother taking the test.
All right, we ready?
But if we're ready to show him, we'll show him.
I'm going to show it. All right, here we go.
Nice.
Alex,
Don't tell anybody.
Alex Wilder from The Runaways is back, and as some of you may know, he died in The Runaways, and then he came back in Avengers Undercover. He was working for a while with Baron Zemo, but we're eventually going to learn like what happened to him while he was dead, and everything that he learned because he spent 6 years in hell, and I described him recently in an interview. He's a cross between like the original Doctor Doom, like the way Kirby and Lee wrote him. He's Doctor Doom meets Childish Gambino. And he's starting the new Pride, and which the Pride was the gang that his parents were part of, and he thinks he's learned from their lessons, and he's recruiting people, and he's got a strategy where it's like everybody like has to work for him. It's going to get to a point where people are like, okay, we have three choices: we either die, we go to hell, or we go to prison for the rest of our lives, because he's able to do all these things. He's got magical powers, and he's a super tech geek. And I'm having so much fun with Alex Wilder. So be prepared. He's going to be around for a while.
Luckily, Lunella wouldn't be caught dead above 14th Street, so it's going to be a while to wait.
All right. Also, coming out of the events of Civil War II and leading to big things on the horizon that people kind of have a sense of so far is the goings-on in Thunderbolts. Jim, you want to talk about T-Bolts 7? And then we're going to show 7, 8, 9, and go on.
You guys are big Winter Soldier fans? You guys like Winter Soldier? I hope you're reading Thunderbolts, because we've been telling a heck of a Bucky story over there. So to get you guys up to speed, the new Thunderbolts are basically the classic Thunderbolts, but instead of the original Baron Zemo, they're now led by Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, and they're carrying on kind of the man-on-the-wall mission. So they're trying to take care of threats that the original Nick Fury knew about that were interdimensional or extraterrestrial threats to Earth. They take them out kind of Black Ops style. It hasn't gone smoothly, let's put it that way. They've been having a lot of trouble. They've conflicted with S.H.I.E.L.D., they've conflicted with the Inhumans and the Squadron Supreme and the Avengers and Captain America. Everyone wants a piece of them because they have this, one of their members is Kobik, this young girl who's a shard of a cosmic cube. She has the ability to change reality. And Bucky's trying to keep her safe and things like that. At the end of his latest mission, I'm going to spoil some Civil War stuff here that came out recently. So Ulysses had a vision of Steve Rogers dying at the hands of Miles Morales' Spider-Man. Bucky couldn't handle it. He found out about this, and he wasn't there when Steve Rogers was shot after the original Civil War, and he's bound and determined not to let it happen again. So he basically tracks down Miles, gets in a scrap with him, and they get ambushed by S.H.I.E.L.D. And Bucky's now under lock and key in a S.H.I.E.L.D. facility. And Steve Rogers, the Steve Rogers that you guys know is an agent of Hydra, now is going to have his chance to meet up with Bucky again, and they're going to have a little chat. It's going to be one for the history books. I hope you guys check it out. Sean Izaakse is making his debut at Marvel, and the issues he's drawing in 6 and 7 are an absolute knockout. They're beautiful, dramatic, wonderful, elevating everything I write on the page. Alana, my editor on Thunderbolts, she basically said, just make this an angst machine, and we are cranking it up to full angstification. So you see there Maria Hill with, with Bucky. And then they've got the holographic sort of plans of the prison. Because the Fixer has hacked into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network, he already has the layout of the prison they need to break into, but they have to decide, do they want to break out Bucky, and is he really their leader? And all of this is leading up to the return of some very special characters, including everyone's favorite Songbird. Give it up for Songbird, guys. You're seeing there also the first time we've revealed, I think, the cover to number 9, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so if you've been reading Thunderbolts in the past, you know that Songbird, and well, at the time he was Mach 4, Mach 5, now he's Mach 10. So they had a long-running romantic relationship, and Songbird coming back on the team, it's tense, it's difficult, and it's going to be hard for her to sort of reintegrate whether or not she wants to stay and what role she has on the team and where they're going forward because of the repercussions of things that are happening with the Winter Soldier and his mission. It's dramatic, it's tense. The way I put it in the solicit was, in this issue, things will break. The walls of a prison, the bones of the human body, and maybe, just maybe, your heart.
And then in February,
In February,
we celebrate the 20th anniversary of Thunderbolts. It is scary to me that Thunderbolts is younger than Squirrel Girl. But I lived every one of those days. And so Thunderbolts number 10 is the 20th anniversary issue, big issue.
give it up for it, guys. 20 years of the
20
Thunderbolts.
years. Thunderbolts creators Kurt Busiek and Mark Bagley will be coming back to do a story together that reintroduces Jolt and brings her back into the modern Marvel Universe.
Yeah, so she's been, for years, she was away on Counter-Earth, and Kurt and I had been chatting about Thunderbolt stuff, and Alana sort of put us in touch, and we were chatting back and forth. As soon as I found out it was the 20th anniversary of Thunderbolts, first of all, I was amazed, because that means I can't believe all that time's gone by, and all these amazing stories, you know, being a part of it now. And so Kurt and I sort of did some brainstorming, and he had a great idea with Jolt. It's a character near and dear to his heart. We were just at Rose City Comic Con in Portland, and total coincidence, they set us up side by side. So we got to commiserate and chat and do some really cool planning for the 20th anniversary. So John Malin and I are doing the lead story in the issue, and then Busiek and Bagley are doing a backup story, but it's going to tie intimately into things moving forward. There are big, big, crazy, dark things on the horizon. The name of this arc, as we move into the 20th anniversary, is called Return of the Masters. And I'll just leave that up to you to decide what you think we mean. But there will be a lot more information in the Rise of the Masters, sorry, Return of the Masters. Rise of the Masters in the months ahead.
All right, very good. At the end of the year and going into the first week of 2017, New Avengers is no more, but a new team with a new mission rises from the ashes, and that is the U.S. Avengers. Al Ewing, what can you tell us about U.S. Avengers?
They're American.
They're not just American, they're extremely American.
Very American. Yeah, basically, New Avengers is kind of, hands up if you've been following. Quite a few of you. A fair amount. Basically, the quick boiled down version, Roberto da Costa, aka Sunspot, took over AIM, the Advanced Idea Mechanics, and turned it into Avengers Idea Mechanics in order to basically fight global emergencies using crazy super science. This is sort of the next step of that mission. He's sort of basically, because AIM was AIM, the powers that be, the establishment, were very, very wary of them. I'm not to spoil anything, but Roberto does something. He does a mission that basically gets him on side with the US and even with SHIELD. So basically, AIM, we're actually gonna fold them into SHIELD as a sort of subsection. And the sort of US Avengers is sort of the kind of PR thing of that. They're sort of getting the public to accept it by like sticking big flags on them and sending them out to do old school, like Roger Moore, James Bond, Man from U.N.C.L.E., early days of SHIELD, the kind of crazy hi-fi, spy-fi, all sorts of insane stuff. And that, on the screen right now, we have their first villain, the Golden Skull, who you might remember from Ultron Forever. He's basically a sort of version, he's kind of the successor to the Red Skull from the future. He's like an arch capitalist. He's a monomaniac. He's a money maniac. He's like this. He just wants to take over the world and like run it as his own personal corporation / fiefdom. And then I think on the so that's him giving an evil speech to his henchmen, who are all pirates. That's how he rolls. And then on the right-hand side, you've got Roberto da Costa, and you can see a little flashback there to his New Mutancy past. Do we have any New Mutants fans in the room? Good. That's the reaction I've been hoping for. I've been slowly bringing back all the New Mutants. But yeah, we get a little flashback to his New Mutancy past, and it's basically that page is basically Roberto da Costa kind of giving the reader his idea of America. And I mean, you might have noticed from my accent, I'm not from round here. And I know that right now, British people certainly have not got a leg to stand on, you know, talking about other countries. But it is kind of a way for me to sort of ask myself some sort of dense, chewy questions about patriotism and, you know, because obviously I'm, you know, post-Brexit I'm going through some stuff, and the world is in interesting times, let's put it that way. So yeah, there'll be a lot of fun, there'll be a lot of hope, there'll be a lot of joy to this book. There'll also be some thinking going on in the background. So.
And speaking of thinking,
Oh yeah.
look at that segue. Coming out of Civil War II, the Ultimates are no more. They have gone their separate ways. They are broken and shattered and destroyed. But in November, the second season of Ultimates begins, or as we call it, Ultimates Squared. Al, what can you tell us about Ultimates Squared?
It's kind of a play on the old Ultimates 2 from way back in the day, except I wanted to do like the Ultimate Ultimates. I wanted to kind of take the team and, you know, in the wake of Civil War II, issue 11 just came out. Who's reading Ultimates in a minute? Hands up. Oh, that's good. That's getting some noise. I'm liking that. At the end of issue 11, we saw that the differences were looking pretty insane. In the wake of, we've got some pages there. This is we'll see in issue 12, which is a Christian Ward issue. For another guest issue, because I like him so much, and he's great. And that is the issue that sort of shows the fragmentation of the team. And this, meanwhile, is Travel Foreman.
New artist to Ultimate Squared, Travel Foreman. He's great.
New artist, he's absolutely fantastic. We're seeing some sort of quarter pages there where T'Challa and Carol meet up in incognito in a sort of diner, and as you see in the middle page there, T'Challa has his Luke Charles persona on to sort of better blend in, and you know we have a little fun with that. But he's you can see on the last page there, he's still, you know, underneath the mask, he's still a Black Panther. He's still, you know, the baddest guy in the room. So yeah, basically, moving out of Civil War, the team has to be brought together by Galactus, who recently became a life bringer, a cosmic wellspring of life energy, and he's sort of on the case of the being who chained eternity. So the entirety of everything that is, this isn't just the universe, it's like the multiverse. Everything that is has been caged and chained by some superior force from outside everything. And over the course of Ultimate Squared, we're going to find out who or what that is. We're going to get some increasingly, things are just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And at the same time, you know, running alongside that, you've got the more human scale stuff, the more sort of human emotions. This team who've sort of fallen apart, who like tried to do something wonderful and it failed, and now they've got to pull it together again because now it matters more than ever. You know, in the grand scheme of things. And spoilers, it's going to be better than ever. So keep reading. The best is yet to come.
All right, we have about 10 minutes left in the panel. So we're going to open this up to questions from you. If you want to like sort of assemble at the big microphone so people can hear what you have to say, that would be wonderful. If not, I'm just going to keep talking randomly up here until there's somebody I can kick this to because, you know, it would be better that way. Some questions for us, for the panel. What do you want to know, sir?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, my name is Christian Raslovich, and I have a question for all of you. So, if you guys could pick out of all the characters that you guys work on together, who would you guys like to see cross over? Like together, like let's say maybe like somebody from the Ultimates with Power Man and Iron Fist, or totally awesome Hulk with the Thunderbolts, so on and so forth.
I'd like to see Moon Girl actually go up against Alex Wilder at some point. And
Sounds like
she's
we
a
have
lover,
grudge
not a
match
fighter.
here.
I'm doing a story right now in Totally Awesome Hulk where T'Challa is hunting Amadeus, and that's been a ton of fun. I'd love to do another story. We actually talked a little with Ta-Nehisi about that, about a Amadeus T'Challa story. So knock on wood, we'll get something like that going.
Well, the Thunderbolts have been headbutting with S.H.I.E.L.D. quite a bit, so I expect at some point the U.S. Avengers are probably going to have some beef with them, especially since Songbird is no longer with them. So that should be that will be entertaining.
It'll be fun.
There's nobody left for Squirrel Girl to fight because she beat everybody in the OGN. So we're done.
We got Moon Girl would be nice.
Oh yeah, that'd be pretty cool, right?
Interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Pack, when Amadeus absorbed like the Hulk out of Bruce Banner, did he like take all of the Hulk? And I want to know, is he as powerful as Bruce Banner was at the Hulk because their mental stability is like different? Does he have the potential to be as strong as Bruce Banner?
Oh, does Amadeus have the potential to be as strong as Bruce Banner? Well, he is the Hulk. He's the strongest one there is. Not the smartest one any longer, but he is the strongest one there is. So you're gonna, as the stories continue, you're gonna see some. You'll see more. You'll see some smashing. So keep on reading. In fact, the next issue coming up, you're gonna see you'll see some revelations about what Amadeus may be capable of.
Hello, my name is James. My question is for Mr. Beaveru.
James, how you doing?
Post-Death of X, are there going to be any more new X-Men team books?
That's a very good question because it is called Death of X. I'm trying to remember which panel this is on. I think it's Cup of Joe. We'll have some news about that you will hopefully like. So that'll be Joe's panel tomorrow in the afternoon. But it is called Death of X, so.
Yeah, but you're not going to get them all.
Aw.
Hi, my name's Taylor. This thing's very short. I'm a huge Squirrel Girl fan, so I got a question for Ryan. I know the Great Lake Avengers are getting a series coming back. Do you know if Squirrel Girl is going to have, I've seen the covers with them carrying around the cardboard cutout. Is she going to have a role in that series, and can we expect any of the GLA to come visit her in New York? The discrepancy of the tones of those two series is hilarious, so it'd be really good to sort of have them kind of reconnect.
Short answer is yes, kind of. She has a
Hello! Welcome! Good morning, Comic-Con. You're
Good
watching
morning,
Marvel
Comic-Con.
live at New York Comic-Con 2016, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions from Kabam. I'm Ryan Panagos.
AKA H&M, and I'm Ben Morse.
AKA Ben Morse.
AKA Ben Morse, AKA
Yeah.
Ben J. Morse.
Totally.
Oh my God, guys, we got so much coming at you today. We have a plethora of guests. We have a smattering of announcements. We have a cornucopia of news, and we have a feast of the eyes.
And the blood hamsters are going to be running
The
wild
blood
all
hamsters
day long.
they're running across the vista like this.
Yeah.
You can communicate with us using the hashtag MarvelNYCC. You can follow our live blogs for all the great panels we have today at marvel.com/NYCC2016. So much for you to do. Even if you couldn't make it to the convention, we will be here for you, bringing it all to you.
Yes.
Ryan, we got anything on the social feed before I fill people in on the news we've announced so far?
Well, so far, right now, we see people live tweeting
Very
the
cool.
Spider-Man Clone Conspiracy panel,
Yes.
which is happening right now downstairs in a Another room.
Yep, we have a live blog going right now, so if you guys want to watch us and follow the live blog at the same time, that'd be very cool. I know they've announced officially the title of the big Spider-Man crossover event is Dead No More, The Clone Conspiracy. After months of me saying either Dead No More or The Clone Conspiracy, they decided to mash it up into one super name.
Yep.
And that's great.
Yeah.
We have a ton of announcements that have already gone out this weekend. We had Black Panther casting news. Let me consult with my list here. We have Forrest Whitaker, Daniel Kaluuya, Winston Duke, and Florence Kazumba have all joined the cast of Marvel's Black Panther.
Yes.
Over on Marvel's Punisher on Netflix, Ben Barnes is going to be playing the role of Billy Russo. Ebon Moss-Backrack joins as Micro, and Amber Rose Reva joins as Dinah Madani. We're going to have a Doctor Strange Games event. That means across all of our games.
6 games.
6
gonna
of our
have
games.
All the Doctor
We're
Stranges.
going to have so much Doctor Strange coming at you guys, and that is November?
Sure.
Okay.
I think it starts a little bit sooner.
Probably,
some of it
probably
a
October.
little bit sooner.
All right, October, November-ish, this fall. Comics news, Alex Wilder from Runaways is coming back in Power Man and Iron Fist. Speaking of coming back, Kurt Busiek and Mark Bagley are returning to Thunderbolts, the title they created to bring back Jolt. And Nova is getting a new ongoing series starring both Richard Rider and Sam Alexander. It's going to be written by Jeff Loveness and Ramon Perez, art by Ramon Perez. We're super excited for that.
Totally, yes. Sophia says, hi, guys. Everything ready for day 3. Let's see what happens today. Y'all, it's going to be great.
Anything can happen.
So much. Camilo Lenbach says, what time will the Iron Fist panel be today? That's at, I believe, 6:30 p.m. Eastern, which is 7 hours and 15 minutes from now. Set
Holy
your
crap.
clocks.
Yeah, we are going to... Oh, cool. Look at the Prowler logo.
Yeah, Prowler has a logo.
Prowler has a logo. You guys
can't.
can't see that. It's terrible television.
Yeah.
There's some gremlin crawling back here behind us.
What do you
Lot of
need,
stuff going
Jason?
on.
What are you doing?
What do you need to get? Do you want to come on camera?
Uh,
Okay.
This is live. This is happening.
Anything
but it's
happen.
good
Guys,
before our
coming up
first
next.
guests come on.
Yeah, we got the cast of The Expanse. They're waiting here. They're really enjoying themselves. Yeah, they're having a great old time. We can't wait to have them on.
I like it. Enthusiasm.
I like
We're
enthusiasm.
raging.
This is how we start the day.
Raccoon Addict says, time for another day of watching. Thank you for joining us. Wimsad Mojo says, good morning, Comic-Con.
Hold on, Jason just hurt himself. Jason, are you
I don't
okay?
care. I don't
You
care.
all right?
You're dead to
Okay.
me, Jason. The Wimsad Mojo's from Indonesia says, I will not be joining you guys for a couple of hours because I have to buy some groceries. That's a lot of
man.
groceries. It's going to take you
Do,
a couple of hours.
Do Amazon Fresh Direct. That's what I do.
If they have
deliver
it in
right to my
Indonesia,
door.
go for it.
Yeah, Amazon Indonesia, Fresh Direct.
Camilo, I
In
will
Indonesian.
I will be live tweeting the Iron Fist panel. They're moving on to Nova now.
Nova.
In the Spider-Man Clone Conspiracy
I'm
panel.
so excited.
Sophia
They're going to
asked
show
about-
some art. We've got great art for that. You guys should definitely go to Marvel.com later today to see all the great Nova art.
Yep. Sophia asks if I slept with this Doctor Strange robe. No, I am married.
No.
I am
Yeah.
not going to have any relations with this robe. Thank you, though, for
I think you
asking.
should welcome the robe into your marriage. You know, make it a sister wife.
Elizabeth is coming by the convention today. We'll have a discussion.
I will talk to her about
Okay,
it.
thank you.
You
I
know
appreciate
she
it.
respects my opinion
She
greatly.
does. She does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like a father to her.
That's not true.
Not at all. Not at
Okay.
all true. All right, guys. We are coming up on 30 seconds here. We've got The Expanse coming on next. Please start sending your questions in for them. Use the hashtag MarvelNYCC. Visit PlayMarvelChampions.com. That's not it, is it?
PlayMarvelChampions.com.
PlayMarvelChampions.com.
Yeah. Are we going to have some Daredevil art throughout the day? Is that today?
Yes.
Yes.
For
Daredevil art
Joe
today.
Pimentel, who you can follow on Twitter at Joe Pimentel Art.
Yeah. But we're going to be flipping around real quick and coming right back
Flippity-dippity.
very shortly with The Expanse. So
All right.
stay tuned.
It's Marvel Live, y'all, at New York Comic Con.
Now that's what I call a productive meeting. See, we all get together, we can easily get to the Move Real Husbands at 9 p.m.
I still don't think we should have missed the hoodie award.
Look around, tell me what you see right now.
I see 5 guys desperately looking for approval.
I see an aging boy band. I see Black Lives Matter. Really getting sick of you and this revolutionary stuff. Now what I see are men. If we stick together, guys, we can do anything.
Oh, elevator stop.
Together, my ass. Push me out the bed, I'll come back for you. Help!
Real Husbands of Hollywood returns at a new time, Tuesday, October 11th at 9.
Boys, give me a ticket!
Hey everybody, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Ben Morse, and this is the crew from The Expanse. Hey guys!
Hey!
You want to go down the line and introduce yourselves so our viewers know who we're dealing with here?
Sure. Hi, I'm Dominique Tipper. I play Naomi Nagata on The Expanse.
I'm Wes Chatham, and I play Amos Burton in The Expanse.
I'm Stephen Strait, and I play James Holden.
In The Expanse.
In The Expanse.
Just so we don't get confused.
Yeah.
Just in case you
And I'm Cass Anvar. I play Alex Kamal in The Magician's Gnome in The Expanse. In The Expanse.
Hey, I'm Mark Fergus. I'm an exec producer.
Cool. So, for people who have not watched the show, how would you guys sum it up, and why would you want people to watch it?
I love this question.
I'll throw it to the crew, but I think season one we made a lot of promises to the audience. We lit a lot of fuses and got a lot of mysteries going. And season two, we intend to pay off all those and double down.
Very cool.
I want everyone to watch it because Dominic looks amazing
Yeah?
in the show. Yeah.
That's the least important thing in the
okay.
show.
That
It's
was a
based
little-
on a series of books that James S.A. Corey wrote. And it basically is set 200 years in the future and kind of addresses issues of what would happen if humans colonize the solar system. And there's a huge system-wide conspiracy that our characters get roped into, among others, that Thomas Jane and Shereg Dashlu plays. And it plays out, and you get to see what happens. That's kind of like, in a nutshell, what
That's
the
a
show's
good
about.
answer. You guys should let her do all the
I know,
answers.
man, for real. But you know, we pick up in the second season, kind of where the first one left off, and you know, we wanted to grow the the world that we were existing in and playing in, and also going deeper into the character work and stuff like that as well.
What's the biggest difference going into a second season? When you guys go into a first season, you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know how successful the show's going to be. At this point, you know that you obviously have a following. What's the biggest change for you guys?
I think one of the biggest things for me, it's like a press.
It's like a press
I think like a press junket. I think one of the biggest things for me is that when we did the first season, we had an idea of what we wanted to accomplish, and you never know how it's going to turn out. You didn't, and we were kind of thrown together, and for the first time, kind of parallel to what they go through in the Rossi crew, which group of people are thrown together. The second season, we've had the benefit of being able to watch it, have the fan interaction, and so there was a excitement about the second season that wasn't so much in the first season. And we've all worked together for a season, so we all come in knowing each other, knowing our history, knowing our characters, and so there was a very strong momentum going into the second. I can't wait for you guys to watch second season.
When does it kick off?
January 2017.
She's like
On point.
I was like, why did you guys bring your PR lady? in here? But,
I am the PR lady.
Yeah, you are the PR lady.
No, it also streams on Amazon Prime soon as well.
Cool.
So
Yeah.
people will be able to get the first season and then watch the second one when it comes out in January on Sci-Fi and Space.
So you were talking about some of the issues it's dealing with, like you said, colonization, stuff that it's real world issues. How do you balance that with just having a fun show and having something people want to watch?
Well, I think the issues kind of inform the adventure that's going on.
Mhm.
I mean, in the first season, it really was the mystery of why things were happening. Nobody really knew who was controlling, the strings of this, interesting kind of alien-ish weapon that's revealed at the end of the first season. And this season, we're kind of less victims of circumstance, and we've taken more control over the plot. Like, we're the ones pushing the story along as opposed to it just happening to us. Yeah.
And also, human beings are interesting. Like, this is a very real take on what would happen. And so I think it's interesting. You're no, but they are. This just happens to be set in space. But the story and the people and the humans and what they go through is what makes the show interesting and what drives it. That's what you tune in for every week. But there are lots of spaceships and space fights and
let's not undersell
stuff.
that. Yeah. Spaceships.
There's a lot of really cool VFX as well.
All right,
so
Yeah, they are spectacular. They really are.
The new season kicks off with an epic space battle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How is it for you guys as actors doing stuff like that when there is so much effects work and so much, post-production stuff that has
You'd
to
be
done?
surprised. When I read the script, I was expecting everything to be green screen and it would be just a massive special effects frenzy. But they built out 80,000 square feet of soundstage for us. We literally had, the Rocinante is pretty much except for the
We walk
outside,
into it.
the Rocinante is real. There's it's three levels of spaceship that we get to go down from the bedroom to the galley to the med bay up to the flight deck, and if you took a camera, you could literally go the entire ship.
Yep.
There's no green screen. We actually spent 3 months in space.
In space,
shooting.
yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah, it was really
Yeah,
great.
a lot of bone
We all had to
density
get our
loss
astronaut
and muscle
license,
fatigue.
so-
Yeah, it
All
was
on
fun.
location.
Is
Everything's on
astronaut-
location.
Is astronaut license a thing?
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, you guys go down.
It is now.
Class C astronaut license. you have
There's
to
a
get.
reason why it's the most expensive sci-fi on TV.
Go down to the DMV.
I
and
keep
get
failing it for
astronaut
parallel
license.
parking, you know.
So you guys, are you just arriving here at New York Comic Con? Have you been here before? Is this anyone's first con?
No.
I got our second time.
Yeah.
I got here a couple of days ago and have been hanging out with some of the fans and stuff like that.
We've done
Really
San
enjoying it.
Diego Comic Con though,
Okay.
and some of us done New York class.
Toronto Comic Con.
Yep.
Nice. What's your favorite thing to do when you come to one of these?
Well, we don't really get to do much other than talk
Yeah.
to you guys and
Oh, that's
do our
the worst.
panel.
I
Yeah,
like-
it's so
I like-
great.
I like looking for the cosplayer graveyard. Every Comic Con has a cosplay graveyard where these people who build their first big costume and they build it really big and hot and they don't know they're going to be sweating their faces off. So I look around when I first walk in for a place with carpet. And I say that's where it's going to be, and I come back 4 hours later, and all the Iron Mans and the Hulks,
Yeah.
they're all passed out in the cosplay
But
graveyard. That's
honestly,
my-
the best thing is meeting the people that watch the show.
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
we don't get to interact with them, you know, unless it's at these things.
Yeah.
So it's really cool to do panels and get questions from people that watch the show and get their feedback and see how they're appreciating what
Showing
we're
the
doing.
footage too, like
Showing the
when you get to
footage,
see
yes.
new stuff
Yeah.
that we've seen and worked on for months, whatever, and then you get to see that first reaction
Yeah, and
of a huge
it's so
crowd
rewarding.
of people. That's
San
my
Diego
favorite.
was a great experience for us because it was the first time after the show aired that we've had connection with the fans, so we didn't know what to expect. And that's what I love about Comic-Con is that, you know, everybody's here just to celebrate what they love. And the kind of love and that they had for the show was just overwhelming. It was really great.
Cool. Well, we're winding down here. You guys have been great. Thank you so much. When can people watch The Expanse? We already said January.
January
right?
2017,
Check it
the
out
second
on
season comes
Sci-Fi?
out on Sci-Fi and
Or-
Space
I'm
Channel.
gonna let her do it.
In Canada.
And Amazon
but
Prime.
It will be streaming on Amazon Prime from
Yep.
November-ish, possibly.
Where can going down the line? Where can going down the line people find you guys on social media and all that
Yeah.
good stuff?
I'm on Instagram and Twitter at Miss Tipper.
I'm on Instagram and Twitter at official West Chatham, I think.
Copy.
Obviously checking your feed all
Yeah.
the time.
Oh, yeah, I'm on top of
On
it.
top of that.
Yeah.
I'm not on social media.
Okay.
There you go. He's a ghost.
LinkedIn
I'm
or anything like that?
LinkedIn. My LinkedIn account is spectacular.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's off the grid. He lives in the mountains of Utah.
That's right.
I'm on everything: Instagram, Twitter, Facebook at Cass Anbar.
Facebook once a month.
Nice. Guys, check out The Expanse, and we'll be back with the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. signing on the other side here of Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016.
Comic-Con 2016! Who has been waiting for over an hour? We've been waiting for 2 hours! All for our Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. We are excited to bring to the stage the executive producer of Marvel Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Mr. Jeff Loeb. Our new Ghost Rider, Gabriel Luna. Complete with his Excel charger. And Miss Chloe Bennett. Agent Coulson himself, Clark Gregg.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, how are you?
Well, I'm glad I've got used to the name.
Gray.
I was gonna leave. It was good.
Oh, hey, how are you?
Evangeline Lilly. Make sure you stop by the Titan booth 2142. She's signing at 5 o'clock.
dying. No, we were this close to being the only black show to make it to the 5th season.
Hey, don't forget Soul Food and that show with Urkel.
Martin did it. You know, I saw those checks.
I meant the only fake reality show with the black lead, myself, that's in it to make it to 5 seasons.
We never thought any show with you in it make it past the pilot.
Real Husbands of Hollywood returns at a new time, Tuesday, October 11th at 9.
Big house. Me and all my black people.
Hello, Marvelites. Welcome back. You are watching Marvel live at Comic-Con 2016. I'm Ryan Panagos, a.k.a. Marvel's Agent M.
I am Ben Morse, and we have with us the new upcoming artist of Ghost Rider, Danilo Beirut. Welcome to the show, sir.
Hello.
Hello. Coming to us from Brazil?
Yes.
Yes, very exciting. And you have a whole crew of other Brazilians with you, right?
Yeah.
A lot of artists and
Yeah.
creators. It's very exciting. And this is your first New York Comic Con in 8 years?
Yes, I came in 2008. It was a little bit smaller.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. But I think the spirit is the same.
Oh, yes.
You were telling us you go to, there's a big con down in Brazil that you go to.
Yeah.
How does the Brazil con compare to the New York con?
It's not as big,
Okay.
but and really we're in New York, so we're on where everything comic book related started.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's a different experience.
Yeah.
But I think the spirit is also the same. All the cons I've been through are filled with people that love comic books.
Oh,
So,
yeah. Totally.
So we know you've been doing some work on Deadpool.
Yeah.
Now you're transitioning over to Ghost Rider. How is that going from Deadpool to Ghost Rider? Two very different characters.
Oh, Deadpool was kind of difficult to get into it because
Yeah.
it's so filled with humor,
Mhm.
but the current work with Ghost Rider has its touches
Okay.
of humor too, because there are other characters from the Marvel universe
Mm.
that are appearing too.
Mhm.
But I'm very happy with everything Marvel throws my way.
Nice.
Who are the characters you most enjoy drawing for Marvel?
I'm a big Johnny Blaze fan.
Yeah?
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
So I think maybe one of the motives that they sent me Ghost Rider is because on my portfolio I had a few Ghost Riders,
Okay.
Johnny Blaze Ghost Riders.
Sure.
So it sorted it out.
Yeah, that's great.
And of course, when it comes to Ghost Rider, you're not just drawing the character, you got to draw motorcycles, cars, all sorts of stuff like that. Is that challenging, or do you enjoy that?
Is the kind of challenge that you have to face because you want to grow as an artist, and sometimes the work puts the obstacles on your way, and you have to sort it out and grow.
Do you get real life reference for the cars and for the motorcycles? Do you take your own pictures, or do you find online?
Mostly online,
Yeah.
because the car for Ghost Rider is very specific, and I wanted to find it in Brazil, but you have to work with reference because otherwise it doesn't look real.
Yeah.
You talked about drawing Johnny Blaze for your portfolio. How do you differentiate with Johnny Blaze to Robbie Reyes? How do you make Robbie Reyes his own unique character?
I think Robbie Reyes, first the look of the Ghost Rider, the Robbie Reyes Ghost Rider is very particular. It's kind of like Evangelion almost.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
So I went through that approach, and I don't know. Every artist sees the characters in different ways. So I think the Johnny Blaze classic is more like an emaciated skeleton, and the Johnny Reyes is more a rip-it off Evangelion like.
Yeah, that's cool. Did you get your work with Marvel through the portfolio review that you talked about? Or
I have an agent, and he shows my work around.
Sure.
And I've been working with Marvel for about a year. I worked with Deadpool. I worked with Howard the Duck, with Gwenpool. So I started off with the humor side of Marvel.
Seriously, you really went all over with the humor.
And I'm slowly going for the horror side of
Yeah,
Marvel.
no, that's an abrupt turn.
Yeah, it's
to
a
go right into
nice-
Ghost Rider.
Oh, it is, but it's not so abrupt because the humor and horror have bits that kind of look like the same.
Sure.
A more serious approach would be, I think, more different.
Nice.
Danilo, we're going to let you go in a sec, but where can people find you on social media? Where can people follow your work?
Oh, well, I'm on Twitter, but mostly just it.
Okay. Twitter.
On
We'll find you on Twitter.
At Danilo Beirut.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Cast of Sweet Vicious coming up, and we'll be back very shortly here at Comic-Con.
Hey everybody, Blake with Marvel.com back again, New York Comic Con 2016 with the cast of Sweet Vicious. How are you doing today?
So happy. It's an honor to be here. Marvel, I love you. Make sure you watch Sweet Vicious Season 1 at 10 p.m. November 15th after Teen Wolf.
You're doing my job for me. I like this guy.
What he said, yeah.
So what can you tell us about the show?
Yeah, this show is it's pretty kick-ass. It's a mashup of many genres. It focuses on these two girls who kind of have an unlikely, they're kind of the odd couple, and they find themselves moonlighting as vigilantes avenging sexual assault victims on campus.
It's Quentin Tarantino meets girls. It's badass, it's kick-ass, it's in your face, it's diverse, it's colorful, it's texture, it's rich. It's the best show on TV, period. Let's go.
Wow.
What he said.
I got nothing to say to that. No, I wanted to ask, like, the thing about the MTV shows is they're always hit after hit after hit. After the show gets picked up, what are you, like, gonna go on cruise control now? You don't have to do anything?
I wish, man. I don't know. I mean, I think people just love it, and then if they do, then we'll feel great. I don't know. Yeah.
We'll have a party.
Yeah. Is this your first Comic-Con?
Yeah, it's
New York.
All of us.
Yeah, especially like in this capacity. Yeah, for sure.
What's the experience been like so far?
It's been like this.
Surreal.
Interview.
Yeah, but you know, we just briefly walked through the floor, and we all want to kind of see more.
Was there anything you were specifically like looking for, or you just wanted to see
We wanted some like stellar costumes. That's what we've heard about them, and they haven't disappointed. There's some amazing people here.
I heard Iron Man was here. I'm trying to meet Iron Man. Where's Iron Man?
If I see him, I'll bring him.
I think you can probably find a few.
Okay.
We just saw Frankenstein's monster and the Bride of Frankenstein talking to the Mad Hatter. That was fun.
That's the best thing about these cons. You never know who you're gonna interact with.
Also, I feel like nowadays, like, it's not necessarily cool, like, to be excited about something. And, like, Comic-Con is, like, the one experience where everyone is, like, it's cool to be so excited about a show or to be so excited about a character, and, like, and everyone just embraces that crazy. And I feel like that's hard to find nowadays.
It is. It is.
And I think the fun thing too is we have a lot of first-time shows coming by to do interviews with us. Last year, they're coming back for their second year, and then it's like a totally different time. So it's cool to see you guys with your first time, because when I hopefully see you guys next year, the game's going to be changed. and
Yeah,
it's
we'll all just be like this, and we won't be talking anymore.
You'll be too famous to even go on our show, and we'll have to have.
No way. We'll always have time for Marvel. Always have time for Marvel. We love Marvel. I love Marvel. I love Marvel. I grew up on Marvel. It's been one of those things that has been a contingency in my life since I was born. I was 3 years old putting on Marvel. I love it.
I appreciate that.
Seriously.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'll get a raise for that. That's
That's
awesome. Anything else you can say about the show? Anything you want to talk about?
Taylor?
Yeah, I just think it's for everyone, really. Everyone can find jokes in it. Everyone can appreciate the drama of it. Everyone can. There's no genre you can possibly. It's actually kind of hard to pitch.
Yeah.
Because there's no genre. There's no, like, it's kind of like. There's nothing.
Yeah, when I read the script, I was like, I've not seen a show on television like this, and that's I think why so many of us were drawn to it, because we couldn't be like, oh, it's like this show.
So there's nothing you can even like vaguely compare it to.
It would be such a mashup. It would be like
I think it's girls.
It would be like Kick-Ass and Scott Pilgrim and Jessica Jones and Buffy and Veronica Mars
and Charlie's Angels.
Yeah, it's all of those things in one.
That sounds so amazing.
It's a millennial perspective.
And a buddy comedy sometimes.
Yeah, it's about
But it's
female
not a comedy. It's
female
all over
friendship
the
and
place.
female empowerment and girls being kick-ass and
And they, we deal with, race issues, a lot of the things that have been kind of, people have turned their back to, and the complexity and the diversity of how much we as the millennial culture have to deal with and how resilient. I think our show really represents courage, it represents that superhero fearless nature, and it represents everyone.
That's awesome. I gotta say too, every first time show I'm having on say they will come back on the Marvel show next year when you guys are super famous.
Yeah.
So
If they let us. Yeah.
we will let you.
We will be
I
here.
got it on camera.
We will be back.
I'll meet you
Yeah, it's
here
not-
at
it's
like
yes.
3:30. Yeah.
Like Back to the Future,
No
but
question.
in the
Yeah.
whatever. So where can fans reach you guys online? I assume social media?
Make sure you follow me on my Snapchat at Brandon Smith CEO. You'll see behind the scenes. You'll see me in the shower. You'll see me at dinner. You'll see it all. I snap every day.
Yeah, we couldn't start the interview until he got his Snapchat done.
Start a pre-snap. I had to pre-snap. I had my
that what
Marvel
it's called?
pre-snap. Yeah, it's a pre-snap.
Oh yeah, we all have
Yeah, we're
Instagram
on
and
social
Twitter.
media.
We're all on it, so
Us,
you
Bennett,
can
Nick Fink, Taylor Dearden.
you can
find us.
follow our journey. Yeah.
Thanks so much, guys. Really appreciate it, and we're
Yeah,
very
thank you,
excited
Sam.
for you to be super famous and never return our calls. So, yeah.
That's not gonna happen.
Never
Yeah.
will that happen.
Stay tuned.
Hey guys, welcome back. You are watching Marvel live at New York Comic Con 2016, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. I'm Ryan Penagos, aka Marvel's Agent M. We're joined by Mighty Mike Perkins. How's it going, man?
It's good.
Yeah?
It's good. It's busy out there, but it's great.
You made it through the crowds, which
I know.
is ridiculous.
I was going backwards and forwards all over the place.
Yes, as you normally do.
Right.
Yeah. We were talking before we went online. You did a visit to the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. set?
Yeah. It was. I did some work for them in March. They wanted an illustration of Brett Dalton's character, like the transition of his character.
Sure.
And they loved it, and they gave it to him on his last day of shooting.
Aw.
And he loved it.
Yeah.
He was like, he sent me an email. He's like, I'm going to be in Stuttgart, and you're going to be there as well. Let's get together. And so it was fantastic. And then they asked me to do the San Diego exclusive thing for the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the poster. And that was wonderful to work on as well. So I went there, and they showed me around the sets. And
did you get any cool pictures, sitting in the director's chair or anything like that?
I did meet Mac and Ghost Rider.
Okay.
So that was cool.
Yeah.
And Ghost Rider was, so have you drawn Ghost Rider? I'm like, not in the comics so much, but I'm drawing Carnage at the moment. And he was like, that's my favorite character. So that was rather wonderful.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So let's talk about Carnage. It is spooky AF, as the kids say.
Yes.
It is spooky and violent and bloody and
It is.
so much fun.
It is.
You look like you're having a blast on that.
It's fantastic. Carnage is such a great character for the kind of style that I do, very organic style, in the sense that I'm not really even penciling it. I'm just like throwing in with the inks and just going all over the place. And Jerry's just writing a great script. I mean, it's got Manwolf in it and Toxin and all these.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
It's
It's
bonkers,
brilliant. It's the way the editorial sold it to me was it's Tomb of Dracula, but without the tomb and without Dracula.
So
but
it's
Tomb
of.
of Dracula.
And it's just of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. So there's 2 more issues coming up on that.
Just wrapped up 14.
Yeah.
Before coming over here.
That's great. And what was there anything surprising about the project that you found, like drawing
I found
and
it
doing
surprising that I really enjoyed it because I really had no connection with the character.
Sure, yeah, he's a early '90s character.
And so they came up to me and that's how they sold it to me. It's Tomb of Dracula, and Jerry Conway's writing it, and I was like, okay, I'm in.
Sure.
And I've just had so much fun on it. It's amazing.
And leaning into the Chthon mythos or
Right.
Chthon, however you're supposed to pronounce it, Chthon, which is just such a cool thing. And then connect that to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Right, because the Darkhold's in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. now.
which is awesome.
Yeah.
So weird. Like, who knew? Who thought
Right,
about like,
seriously.
oh yeah, we're gonna do all this cool stuff.
I know.
It's pretty fun.
It is crazy, and the whole kind of I had to come up with a design for Chthon, and that's wonderful going into the whole Lovecraftian.
Oh my
things.
gosh,
It's
yeah.
brilliant.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what that looks like.
Yeah,
it's gonna be great.
next issue. You'll see it.
Fantastic. You guys have questions, comments, use hashtag MarvelNYCC. One came in from Sophia. She says, what's the hardest part of drawing Carnage, and what do you like most about it?
The fluidity is one of the things I most enjoy about it. Just the fluidity of the
tendrils and how he can be
the shadows,
Yeah,
and
ooh,
you
yeah,
can play
yeah.
with the shadows and everything like that. That's really rather wonderful to
Yeah.
work on. The downside, there's not, I don't really go into downsides because I have a great job, so I'm,
You get to draw
everything is
comics
good.
and- yeah.
Everything is good.
That's good. I'm glad to hear it. So one of the things I want to do now is have you spin the infinity wheel for
Okay.
us. I want to spin the infinity wheel. What we're going to do is going to spin. We're going to land on something. We've got our infinity wheel book. We're going to see whatever the hell happens. It's all a fun time.
Excellent.
We're going to see. All right. So
You
Mike,
don't have to strip or anything.
No,
do
I mean you can. I'm not going to stop you.
That was a rather delicate
That
kind
was
of
good.
English spin.
I appreciate it. What do we land on? Secret Love or Secret Dud? All right. So Secret Love or Secret Dud is going to be one where I'm going to give you 2 characters.
Okay.
And you're going to tell me if if their relationship was a love or
Okay,
a dud. And you know
okay.
a lot about comics, so I think you're going to get this.
Okay.
Tigra and Gambit.
Tiger and Gambit. I never come across them before, but they're both pretty hot characters, so maybe.
I mean, You know, they make some really weird, like, I don't even want to think about that. Ugh. There's a lot of fur too. It gets matted. And it gets really like sticky and gross. Think about it, guys.
Then he could like charge something up. Just
Oh
think of
yeah.
the charge
There's
he
a
could
lot
give
of
her.
kinetic action.
There you go.
So, love or dud?
A dud.
Dud. Correct.
Ah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yes. Let's give it another spin. Let's see what else you got. That was a good spin. Some Wheel of Fortune stuff. Ooh. We did it, guys! All right.
Cheese.
So this is I don't. Did Judy come up with this? Lorraine came up with this. Alien Racer cheese, because we have so many alien races at
Okay.
Marvel, and they have some crazy names. Let's be honest.
Gorgonzola.
Exactly.
Right.
The idea is this an alien race or is this a type of cheese?
Excellent.
So
Excellent.
we have a number of examples in here.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Trezelle. Think about it. Would you like some Trezelle on your salad?
A little bit
Or, ooh, he's from the Trezelle.
All right.
Think about
That's
that.
good.
Could
Yeah.
go
Okay.
either
Let's go for the alien cheese.
An alien cheese?
Yeah,
Is this
an
you trying
alien
to game the
cheese.
system? What is it? You gonna go with
Yeah,
cheese?
no, the alien
Alien
race. Yeah.
Correct. Trezelle is from Incredible Hulk number 92 from the.
Of course it is, I knew that.
Three-legged land animal from the planet Sakaar.
Excellent. And
Yeah.
do they make cheese?
They probably do.
Yeah.
Lovely, a little Trezellian cheese. You got.
Yeah. You got the
gotta-
3 legs, so you can
milk
sit
that.
on them when you're milking.
Yeah, you milk
like-
the hell out of that Trezelle. Do you want to do another Alien Racer cheese or a spin?
No, go on. Go for it.
All right. Some of these, a lot of these you're gonna know. Okay. Domiati.
Damiati. Okay, that's Damiati. That's got to be an Italian cheese.
Yeah?
I
You
think
it's
so.
Italian?
Yeah, what do you think, Mike?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a cheese. It's a cheese.
Oh, we're playing Alien Racer cheese?
Yeah.
Alien Racer cheese. Alien Racer cheese. No? Okay.
We did that already.
We already did that? It's so fun, man.
All right. So Domiati, you sure?
I'm sure. It's a
Okay.
cheese. It's a cheese.
Mike, I can't help you out here. I'm on a lifeline.
The answer is cheese.
Yeah! Way to go. Nice job.
You were a little off on your geography, though. I will
Oh,
say,
was
Domiati, which I could be mispronouncing.
It's the way you pronounce it.
Exactly.
That's
That's
what
what
it
I'm
was.
saying.
That's the problem.
Domiati is a soft, white, salty cheese made primarily in Egypt, but also in Sudan.
In Egypt?
Ah.
And you don't hear a lot about the Egyptian cheeses.
Right.
Known for their cheese, though.
Yeah, sure. You know, I'm sure like Apocalypse, like he made
Oh my
loads
God.
of cheese in Egypt when he
If
was
you, if you get into Apocalypse, his wine and cheese parties were legendary.
That's what they always
Yeah.
say. And it's about cheese.
Yeah. He always says when it comes to cheese, it's survival of the fittest. You know?
Mike, I think
survival of the creamiest.
Oh,
Ooh,
another high
the
five
cream
for
always
that.
rises to the top.
There you
right?
go.
Mike, I think you're the first guest who's spun the wheel and gotten every single one correct.
Amazing.
We need like a
Amazing stuff.
leaderboard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We do need a leaderboard. That would
Yeah.
be cool.
Let's see. We've got. You got more questions and comments. We talked about Carnage.
We talked about Carnage, how creepy it is.
Yeah. Right.
It's so scary, man.
I
Like,
know.
what is it about stuff like The Stand and Carnage, just like this dark, twisted stuff that like you keep getting hired for? What is it? 'Cause you're a nice guy.
I
You
think
got a
that's probably
beautiful
it.
vest
I
on.
think that's probably it. They can, you know, I'm not overly scary myself, and so it all comes out onto the page.
Yeah,
That's what it
where you
is.
get it all out. That's why you're such a nice guy. So,
Right.
so if you were drawing like a funny book, all your darkness would
Oh
just be,
man,
you'd be
yeah,
the worst.
yeah.
The worst.
All the time I was on it. Oh,
Yeah.
that'd be awful.
It was interesting because we talked to Jim Starlin yesterday, and we were talking about Thanos and what all these themes of death, and he's like, I put it on the page because that's just not who. It's not
Right,
me. It comes
I
out.
mean, if
through
you
that.
look at like somebody like Mike Carey as well, who
Yeah.
writes some
Oh
of the
my
most
gosh.
horrific stuff.
Yeah.
And he's the sweetest
Very
guy.
nice guy. Very nice guy. I believe he's British.
Of course.
The Brits are so nice. Have you met them?
Yeah, I
They're
know
great.
everybody. I know everybody.
the whole
over there.
country.
Yeah. What was it like on Carnage that you had to create a whole crew, a whole supporting
Right.
cast, basically from scratch. What was
Right.
that like? Is that like anything you've had to do before?
Yeah. I mean,
you
you
kinda
know,
did on
you-
Deathlock, too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and on Stand as well. You had to,
That's
you know, come up with
But
those
those are- the
characters.
Stand-
I mean, they were
yeah.
established within the novel.
Yeah.
But you really had to figure out how they were looking
Yeah.
and everything. So it's something I enjoy doing. I enjoy
Mhm.
doing designing those characters.
I like the new symbiote you designed too.
Right. Right.
Raze,
The-
right?
Yeah, Raze.
was
Yeah,
really good. She was very
yeah,
scary.
she's fantastic.
How do you take an existing look like the symbiote, you know, the Venom
Right.
Carnage kind of template,
Right.
but twist it a little? What did you add?
Well,
to
you
it?
kind of use their character as well. You use like Claire Dixon, the character who becomes Raze. She has that kind of same hair that she has when she's Raze. There's little bits of a uniform that she's wearing that's on there as
Yeah,
well,
sure.
like the breastplates and
Yeah.
everything. So you just utilize what's there and just turn it into that goo.
It's turn it into the goo.
Turn it into the
that's
goo.
That's what we're taking away from this.
Sophia, who's watching, says she loves the wheel, and when we get to Alien vs. Cheese, if you could name an alien cheese, if you had the chance to name an official Marvel alien cheese, what would you name
Wow.
it? Perkinsian?
The Cream.
Ooh.
Cream.
That could go a lot of ways.
What if it's just-
I'm into it. I'm happy with it. I like it.
What if it's just cream, like
cream.
KREEME?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Give me a squirt of cream on my salad.
Yeah.
No?
That could
No?
go a lot of ways. You're
No?
right.
Lorraine's looking at me. No.
No.
It's okay.
No.
It's okay.
Just blame it on Lorraine.
Yeah. Before we
That's my new
get,
song.
yeah, you know what? We're gonna let you go, Michael. Where can fans find you on social media? You're on Facebook, I know.
On Facebook, my site, which is mikeperkinsart.com. I'm always around.
It's around.
I'm
Just
always around.
omnipresent.
And just read the comics. Man.
Read the comics, people. All right. Thank you, Mike, for joining us. We're going to be back in just a sec with Ryan North and Erica Henderson from Unbeatable Squirrel Girl, so stay tuned. Hello. Hey guys, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. We're brought to you by Kabam's Marvel Contest of Champions. I am brought to you as Ben Morse.
I'm brought to you as Lorraine Singh, and we're here with Ryan Q. North and Erica Henderson from Squirrel Girl. You guys,
The
welcome.
unbeatable Squirrel Girl. Don't
She
undersell us,
cannot be beaten.
Yeah.
Squirrel Girl didn't sound as good as unbeatable. It's true. You guys, I just got here. I'm so excited.
Very excited. And you guys have a lot going on because
Yeah.
not only do you have the ongoing series, you just came out with an original graphic novel.
We did.
Only
It was
3
a lot
days
of work.
old.
It's just a baby.
I
It's
know.
a little
Little
baby book. Came
tiny
out last
baby
Wednesday.
book.
What was it like working on that? How did that compare and contrast with working on the monthly series?
It was nice. The fun of doing a book like that is you're doing this larger story, and when you're doing a monthly comic, you're in this shared universe, which means if we were to, for example, blow up the Earth, that would affect what Spider-Man is doing.
Yeah. Right,
But
right.
in a graphic novel, we've got 6 months worth of material in one book. You can, as long as you put the Earth back together in some way at the end, you can
Yeah.
blow up. Not that we blow up the Earth in the book. There's no spoilers.
Well,
but
you'll
let
have
us
to read it to find
find
out.
who
Do
gets
we
the
blow
story.
up the Earth?
Yeah.
Who knows? But it lets you tell a story with a larger scope than you can in a monthly comic, which is, I found a lot of fun, just to see how big we can get.
For me, I was doing both at the same time, so it was
Oh.
just
Busy.
shorter nights and more ordering out. That's where it changed for me.
Yeah.
So I want to call something out.
Oh God.
All right.
Lorraine, we need
You
to talk
say-
about this.
You say that Squirrel Girl is beating up the Marvel Universe,
Yes.
but it's kind of not Squirrel Girl, but also kind of Squirrel Girl.
Yes.
What's that about?
I'm waiting for the call out here.
Dynamic stuff here.
Here's 3 observations. Well, because Doreen Green would not normally have cause to beat up the entire Marvel
No,
universe.
she's pretty nice.
Yeah, but a clone made through mad super science.
The
might
worst
have that.
kind of super
That's always
science.
the way.
The
Yeah.
mad kind.
All the powers, none of the restraint that could go differently.
That
Yeah.
old chestnut.
Mm.
Ah, see what I did there?
Yeah, we're-
nuts.
Oh, boy.
I noticed.
Marvel is no stranger to the clone game.
Yeah, no. We have a whole conspiracy going on right now in Spider-Man, so yes.
Yeah.
That guy.
Up to
I
his
can't
old
keep him
tricks.
straight.
So you guys have been on Squirrel Girl for how long now?
It was announced at New York 2
Okay.
years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It came out January, almost 2 years ago. So this January will be the second year anniversary of our Squirrel Girl and her 25th anniversary as a
kidding.
character.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Oh,
awesome.
that's
I didn't
awesome.
realize that.
That's why we're doing the issue.
No, we had the same thing.
What have
I
you
have
guys-
no idea what I'm doing.
What have you guys learned in your 2 years with Doreen? What is really
Lots of squirrel facts.
Lots of squirrel
Oh my
facts. Did you ever think you would have such ownership of this character?
No, that's what's sort of been the fun part of it, is that Marvel hasn't really said no to anything.
Mhm.
So we get to basically invent this person and tell the stories we want to tell, and that's been the best part of it, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think before we started doing Squirrel Girl, I'd never even really considered Marvel too much. I was like, I don't think that I would ever get work there. And I was like, maybe one day I'll get to do a Strange Tale story next to Kate Beaton, and then that'll be it, and I'll go home.
Well, and that's so interesting too, because I think your style is so integral to that book and what
Absolutely.
it is, and both of your voices are so prevalent in that work. Were you really just trying to bring your style, or did you try to pull in some other Marvel influences?
I didn't really think about it too much. I think it was just it was funny because early on when Will Moss, our editor, asked me to do the book, he cited a few movie posters I had done, and those were done much more realistically. And I was like, I don't know what he's looking for, but based on what I know about this character, let's try this and see if this works. And it seems to have. So
No, the sketches Erica did originally were just different designs for the
because
character.
I had no idea what the book was going to be about. It
Yeah.
just asked can you draw a squirrel girl? And I said, okay.
A lady squirrel girl, sure.
But they sent those to me, and the sketches had such character to them that when I was writing the first outline, I had them up in the other windows. I'd be like, yes, this is who I'm writing about right here.
Yeah,
So it's been very.
They were all over the place. I had no idea.
But their personality was right there.
How frequently do you guys communicate? Are you talking every day to work on the book?
This is the first time we've ever spoken.
This is the first time.
Really?
Well,
We've met
Erica,
before.
this is
That was a lie. That was a lie.
Oh man.
No, we talk all the time. I think there's
Yeah.
always threads going on, several threads in parallel for different books. And then
There's, like,
eventually someone
emails.
calls and it's like, I don't know what thread this is supposed to be in, but here's what we're talking about here.
Yeah, I know. Eventually, like, the 5 emails at once get condensed into one email, and then there's like the Twitter DMs and occasionally Skype.
Yep.
I've spent time at your house.
Yeah, my dog. Good times.
Yes, I've had your dog jump on me to wake me up in the morning.
Very enthusiastic.
Very
There's
large
the alarm
dog,
clock, yeah.
right on my stomach.
Classic
So that was
Chomsky.
nice.
So when you guys are working on sort of setting up a page, do you have a lot of freedom, or do you kind of outline a lot of like visual jokes, or do you kind of own that realm? Like, what's the give and take
Straight
of that?
Alan Moore, this guy.
It's not true. It's not true. We've done a couple pages. There's a couple in the OGM where we did Marvel style.
Oh, very
where I was
cool.
like, this is
That's
a fight
awesome.
scene.
Oh, yeah.
Here's where I need to end up.
I think I requested that to be like,
Yeah.
hey, just let's
see
see
how it
how this
goes.
works.
Oh, that's so cool.
But normally I write just panels. So like, there's 5 panels on this page. Here's the dialogue. Here's what's going on. And you've been good about saying, not even saying, just recognizing this doesn't work. I will make it better.
But a lot of
That's
times
only-
it's just like there'll be a lot of text in one area, and I think what happens within this chunk of dialogue will change how characters are feeling. So you have to like add another panel in there and be like, okay, there's a different story beat happening in this moment. But like, it's not a huge amount of change. It's just
No,
a
but
lot of
I'm-
it's just like little edits to make it a little more cinematic.
But I love that you do that because it makes it a better book, and I feel like the comics is a collaborative medium most of the time. And when you have a great collaborator, you end up with something that's better than the sum of its parts, better than you could do, better than you thought it could even be when you wrote it. And so the joy of getting back Erica's pencils is I see these pages, and they're better than I imagined when I was writing them. They're-
That's awesome. That's like the dream.
No, it's the
That's
favorite
the
part.
dream collaboration.
You guys don't just have a great comic book. You have one of the best letter pages in comic books.
Well, how many letter pages are there? Like, what's
they're,
the?
they're starting to come back
Okay.
pretty,
that's great.
pretty big. There's a lot of Marvel alone,
it
but
'cause
you
of
guys
us?
are the best. You guys are the
I'll
gold
take it.
standard.
Thank you.
What do you put into the letters page that makes it stand out?
I mean, it's what we get from the readers.
Yeah.
We sense all this great stuff. There's all these great pictures of like cosplay, and
Mm-hmm.
we have a lot of squirrel biologists who read the
So
comics.
many squirrel biologists.
Yeah,
around
we
now.
have that
Comics
market
fans of
corner.
squirrel biology.
So
Yeah.
we get pictures of their squirrels they know, and it's just a
How
it's
do
just
you
a fun
know a
experience.
squirrel?
I mean,
squirrel
you
they
form a
know.
relationship with the squirrel.
Right.
How do you
There's
know a
also
dog?
people who
That's
like
true.
who rescue squirrels, so you know, like a lot of them can't be sent back in the wild, so you just
Yeah.
have this pet squirrel. It's the same
Yeah.
way you would know your dog. You just this is your pet squirrel.
Super great.
Little tippy toe of their
Yeah,
own.
yeah.
You know, speaking of the fans and all the people that reach out to you, you guys, I feel like, have been a really important part of reaching a different sort of fan base. A lot of younger women are really into this book. Were you kind of trying to reach that audience, or was that just kind of something that happened after?
I mean, I wanted the book to be inclusive for everyone because I feel like I remember sometimes comics can be intimidating and scary. I'm like, let's make a book that you don't have to know lots to enjoy. You can just dive in and enjoy the comic. And I feel like that kind of open door lets a lot of people through it, which is terrific. Especially people who wouldn't normally be reading comics. It's a wonderful medium, and I want more people to be reading it.
And I think we were more making a book that we wanted. We didn't know what the response was going to be at all
Hopefully
when it
people
came
like
out.
it.
I think if you make something that you really like, other people respond to it. Like, you're not pandering to anyone. You're just saying, hey, this is my thing, and I really enjoy it. I hope you like it too.
Yeah. I love it too. I mean, I've seen men dressed up as Squirrel Man, I guess.
I see you
Squirrel
kinda, like, pointed
Boy.
to me.
Squirrel Earl.
Earl.
Pointed to me as you're saying this.
Ben, specifically Ben
No, more
Morse.
just to
Where are
say,
the
like, I've
pictures,
seen
Ben?
men. This is a man.
For reference, ladies.
Yeah.
You're wondering what all the hubba's about.
Yeah. Here it is.
Oh, but that's something I love about the book is that it does reach men
Thank you.
and women in case you need a frame of reference.
Yeah,
Okay,
I've seen
that's
I've had
what I
people
am.
come up and be like, hey, my dad really likes this book. And I'm like, great. I love that.
Yeah. It's comics for dads.
Where did you guys come up with the computer science angle? Because you lean heavy into the computer science angle, which I think is great. I'm more interested.
This one.
I'm more interested in computer science than I ever have been in the past.
Oh, that's terrific.
I'm
That's terrific.
so fascinated by it now.
I have a couple degrees in the computer sciences.
Well, look at you.
Look at me, and I use them to
Wow.
write funny books.
Oh, yeah.
But I feel like there's a problem in STEM fields, especially computer science, where a lot of when I studied computers, my class had 50 people in it, and there were 2 women, and that's horrible. And there's no reason for that. There's nothing about computers that is intrinsically male.
No.
So the idea of having a CS major in our book who was female, I thought was great, and also like it's easy for me to write because I know what that stuff is. So that's always 2 reasons for it:
That's a nice
laziness and social progression.
Already all in your head.
Yeah.
So, as far as where Squirrel Girl is going in the near future, will we be seeing any interesting big bads in our future?
Yes.
And any that you can tease?
You heard it here
or-
first, folks. There will be villains in Squirrel Girl. Big
Actually,
time villains.
This weekend we realized we've never had a woman villain, so we've been
Yeah.
trying to brainstorm who that should be. We
Mhm.
found out that we can't use not Hellcat, Black Cat because she's in Hellcat right now. So we were like,
oh man,
but that would be a natural pairing.
But
to
also
put a cat
Black
against
Cat
a
and
squirrel.
Hellcat.
Yeah.
Cats hate squirrels.
Yeah.
They don't get along. Yeah.
No.
There's some trouble in paradise
except for
there.
the occasional really cute GIF.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Just
true.
adorable
Yeah.
babies.
Well, you guys, I think, expressed some interest in spinning the wheel.
Yeah,
Do
what
we
is
have
the
time?
wheel?
What is
yeah.
it?
Harry,
Maybe
do we have
one
time
spin.
for this? One spin?
One good spin.
All right, come on over.
We just
and
don't even know what
spin
the
as a
wheel
team.
is.
No,
You're gonna
this is-
find out.
This is how
Okay.
you find out.
spin?
Sure. Whoa.
This is how the magic happens. Ooh,
Wow,
good
that's
spin.
a strong spin. It's the strongest spin we've had in a while. All right, Lorraine, what do we got?
Alien
Racer
Racer cheese!
cheese!
Alien Racer cheese! You guys, this is the best game on the wheel. I don't know why it's not just Alien Racer cheese and we spin it and then we just say Alien Racer cheese. Maybe we can put one other so there's some guess
Some
to it.
risk to it.
Okay, guys.
You have
so
to
you're gonna
guess.
give me a number between 1 and 10. Then I'm
5.
gonna ask you. Do we already say
5,
5?
yeah.
5. Great. Number between 5 and 5.
He's going to give you a word, and you're going to tell us if that is an alien race within the Marvel Universe or a kind of cheese.
We got this.
Okay.
All right.
100%.
At the very least, we know our
Your
cheeses.
word
Yeah.
is Carillon.
How's it spelled?
CARILLON. Carillon.
I want to say cheese.
It's
See?
divided.
It seems so easy until
All right.
you get there.
Cheese.
I'm sorry, that's an
Ah!
alien race. It's actually a planet. It was introduced in Marvel Preview number 15 from 1978.
Of course.
But thank you for playing.
Thank you so much. You guys check out Squirrel Girl Beats Up the Marvel Universe and Unbeatable Squirrel Girl, and stay here. We're
They're
going to have
really
the
good.
cast of Teen Wolf coming
Yes.
up next. Stay here at Marvel Live, brought
Thanks
to you
for
by
coming on,
Marvel
guys.
of Contest of Champions. Thanks, guys.
Hey everybody, we are back with the cast of Teen Wolf.
Yes.
It's bittersweet.
Yep.
What do I say? You've been with us the whole run,
I know,
and now you're
dude.
leaving us.
You have become such a staple for me and the cast for Comic-Con. Every year, you guys are the sweetest. I've grown to love you guys. So this is very, very bittersweet for us.
I've never been sad at these things.
I know, right? It's
Do you need a hug?
Yes, please. Thank you.
She gives the best ones too.
Can I take the shield? Oh, you just
Can
want
we just
stuff.
take all
We're
this
having an
stuff now?
emotional moment.
Shield and the Infinity Glove.
So, I mean, so you guys, you come to all our all our San Diegos, all our New Yorks. I mean, is this the last time we see you guys ever?
We like to say the last until the reunion.
The reunion.
Oh,
Yeah. But
20
that's-
years from now.
Mhm.
So you're a Marvel guy. Do you know the Captain America theme song?
I hope you do.
Captain America throws his mighty
Shield. It avenges all of those who will not yield.
That's
With
it.
the something in the red and the white and the blue and his comes through when Captain America throws his mighty shield.
We gotta clap for that.
Yeah, that was that's a throwback. That's Saturday mornings when I was a kid.
So tell us about what you have that you're showing off at New York this year.
Oh, I got a lot.
Like
I got a song.
Personally, yeah. Teen Wolf wise, personally.
We
you can all
showed
sing
the new
too.
trailer. We showed.
Yep.
We showed the new trailer. We showed
the opening to the first episode.
the teaser for 601.
Tyler showed everybody his butt.
Yep.
The pants were on
The
though.
pants were on, which is different this season.
He
It's
showed,
different.
he showed a couple pretty hickeys that he's got.
I got a
That's
couple
good.
hickeys?
Yeah.
Can I ask where
Darn proud of those.
Where they came from? Can I ask where they came from? My girlfriend?
So, what are you doing a signing too?
I don't know. Honestly, we just kind of do whatever they tell us to do. But I fucking love every minute of it. We just had a panel, and we showed off the trailer and the teaser. We spoke to Entertainment Weekly, and we were on Sirius Radio. Ooh, Jeff's gonna go walk the floor. I got really emotional during the panel. We all kind of did, and before. Yeah, that's kind of what started it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm blowing up. Okay, I got to get back to the hospital apparently. Because nobody else works in that bitch. Okay, and they're telling me to get there ASAP.
So what can you tease about the last season of this show?
We're gonna kill people.
Okay.
Does everyone die?
Everyone.
Everybody dies.
It's like the last episode of Dinosaurs. Remember that TV show where there was a nuclear bomb and it just killed everyone? That's what we're doing.
Saddest episode.
They were like, by the way, the show is canceled, and the writers were like, okay, nuclear bomb.
You can go if you don't want to.
No, it was an asteroid. Yes, that's it.
If you don't want to watch this stream anymore, it's on YouTube. That last episode's on YouTube. So yeah, leave our show. Watch the dinosaurs.
asteroid
thing,
hit.
it's sad.
It's actual real footage of the dinosaurs being killed by an asteroid.
So there
How
will
the
be
hell
an-
they were able to get their
there
hands
will
on
be an
that?
asteroid in the last season of Teen Wolf.
Heard it
Massive
here first.
asteroid.
Is anybody else gonna walk the floor? Just you?
No.
I walked the floor in San Diego and found an amazing. Can we pitch San Diego too? Does that count? Yeah, where I found an
They're not
amazing
affiliated.
book. Not affiliated, but I had a great experience at Comic-Con walking the floor a couple months ago where I found a book called Art Toys, and now that I've met the artist, Brian McCarty, we're trying to do a project together, so that came from walking the floor at
I
Comic-Con.
know. I walked the floor and found the guy who specializes in pulp art, and it's amazing.
Fruit pulp?
Like yes, from fruit pulp they do art with yes, it is. It's
He's lying. He's
yeah.
lying.
No, I'm serious.
And it's a new Doctor Strange preview.
No, I'm making.
Not kidding.
No, it's not fruit pulp. It's you
Pulp
know
Fiction?
like old books.
Like pulp.
Oh, I thought
yeah,
you meant like orange
yeah,
juice
yeah,
pulp.
Pulp Fiction, and it's
These kids.
yeah.
These
no.
kids thinking that it was pulp.
You know, most fruit
Wait, did you
has
say
pulp.
the cast from Pulp Fiction is here?
I did.
Yes,
I did.
that's all what we thought.
Yeah.
No.
Railed fast.
Yeah, pulp up the
Yeah.
jam. Next question.
Did you have to wear a mask?
Uma!
Oprah?
Uma
Thurman. Oprah's here! Oprah!
Uma! Oprah!
Oprah.
Get started.
What's happening?
Tyler has to wear a mask or have security when he walks.
That's right.
I'm wearing a mask right now,
You can
so
wear
it doesn't
this.
matter.
You can wear one of these guys.
Yep.
Touche.
Captain America. We
Yeah,
got.
pull the beanie over my
we got a
face.
skull.
All I have
I
to
know
do
you
is
like
just
beanies.
change into flats, and I'm
Yeah.
unrecognizable.
Okay.
Spider-Man.
Where'd Tyler go?
Put this over your hand so they don't recognize
You could
you.
like
Yeah, my
rob a
hand is
bank
very
with that.
recognizable.
All right, we have 1 minute left.
Go.
All right, tell me, how can fans see the 5th season of Teen Wolf?
Sixth
season of Teen Wolf.
How can they see it?
Yes.
MTV.
And what
with
time?
their eyes.
when?
November.
Nobody watches TV.
15th?
No.
November
Okay.
15th. MTV.
Malia's not good
With your eyes.
Yes, you watch it with your eyes.
It's
November
on
15th.
Tuesday at 9.
Tuesdays at 9.
And now that this show's over, what do you want to promote?
Publicity
What's
is looking at
next?
me like,
Oh my God.
World domination.
So much. I've been doing a lot of projects. I'm directing. I'm producing. I have music. I have a podcast that just got bought by a network. Lots of stuff and some other stuff I'm not allowed to say.
Anyone else?
I would like to let the right one in.
Oh, snap! Another TV show I'm working on for TNT.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, 20 seconds left. We got to thank Juliana, the wonderful publicist.
Thank you, Juliana.
Yay, been
Thank
here
you.
every time. Guys, it's always been an honor
Can I see
having you on the
Dr.
show.
Strange?
It's always about you and your needs. Wow, every time I get him on. But no, thank you again. You've been here every time, and hopefully you can come back with all your news shows. We love you guys, and
Thank you.
thank you again. Stay tuned for more. We have Synchrony next. Let's clap them out, guys. Teen Wolf.
Yo, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I'm DJ Ben Morse, coming at you with the legendary rap master Greg Pak.
That's right.
We are ready to tear things up. Woo! Yeah, bring that enthusiasm, Greg. How
Let's
you
do
doing,
it.
man?
I'm doing well.
You doing great?
Happy to be here. Yes, thank you.
Having a
for
good New York Comic Con. You said this is your Comic Con.
This is this is my hometown, and
Wearing your Jeremy Lin jersey.
Yeah, I'm wearing my Jeremy Lin jersey. You know, number
Represent.
7. Yeah, this is the first con I ever went to as a pro. First con I ever tabled at. The first
Really?
New York Comic Con was my very first.
What year
con.
was that?
2006, maybe.
Look at how far you've
maybe
come.
2005. Yeah, you know.
Look how far we've all come.
Look how luxurious my beard
Look
has
how
become,
luxurious your beard
and how
is.
gray
Gotta
my
point-
temple has become.
Gotta point that out.
But-
Guys, if you have questions for Greg, please send them. Use the hashtag MarvelNYCC. But Greg, you're writing Totally Awesome Hulk.
Yes.
It's going really well. About a year in now?
Yeah, we
Give or
just
take?
issue 10 just hit.
How's it been? How's the first year been? What have you learned? What have you enjoyed? What have you experienced?
It's been nuts. You know,
Yeah.
it's been amazing. So
Totally Awesome.
Yes, it is the so we got Amadeus Cho as the new Hulk, and he is a 19-year-old kid who thinks he knows everything, thinks he's going to be the best Hulk ever, and of course he's got a lot to learn. So we're approaching that got a lot to learn stage of the story, you know. So things are getting serious. Right now he is hunting Clint Barton.
Yeah.
For reasons which, you know what, I'm just going to tell you. Clint Barton killed Bruce Banner.
Oh my
Shocking.
God. All right,
Horrifying.
spoilers, guys. Spoilers on Civil War 2.
There you go.
He's also going up against Black Panther.
Exactly.
Which has been really cool to see that kind of like battle of wits. Two of
Yeah.
the smartest guys in the Marvel Universe.
Exactly. And, you know, when you think about who could take on the Hulk, Black Panther has the brain power to take on Amadeus, and he's got the know-how and the gadgetry and the technology to take on the Hulk.
I love seeing the Black Panther Hulkbuster armor. That was a cool. Where did you come up with that?
Yeah, well, yeah, I came up with the idea, and then Mike Del Mundo designed it. He
Yes.
just killed it, you know.
Yeah.
So it's this kind of like giant, chunky panther, you know. So it's amazing.
What have you learned about Amadeus as a character this run? I mean, you've written him
Oh,
for
yeah.
years, but this is a totally
Yeah.
new incarnation.
That's a great question.
Thank
know?
you. I'm known for this.
I appreciate
Yeah.
your thoughtfulness.
Thank you. I
Um,
appreciate you.
we appreciate each other.
All
That's
right.
what we're trying to say.
Mutual appreciation.
There you go.
What was the question?
So, what I've learned about Amadeus is that I've learned what kind of Hulk he is. You know, like Banner is a Hulk who's driven by anger. You know what I mean? Like that's just the conditions of his childhood. He had a horrible childhood. I won't go into the details. Bill Mantlo and Peter David are amazing writers who both built up his
delved
his
into
past. Incredibly. And that left him with this terrible anger that he's always trying to push down, but that comes boiling over. Amadeus, you know. Yes, Amadeus' parents are dead because he's a Marvel hero. But his childhood was not. He's not a survivor of abuse the way Banner was.
Right.
He has a different kind of
He had
childhood.
a good childhood, a supportive
Yeah,
childhood.
exactly.
His parents were great.
He's always been, you know, the smartest kid in the room. He thinks he has a very high opinion of himself. And the more I worked on this, the more I realized, you know what, his trigger is pride. You know what I mean? Like
That's really
he
interesting.
thinks too much of himself, and that's what's going to get him in trouble. And if that pride gets challenged, that's where he's going to enter danger territory. That's where he becomes very dangerous as the Hulk, when he is trying to catch up in that kind of a way, when he thinks when he's been shown up in some ways. So and you know, he gets called out on that, and some interesting things will result.
Well, I was going to mention, speaking of the calling out, I love one of the aspects of the book I love is his relationship with his sister,
Oh, yeah.
Maddie, who's a key supporting player, and really you gave him a supporting cast for the first time. Where did that decision come from, and how has it paid off?
Yeah, well, way back when Fred Van Lente and I were co-writing the Incredible Hercules
Yes,
storyline,
one-
where
just a great
thank
book.
you. So
Check it out on Marvel Unlimited.
there you go. Amadeus, you know, was the co-star of that whole storyline, and we had this whole plan that we were going to reveal his sister, Madame Curie, Maddie
Love it,
Cho.
love
You
it.
know, so they had very aspirational names given
Yeah.
to them by very aspirational parents. You know, and so we weren't able to actually work Maddie into that storyline back in the day. But for this one, it just made sense. I wanted to have. I just love the idea of Amadeus having this younger sister. Kind of kicking his butt throughout, you know what I mean? Because he's always going too
great.
far. When he becomes the Hulk, he has zero self-control to begin with, and so when he's the Hulk, it's even worse. And so she's this great kind of younger sister who knows better, and it's just a really fun dynamic. I think I was probably inspired a bit by. I mean, I remember back in the day reading Catcher in the Rye and the Holden Caulfield Phoebe relationship.
nice.
You know how he's got this much more sensible younger sister. So that's probably
This guy is smart, guys. If you're not paying attention,
but-
Greg Klock knows his book learning.
but I mean, it's a different kind of relationship. But there's you know that I don't see that many brother sister things in comics too. You know what I mean? And so, but it was a blast bringing Maddie in. And but yeah, big stuff is happening with that though,
Yeah.
because Amadeus is pushing the envelope in some big ways during the course of the storyline. And you know, Maddie's always been on his tail about stuff, but he may go too far. And what happens when he goes too far?
You know what the other time Catcher in the Rye has been referenced in terms of Marvel is?
When's that?
J.D. Salinger's son, who played Captain America in 1990.
Are you serious?
Look it up. It happens. Rubber ears on the mask.
That's
Greg,
awesome.
getting back to you.
Yes.
You've had a year of kind of getting to keep the Hulk to yourself. You know, it was really you were writing the book and bringing in people from the outside. But now as you had Civil War 2 play a role,
Yep.
and he, as of this week, is one of the champions.
Yes.
How does that affect how you write the character? Are you going to be working with Mark Waid? Are you going to
Yeah.
be kind of coordinating? How's that all work?
Yeah, so we traded notes early on when Mark started working on the Champions, and
Mhm.
I gave him this big brief about, he asked he kind of wanted to know like what the deal was, sort of straight from the horse's mouth. So I wrote up a big thing for him and all that, and so the editors are really keeping track of everything and making sure that the storylines don't conflict and that they help each other. And I've read the first few issues of the Champions, and it's awesome.
Yeah, it's the first issue was great.
Yeah. And the same thing happened when Amadeus showed up in Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur.
Sure.
So he's popped up in a number of books, and I love it. I mean, that's kind of the highest praise
Sure.
you can get when.
That's the beauty of it, a shared universe, getting to see your own creation
Yeah.
used by other people.
Exactly, it's just amazing. So and it's been a lot of fun. So people are digging into him. So it's
Yeah.
been good.
One of the kind of recurring things is his mission to collect these giant monsters.
Yep.
That seems to be recurring in the book as you go through other stuff. Well, is that all leading somewhere?
Yes. I'll say no more.
So coy, so coy. All right, flipping that, I want to talk to you about. We were just talking before we came on the air about the issue you had drawn up by the great Alan Davis.
Yes.
Incredibly emotional issue. Basically, the send off to Bruce Banner before he got, spoilers, killed in Civil War II. You, of course, worked for years on the Hulk. What
Mhm.
was it like to say goodbye to that character and getting the opportunity to say goodbye to that
Yeah,
character?
no, it was amazing. They told me about 8 months, 6 or 8 months ahead of time, what the plan was with
Sure.
Banner. And so it gave us time to plan a lot and do these send-off issues.
Mhm.
And I love that character.
Right.
I mean, Bruce Banner is one of those characters that I've just, for whatever reason, have just connected with from the beginning. He was always my favorite Marvel character from the time I was a little kid. And so to have the chance to dig in and do these sort of like, I love you, Bruce issues.
Right, so
you
you
know,
got to
has
do the
been-
Totally Awesome
been
Hulk, and you
amazing.
also did the Fallen one.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. And I've grown to love that whole supporting cast, and we got to do an issue that where everybody we got everybody's sort of reaction to his. We got a number of characters in there who got to kind of, without knowing it, say goodbye.
Mhm.
Because it was before what happened to him, and then in the Fallen issue, we get to see how his death reverberates through everybody, and also how he cared for them. I mean, I think that was the big thing about Banner is that, we think of him as a loner. Hulk, Hulk just wants to be alone.
Yeah.
Just leave Hulk alone. But Banner also. He's got this huge supporting cast. He's
Yeah,
got a
you gave him a
family.
family,
Yeah, and I think that's the thing about him. He always felt this huge connection and responsibility to all the people around him and this family. Only some of them who are actually blood relatives, but I think that family connection and the way he has cared for his family is a big part of what makes him a hero. And there's a way in that Fallen book where he, even in death, he takes care of folks. We do this thing with a kitchen timer. Just a little $5 kitchen timer that he gives everybody. And he says, as depending on how I died, he leaves a message for folks. Depending on how I died, I don't know what you're feeling, but one thing I've learned is just to take 3 minutes, before you do anything. And this is the guy who has the biggest anger issues of all, but he gives everybody this kitchen timer, and you crank that timer and you just wait 3 minutes, and that moment, being able to have that moment of quiet for these characters and that time to it felt really good, and I was hugely grateful to my editors and for sort of getting supporting that and pushing for those emotional moments. It was one of those books where I'm typing, I'm tearing up as I type. You know what I mean? Like
So sensitive.
yes, I'm very sensitive.
So what's coming up next in Totally Awesome Hulk? What can you tease us with, tantalize us?
I'm wearing this T-shirt not just because I am perhaps New York's greatest Jeremy Lin fan. No, but also because Jeremy Lin is going to co-star
No way.
in the Totally Awesome Hulk
Oh my
in
God.
issue number 13 and issue
know
number
that.
14. I know. I'm springing this on you for the
Yeah,
first
seriously,
time.
this is news. We got breaking news here on Marvel Live.
So Jeremy Lin, the point guard for the Brooklyn Nets, is going to be co-starring with Amadeus Cho in the world's greatest Asian American sports hero and the world's biggest Asian American superhero are going to be teaming up in Totally Awesome Hulk 13 and 14. That's
very cool.
December and January, I think.
Have you communicated with Jeremy?
I have communicated with Jeremy's people. I haven't
Okay.
communicated directly with Jeremy yet.
Well, soon he's going to have to get in touch with you now that you've made him a superhero. Very cool. Greg, before we let you go, where can people follow you online?
Yeah.
Where can they find you on social media?
Right.
Where can they hear more about what's up with Greg Pak?
My website is just gregpak.com. That's GREGPAK.com. And I'm also just Greg Pak on Twitter, GREGPAK. Oh, yeah, and then there's the Instagram thing.
Instagram. That's a new that's a thing that's happening for people now.
Kids like it, apparently.
Love it.
It's Greg Pak Pix, P-I-X.
Very cool. Greg, thanks for joining us. Guys, do check out Totally Awesome Hulk. We're going to be taking you to a tour of the Square Enix booth coming up next. We've got a lot of guests still to come. We've got a lot of news still to come. If you've missed anything, be sure to go to marvel.com/NYCC2016. Check out our live vlogs. Check out our pictures. Check it all out. And we're going to be back here with more great guests. But like I said, first up, it's going to be the Square Enix booth tour right here on Marvel Live, New York Comic Con 2016.
Hey Marvelites, I am here at the Square Enix booth at New York Comic Con 2016 with our friend Kelsey, and we have some awesome new Marvel figures that are going to be debuting. Can you show us a little bit about them and tell us a little?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been doing our Marvel Universe limited color versions on display here. So here we have Venom, actually. It's just our standard version of Venom from the Marvel Universe variant Play Arts Kai line. So this is our Square Enix spin on classic Marvel characters. And so we obviously like to take this really exciting character of Venom and really ratchet up the drama. And we also have, of course, Spider-Man, as you can see next to him. And then also we have a limited color version of Spider-Man, which is actually a color variant inspired by Venom. So you can see lots of dynamic posing and lots of cool accessories available for both figures.
And what I like really that is so different about Square Enix figures is you have a lot of like different webbing and pieces that you can kind of alternate, and they're articulatable, right?
Yeah, there's some light articulation in a lot of the sort of webbing that you have for Spider-Man. And then obviously the figures themselves are really highly articulated, at least 26 points of articulation on each of these. So you can do lots of really cool and really dynamic posing. And then we also have an Iron Man as well. And as you can see, we've included all kinds of cool effect pieces so you can make it look like Iron Man is flying. And there's also missiles that shoot out of his thighs. And so he got a lot of posing and a lot of accessories that come along with each of these figures. And each one just includes a display stand inside the packaging that you can put together so you can get them to hold all these great poses. And so then down here, we're debuting for the first time in the US our Wolverine Marvel Universe variant. We're so excited to show off Wolverine. He's obviously a classic Marvel character, beloved by so many with such an iconic silhouette. And so we're showing him off for the first time in color in the US, and I can't wait to share with you guys where you can get him for pre-order, but he's just not available yet. And next to him, of course, a huge fan favorite at any Comic-Con is Deadpool. And so we're so excited to show off our prototype of Deadpool from the Marvel Universe variant line. And we can't wait to show him to you in color, hopefully by the next show. And then finally, we have a Carnage-inspired limited color version of Venom. So you can see both Venoms actually come with this amazing like tongue lolling out of his mouth, and his jaw has a little bit of light articulation there. So it's really, really posable.
And then well, all of these figures are absolutely gorgeous. What do the prices sort of run?
So for most of our Marvel limited color versions that you see on sale here today, it's $120, and then the Venom, he's a little bit bulkier, a little bit more plastic involved, so it's $130 for Venom. As for Wolverine and Deadpool, nothing's been announced yet, but probably it's going to be around that same range, or maybe $150.
All right. And where can fans who are not at the con over this weekend, where can they
pre-order or check out?
Online store, we have pre-orders for all of our products available there. And then, of course, you can always also go to your local comic book shop, your hobby shop, and just ask them to pre-order one for you from any of our major distribution partners.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. You guys stay right here on Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016. Stick around.
We're the real hustlers of Hollywood. We've been in worse jams than this. What about the time when we was all locked up in the basement with Arsenio Hall?
That was just you.
Okay, then what about the time we got accidentally drugged?
Nah, that was also just you.
What about the time we was run over, tricked, beat up, knocked down?
We weren't there, Kevin.
I am tired of playing the fool in here. Nick, take off your turban. I'm gonna tie that with Dwayne's suspenders, and I'm gonna get this door open. Nelly, while I'm doing it, sing country grammar so I can get mad.
Real Husbands of Hollywood returns at a new time, Tuesday, October 11th at 9.
I did.
Hello, New York! Sorry, maybe you didn't hear me. I said, hello, New York! I'm the Ghost Rider. Come on. For those of you that don't know, ow! Hi, I'm Jeff Loeb. And welcome to Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. New York Comic Con panel. We're going to have an awful lot of fun today. I'm incredibly happy to... I'm incredibly happy to tell you that there are going to be some surprises that are really not scripted. Just to start off, I think, you guys need to be a little warmed up for what's coming to you. So I'm going to try something that always fails. But tonight we're going to try to do it some other way. So here we go. This is what we want to do, because there's going to be some people here that you guys like. And so let's start with, okay, so how many groups are there? This group over here, right over here, you guys get to say Coulson. Can I hear Coulson? I like that. That's good. It's all right. It's a little anemic. And then you guys over here get to say Quake. Is it me? Quake. Okay, you'll get there. Okay, and then you guys have the hardest job of all, and that's everybody. If you're on the top, you get to yell this too. You guys have 2 words, which is Ghost Rider. So can you give me that? Ghost Rider! You guys have got a lot of, that's a good group. They got 2 words, and they're doing a good job. You guys here, I don't even know what's going on. All right, so let's try this. So when I point to you, not at the same time, you do this, okay? Ready? So. That was awesome. New is awesome. We love coming here. As many of you who have ever gone to any one of our panels, we'd like to start off by thanking some people that make everything that happens possible. I need to start off with our friends at Marvel, Alan Fine, Dan Buckley, Joe Quesada. Mike Pasciullo and his incredible team are the reason why we can physically be here. Over at ABC, our home network, Ben Sherwood, Channing Dungey, Patrick Moran, Andy Kubitz, Nate Bond, Joe DeSante, Sarah Hughes, and then the people that are near and dear to me, the people that work at Marvel Television and are there for me every day to try to make this happen, and that's Jim Corey and Kareem Drake and Megan Thomas Bradner and Emma Fleischer, and then the folks that some of you know because you've seen them on the stage or you've heard them talk, or you've been incredibly generous to them in social media, and I thank you for all of that. And that's the people that actually make the show, our executive producer and showrunner, Jeff Bell, our co-creators, Jed Whedon and Marissa Tancherone. There's one guy who I can never sing enough praises about. Every week we give him a script which is completely unproducible, and yet he somehow manages to make that happen, and that's Gary Brown. Our post-production supervisor, which, as you can imagine, for those of you that understand filmmaking at all, it all has to get edited and put together and all kinds of stuff, and that's Chris Cheremy. And then a guy we're going to talk a lot about tonight, who's our visual effects supervisor, because believe it or not, we don't take Gabe and just pour lighter fluid on his head. Although that would be interesting, don't do that at home. And that's Mark Kolpak. And so if you could all get in New York kind of great, that would be awesome. And then it wouldn't be a Marvel panel if I didn't tell you that Marvel spends more money on security than they do on the show. The show's expensive. And so here's the thing. We're gonna have a lot of fun tonight. We're gonna show you stuff that nobody else is gonna get to see. You're gonna get a chance to meet some folks that hopefully you're gonna enjoy listening to. You saw one of them come right out here. You were just yelling their names, so you have a pretty good idea. But all that happens for you guys. Like this should be us. This is our way of saying thank you to you, to thank you to New York, to thank you for everybody for staying with this show for now in our 4th season. And so all I ask you is that while we're up here, take pictures, have a nice day. But once we put something up on one of these screens, don't shoot the screen. Because what's going to happen is, believe it or not, there are SHIELD agents that are walking up and down this corridor, and they are wearing night vision goggles. I am not kidding you. And they'll take your phone, and then you're going to be having an upset day. And I don't want anybody to have an upset day or night. So that's that. Don't record. Be a friend of SHIELD. And so now I've got all that out of the way, we can start to have some fun. And the best way to have fun is to bring some guests out here. And so, look, when we first set out to bring Ghost Rider into the show, it was not an ask because, somebody has to not just play the role of a guy with flames coming out of his head, but to bring Robbie Reyes to life. And it was a unique opportunity for us to be able to find an extraordinarily talented actor who could fit almost immediately in with his family that has stayed together for what's already been 66 episodes, and together for almost 3 years now. And to introduce a new person into that environment is always a challenge. He's done it with dignity, he's done it with elegance, and he's done it with a whole lot of sexy charm. I think you guys have really just in 2 episodes, you've seen what we saw. Ladies and gentlemen, I proudly introduce to the New York Comic Con, Gabriel Luna. Wherever he goes, that car goes. Our second guest is no stranger to the crowds here. You guys are extraordinarily generous with her because she's an incredibly special person, both on screen and off screen. You first met her as Sky, you then met her as Daisy, and you now know her as Quake, Chloe Bennett.
What's up? How you guys? Hi. I can't see you, so I'm just.
This,
Odd.
you know, doing this at night is different than doing it during the day.
Y'all are crazy.
There's a thing that happens every day that we get to go to work, and it is we get the pleasure of working with a man who made the show possible, but who has been our captain and who has made sure that whether you call him director or whether you call him agent, that we just make a great show. We make a great show because he's a terrific actor and an even better man, and that is our friend Agent.
I don't know why I did that.
We'll have a water bottle throwing contest at some point. So guys, welcome to New York Comic Con. New York Comic Con, welcome to the guys.
Thank you.
We are gonna do some Q&A somewhere out there as a mic or something. I'll figure that out. I'll ask a couple questions and we'll get started in a little bit. I'm gonna start with Gabe. Explain to these folks that we don't actually pour lighter fluid on your head, but they've now
Not
seen
for lack of trying.
but they've now seen you transform into this character. How does that happen? What? Give away some of the secrets that are behind
the actual
the Ghost Rider
process?
Yeah, like the thing that you have to wear.
Yeah, so
It's the worst, you guys.
it's kind of goofy looking, yeah. But so you put a big shroud on your head, like a motorcycle shroud. It did, in fact, have a skull on it to begin with, which was really cool and scary. But then they cut all the skull parts out. It made me look like a Christmas tree.
They literally wrap Christmas lights over your
Basically,
face.
yeah. And then,
Really high tech.
And then they put I already have freckles, but then they put like a ton more dots on my face. So I'm walking around with a bunch of dots on my face. So they can track the facial expressions and try to make the orbital sockets of the skull move. And and then I wear this like bib because
It's a cool bib, bro. It's a really cool bib.
That's not for Ghost Rider. That's just.
It's like
for
top 3
creative.
toughest bibs I've ever seen.
Yeah.
it looks like a nun's habit.
And when we have lobsters at lunch, you're all good. Every time.
It's an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. bib.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I put it on and I think I got it from a nun and my skin started burning. It's the demon inside me. But yeah, if anyone's seen the show, it's not all, it's not all for naught. They killed it. I mean, we play the Ghost Rider together. Mark Kolpak, Ann Foley, costume designer, Eric Norris, Morgan Benoit, the stunties, and we do it together.
And Clark, when you first saw the finished version of it, you said something came out of your mouth that would not have happened otherwise. What was it that you described?
What does that mean?
Whoa, dude.
Reaction.
I mean, I tell you stuff. I don't think it's going to be for everybody. I mean,
it's still a family show.
I was eating an enchilada and it came out of my.
No,
Use
an expression. You used an expression.
What
That's
Jeff
the
is
word.
not saying is that when he told me Ghost Rider was coming to the show, I'll be honest, I saw the movies.
You're just going to get me in trouble, aren't
No
you?
offense, no offense. No, I just was nervous.
Offense.
We're, that's the movies. We're making a TV show every 8 days. Okay, you need to settle down. If you're the same person who was talking a little bit loudly to my young friend here, because that sucker's going down. Anyway, I was nervous about it. Our show is based in science. Some of the coolest characters on the show are Fitz and Simmons. And when they kiss, a nerdy angel gets its wings. And Sky, the former Sky, powerful science people. And we tried to ground everything, even the crazy shit that happens on our show, in some kind of science stuff.
You mean the stuff?
Stuff, yeah, that stuff. In science, and so it was, we were very nervous about it, and then we saw this spectacular bandana of destiny that Gabriel is wearing, and we were still a little bit nervous, and so we, the way the timing it works, we don't get to see it until the premiere, and we saw the premiere, and I mean, look, we already had seen this incredibly charismatic character that Gabriel was bringing, and we just hoped the VFX could live up to that, and they were so amazing, we felt like they did. Cool. I don't know what came out of my mouth, but it was probably important.
I love you, boss.
So you were. It's simple to say you were stoked by what you saw.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I only said that an hour ago. That's so sad. Yes, because I've been in California for a while, even though I'm from here, I was stoked.
Chloe, you have one of the biggest challenges of the show, which is that your character keeps evolving.
Different name for each season.
Yes.
I think we should just keep going, don't you?
It is.
Yeah.
And so right now it feels like you're very much outside the family. Can you talk a little bit about the dynamic between you and Gabe and the character of Robbie Reyes and what's going on?
It's interesting because we go back to work and it's like, oh my God, I'm going back to school and the gang's getting back together and I was so excited, and then I was like, oh, I'm alone every day in my van shooting by myself with so much makeup on my face. And it was a little anticlimactic at first, and then I had my first couple of days with Gabe, and it was really, really fun. She's in a dark place, which happens when you find your parents and your mom tries to kill you, and then you try to kill your mom, then your dad has to kill your mom, then you have to brainwash your dad, and then your other boyfriend's Nazi Hydra.
Talk about the boyfriends.
And then the other one dies trying to save you from the other boyfriend that was a Nazi Hydra and now octopus thing.
You lost two ex-boyfriends in one episode.
Yes.
Can we talk about your choice of men? What's going on there?
Another
Her Tinder profile's taking a hit, I'm just saying.
Thanks, guys. So it's been a difficult couple of years. This is definitely her season of rebellion and her kind of taking time to figure out what exactly she is feeling. And
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. We are brought to you by Kabam's Marvel Contest of Champions, and I am Ben Morse. That is something you need to know.
I'm Lorraine Singh, questionable whether you need to know it or not, and we're here with Dan Silver of ABC. Welcome.
Dan, welcome.
You don't need to know who I am, but that's totally fine. Nice to meet you guys.
So you're here to talk about...
Bring the level way down.
But this is so beautiful. There's a video that's going around that you can actually watch at Marvel.com. A lot of this art. Where did this project start?
So just without Marvel. So this is a Marvel comic. You can see it at abcnews.com/Madrid. If you're here at Marvel, who's who on, and not summer before, we brought story images of people. Obviously, a news report we were on, and one of the things that one of our reporters, Reem Momtaz, did was she identified someone within a town of this people and publishing just human face because one of the things we try to do at ABC is separate ourselves through the storytelling, make it very relatable, take the news, dig down, make it personal, so you feel that yes, this is a conflict that's and visualize this. That's really coming. That's how it happened. If it was going to do
That really pops onto the comic book. Books are neat medium, marrying words and art. This story is one that.
Comic book fan is a person. She's a person, but she has a singular perspective, singular character in this world. It just happens to be a real world. I think that's a good reason to start to think about. There was no news organization trying to get in. So Dalibor is really the text building the world. I mean, it's one of the ways of creating art.
And interesting is actually the writer editors.
Very much.
And so from their
Oh, absolutely. And we to say that we heard a life but a voice.
Yeah.
And that's what sort of happened was from that we were able to, as journalists and storytellers, we collaborated very closely with our weekly journalists that we are, and speaking consulting and colors.
More about Dalibor Talajic first, the artist, incredibly talented. What kind of challenges did he face having to basically work with people who have not worked in comics before, and kind of he almost had to be the one leading the story in some senses?
So I want to start by saying that it was wonderful. He was a related historian, someone who lived in the Civil War and understood what the world conflict and affects someone personally is that he was absolutely what he brought to the and I've never actually talked about it the way that I like to think about it. Obviously, there's research you can look at photos, but I believe that what we see probably some personal thing he might have visuals. I'm sure that he brought to it and comic books. We couldn't have got any better.
Yeah, and it's really interesting about this. You know, we think of comics as this four-color medium that's really bright and poppy, which is probably
it was very good a little bit. And right up front from the time, almost that when we chose Dalibor, it was, well, this is kind of the direction. Right from the start, depicted was discussed.
Actually understand kind of what it is.
It's been a way for us, between the people that worked on this. She was ours for so cared so deeply about it, and we always wanted to bring it the public, have them experience it, receive people read the story, and if it's shining a new light on what's going on, that's really the intention, right? But if people are just learning about this for the first time because the news is great, but then if we can bring Marvel fans in who may not have known what's going on, that's the goal here, to leverage it. But then again, with the plan for schools, and we're already hearing from educators room, so it's been social media is embracing. She's turning we open to this switch going on, but the beauty of it is it's not fake. This is
one last question. You know, I think of everyone has a camera, and it is easy to just view things as statistics instead of people that in the future to sort of to issues.
It's there's a long history. There's mouse, there's apples, and as stories, we try to think as people these things related, and when there's no story.
Yeah.
So the way that this has been received, that it wasn't, oh, this is just some sort of the sincere intent that we have more of. So I want to be like, episode 2.
Right. I want to have an episode 2.
And she's free, and that would be amazing.
So one time, people
Marvel.com, but really the deep dive page with a profile of Dalibor and a making of about the comic is abcnews.com/Medayamom. ABC News Medayamom.
There you have
Dan,
it.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to try to get to the other side of this break. Oh, hello. I'm Ben Morse, and you're watching Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016.
I'm Lorraine Sink, and we're joined by artist Nick Varela. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me.
First time on Marvel Live.
First time.
Yes.
We're going to make a big splash.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Nick, you had a big debut last week, All New Wolverine. Your work has finally
Yeah.
come out on that. What's it like taking on a story like Enemy of the State 2?
Oh, it's very exciting, and I have a big shoes to fill for that one.
Are you enjoying drawing Jonathan the Wolverine?
Yes, he's my favorite part.
I think you bring such lovely, I mean, he's such a lovely little sweet character anyways, but I feel like you bring such good movement to him. Do you have like a key to finding movement in your work?
Well, I actually have a dog, so I use
you have a reference?
The reference, yeah. Yeah, she's adorable, but she's a handful.
Well, so is Jonathan.
There's a lot of, you've got a whole cast in All New Wolverine. You've got Laura, you've got Gabby, you've got a bunch of different characters. How do you kind of differentiate between the characters and make sure everyone has their own unique look?
Well, actually, sometimes I actually draw inspiration from real life. Believe it or not, I actually use my sister for a lot of the reference.
wow, okay.
Yeah, she's been my model for a very long time.
Oh, that's so cool. And do you guys live together?
No, we don't live together, but when, when
Yeah.
we used to, especially. But
Yeah.
now I just call her up sometimes, and I'm just like, can you pose for me? Can you do that? Or
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah,
What's the age difference?
6 years.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah. But it's not that much of a difference. But everybody thinks that I'm younger. They think she's older.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is she taller? Is that why?
Yes.
That's what it usually is.
Yeah, I'm very short.
So, so when you're drawing, is there a particular medium you like to use? I assume most people draw electronically now, but is there a program or a way you like working?
Yeah, I actually work digitally. I work in Manga Studio.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's typically how I work now these days. Before that, I used to work sort of like a hybrid way where I would just do the layouts digitally, and then I would print it out on board and then draw and then ink on that.
Oh, wow. And do you do a lot of your own inking?
Yes.
Oh, all of it?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Before you worked on All New Wolverine, you were on Hyperion, which had some totally really gross scenes.
Yeah.
It was just made me very uncomfortable.
Which ones are you talking about?
You know, the stuff where like the worms and
Yeah.
How was that?
That was excellent. I
Yeah.
love that. Well, because my favorite movie is The Thing.
Oh,
my
yeah?
favorite horror movie, yeah.
It was kind of like getting to draw the equivalent of a horror movie with superheroes in it.
Yeah.
So how did your love of horror come to play in your work on that book?
Well, just by looking at it. All the grossness. Yeah, I don't typically shy away from things like that. I enjoy it very much, which I wonder what that says about me.
Doesn't say anything wrong. No.
It means you don't have that thing where you guys.
What?
So you know this disorder, or it's not a disorder, it's a thing that people have where if you look at pods, it makes your skin itch.
I've never heard
I
of this.
couldn't
You
even.
mean like holes or things
Yeah,
like
if you look
that?
at things with pods or holes, it makes your skin itch. Anybody who has that knows right now because they're like, ew.
Why are you doing
But-
that to the people watching?
Because I have it too. It's creepy.
Oh, man.
But that would like give me
Yeah.
nightmares.
Well,
honestly.
sometimes, like, if I see somebody getting hurt in a film or a book, sometimes it'll manifest pain, like, in my arms or my
Mhm.
legs. Like, I'll get that sometimes.
As far as the work like that, is there other things that you like to lean into, like genre-wise?
Well, I guess, I don't know. I mean, I just kind of pull from everything.
Mhm.
Like, it could be just, like, a line from a book, a song, anything. And that sort of just gives me inspiration.
Do you like to listen to music while you draw?
No, I don't.
Really?
Yes.
Do you need total silence?
Yes.
Okay.
It's such a weird thing. Everybody asks me that, and I say,
Mm.
no, I cannot listen to any music because when I listen, I see too many colors. It's very
Oh.
distracting. I don't know, it's weird.
That's
it's very
so
strange.
cool.
Now, your entry into Marvel was when you were working on the 1872 book,
Mhm.
correct?
No, actually, it was Return of the Living Deadpool.
That's right. You did
Yeah.
Return of the Living Deadpool. All right.
How
so
perfect then.
You really got to start out with the horror influence.
Yeah.
How was that book? What were like kind of some of the challenges and good stuff of working
Oh,
on
I
that book?
loved it so much, especially working with Cullen. I actually told Jordan that it's like The Professional meets Deadpool and zombies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Are there any sort of artists that influence you in that kind of work?
Actually, nobody was really influencing me, but I heard a lot of people said that they felt like it looked a little like Paul's work, Paul Pope's.
Oh, I
yeah,
can
they
see
got
that.
a sense of that, especially with the movement from the zombies and everything. So I thought, oh, that's very interesting.
That's not a bad comparison to get.
No, I know, he's amazing.
Is that something that, as an artist, I feel like there is a lot of interesting comparison between artists and art styles. Is that something that you like and welcome, or are you like, nah, that's a Varela?
I don't even know what a Varela is yet.
Start saying that now
It is
immediately.
Varela. It's the way I do those eyes. No, I don't know. No, but actually who I do love, who I draw a lot of inspiration from is Garcia Lopez.
Mhm.
He is my favorite.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, I actually just saw him
Oh,
in the
yeah.
Artist Alley. Yeah, I said hello to him before. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You're drawing an Artist Alley. What commissions have been your favorite so far for the convention?
The best one I got was Mighty Max.
Oh.
I used to love watching that all the time when I was a kid. Yeah.
Oh, very cool.
To get back to 1872, the
Mhm.
project that you worked on, that's another genre. You got to draw westerns. What were some of the unique things you got to do during a Marvel Western? Because that was a very unique and cool book.
Well, probably the coolest thing that I worked on that was Deadpool.
Hmm.
I really got to enjoy like reimagining him as like a gunslinger.
Mhm.
That was my favorite bit. And actually, that's the one character that I get asked about most because people, you know, they're just like, you made a long-haired Deadpool. I said, I know.
I know I did that.
I know I did it. Thank you.
I think that we should have Nick spin the wheel
I think it's
because
time.
honestly, you have been more excited about the wheel than anybody
Yes.
who's walked up. You've been
Let's
like,
do it up.
you have a game wheel.
Yeah.
We do. All right,
Okay.
let's get ready. Come on over.
Spin the wheel. You have to
this
do
with
it.
me?
You,
Okay.
you want me to hold it for you? You got it. You got two hands.
Okay. Let me just.
Wheel of spinning. It did feel right. I don't know.
Who we got?
Fight, marry, kill.
Oh, fight, marry, kill.
We're going to give you three characters, and you're going to say who you'd like to fight, who you'd like to marry, or who you'd like to kill. Because this
Okay.
is PG-13.
Yeah.
And choose a number between, let's say, 1 and 10.
5.
Good old 5.
Okay,
Lucky
good old
number
5 coming back again. So, Nick Varela, fight, marry, or kill with Wolverine, Ghost Rider, and Marvel Boy. Wolverine, Ghost Rider, Marvel Boy, fight, marry, kill.
I think I'd like to fight Wolverine. And I
Wrong
think-
answer.
No.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
You're right. I
Very
would lose.
dangerous.
I know, but still.
Yeah. You can say you did it.
Probably then I'd marry Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Because he's like Hades, and I'll be his Persephone.
Oh,
All
wow.
right.
Nice.
Nice.
And I'll kill Marvel Boy because, you know, whatever.
Because why? Why not?
Why not? Why not? Exactly.
We got time for one more spin.
Okay,
this
let's do
again.
it.
She
One
was
more-
excellent at that.
What does it say? It says secret love or secret dud.
Oh my
We
God.
are going to give you a couple. You're going to say, were they in love or were they nothing? A
Okay.
dud.
Okay.
And choose a number between 1 and 10.
I'll choose 10.
I like that Ben counts out loud. It's really precious, you guys.
All right. Secret love or secret dud.
Okay.
Nick Varela, Tigra, and Gambits.
We've had this
Tigra
one.
and Gambits.
Secret love or secret dud?
Dud.
Correct. It's a secret dud. You have totally conquered the wheel. You have made it. You're, you know what. I'm not going to use that. Where can people find you on social media? Where can people follow you and learn more about your work?
I'm at Nick_IT and NickVarela.com.
Very cool.
There you go. Thank you so much. You guys
Thank
stay
you.
right here on Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions. We'll be back very shortly, so stick around.
another
Her
story.
Tinder profile's taking a hit. I'm just saying.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, so it's been a difficult couple of years. This is definitely her season of rebellion and her kind of taking time to figure out what exactly she is feeling, and she kind of runs into this guy who, from the outside, seems like they're pretty similar. And I think, obviously we didn't get along at first. But this guy killed it because our first episode, we had like a massive fight sequence. Did you guys see it? When we had like flaming shelves and we were in this junkyard with like heroin needles everywhere. It was great. He
She's
killed
so
it.
lovely. She didn't deserve to die, right?
It was
Of course she
really,
deserved to die.
but he did such a good job, and it was really fun.
But I'm not the one who decides. So.
Clark, you also have had a journey. You came back from the dead, thankfully. And we got to have some fun with you as Agent Phil Coulson, and then Nick Fury, our own Sam Jackson, anointed you as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., which you and I had talked about, sort of like a childhood fantasy thing, was like the coolest thing in the world. But now you're back being Agent Coulson, and there's a new guy, director Jeffrey Mays, played by Jason O'Mara. What's that? See, he's been in one episode, and we get a whoop whoop. What's it like? Because I don't think anyone here actually has ever experienced working for a boss they don't like. I know that's a new concept, all you bosses out there. But what's that like?
Yeah, it was a big day for Phil Coulson when the One-Eyed Wonder, Nick Fury, showed up and handed him the Cube of Destiny with all the secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D. and his giant destroyer weapon from the Avengers, which he had missed during his time being dead. And it was a big day and a big honor. And at the same time, toward the end of last season, he's on the super plane, on the Zephyr 1, sending his team into scary labs and dark alleys up there, and not helping. And it wasn't really. I think he started to miss the days of being first name agent. So, really? Agent Phil. No, I think Phil would be. So he's, I think, to a certain extent, relieved to kind of be back in the field, but then he has to turn S.H.I.E.L.D. over to somebody else, and this new guy seems a little more interested in focus groups than the history of S.H.I.E.L.D. So it's, once again, the tremendous writers, Mo and Jed Whedon and Jeff Bell, and the captain himself, Jeff Loeb, they've come up with amazing new stories. We got LMDs, we got an introduction to some magical stuff that so far seems kind of strange. And thank you, that was so easy. Which, there's also a movie, I think, with a guy named Benedict Cumberbatch. Have you heard of this? Yes, we're a fan too, especially Chloe.
I'm a Cumberbatch.
So we're very excited to see where this journey takes us, and Coulson, I think, is very eager to get his Chloe back from following Nine Inch Nails on the road and to come back into the thing of S.H.I.E.L.D. And I just have to take one moment just to say, I was very dead at the end of this wonderful movie, The Avengers. It was really fun, and I kind of went on with my life, sad to be leaving Philip Coulson behind. And then I got a call from Joss and Jeff Loeb, and I came here to New York for a farewell video that had the announcement of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. So our show feels like it was born here, and we always come here, no matter what's going on.
That's very true. So is there a mic somewhere? Is there, over here, there's a person that's standing up. Does that mean you have a mic, or does that mean you're just standing up? I can't tell. There is a mic. I got a mic. Okay.
Hi, my name's Karishma. I'm from New Jersey. I'm going to try to be articulate because my heart is beating out of my chest right now. Clark Gregg.
He's a doctor.
Clark Gregg, you are the sweetest, most sexy, most amazing human being in the world. And I love you and Jennifer Grey together. I follow you on Instagram and Facebook. You guys are the cutest thing. Saw you on Lip Sync Battle. The most epic thing ever. ran for president?
Somebody has. How about Jeff Loeb?
It's going to be
Clark
really
Gregg
hard to
ticket?
pretend I didn't pay Karishma from New Jersey a lot of money to come here and say all that.
You did not. I can vouch for that. I'm still broke.
Do you have a
Not
question?
for long. Not for long, Karishma.
Chloe, my question is for you.
Of course. I just want to say that was the best setup for a Chloe question I've ever heard.
Well, there's a segue to you. Just let me get to it.
Okay.
So, Chloe, I've been watching you since Nashville, and I was rooting for you and Gunnar. You
I
messed
think
me
he's
up
here
then.
somewhere in the audience, actually. And-
What?
Yeah.
Gunnar was in the building.
Are you here?
No.
He's somewhere.
He was.
Maybe he's hiding.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, well, I was rooting for you and Gunnar,
Yeah, he's over there.
and then I was rooting for you and Ward, and then I was rooting for you and Lincoln, and you just keep breaking my heart. Are we gonna get to see something between you and Gabe, and that's something that'll last, or are we just gonna be kept left hanging?
I think we would be the worst couple ever. on
Or
the
is it
show.
gonna be you and Colson in the end?
Although you saw what she did bring it back around to Colson. We gotta give her that.
Okay, let me just sort through all of that for a second. My favorite relationship. What? My favorite relationship. Where'd she go? She just dropped the mic and left. She's gone. I can't
Went back to
hear
New
her.
Jersey.
They're trying to move it
Can't
along.
drop
There-
bombs like that
okay,
and
there
just
you are.
vanish.
I'm trying not to get in people's way.
My favorite relationship on the show has always been Colson and Sky and Daisy and Quentin, whatever the fuck it is. And not in that way, though. But that's definitely been the most organic, and I've said this over and over and over and over and over and again, and I'll say it till we finish the show and beyond. But Clark has been such a mentor for me on and off screen, and you know, I don't have family in LA, and he's the closest thing I have. And if I haven't seen him for a couple weeks, he's like, "Hey, boo, what's up?" He calls me. It's very sweet, but definitely not like that. Though I think he's sexy as fuck. But I don't know. I you know, as much as I would love Daisy, it's a long day, you guys. To you know, find a lover. I don't know if that's
It's
necessarily
not something we're doing right now, but you think about it, he's already dead.
Already dead.
So that,
If that
already
helps.
it's a step forward.
It is a step. Got that out of the way.
And the
You got
guy,
that part
the
covered.
guy with the flaming skull seems like someone you would swipe the proper direction on.
Swipe. I don't know, Tinder. Which
Yes,
one's
I'll go
swipe
out with
right? Swipe right is yes.
All right, eventually we're going to have to get to the next question.
Oh,
So
I
when
want
do
to
we
say
do
one
that?
thing, excuse me.
Okay.
Which is you gave a shout out to my spectacular wife who puts up with all the hours I've been doing this guy for all these years. And she's right here, and I just want to ask Jennifer Graham.
Jennifer Graham. Yeah. He's been having a Clark Gregg day off, I'll tell you that. Never done that joke. Next.
State, house left, please.
Hang on. Oh, over here. I didn't know there was another microphone.
Rob Anderson from right here in Queens, New York.
Hey, Rob. How you doing, buddy?
My question is, when are Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. finally going to pay attention to what's going on in Manhattan in Hell's Kitchen?
What's up? It's a fair question. It's a fair question.
It's a fair question. And the fair answer is, stay tuned. We're gonna have an argument about it? Okay, over here, I guess.
Hi, I'm Jonah from Rockland County, New York. I met you guys.
Hey, Jonah, we know you.
Jonah, you don't need to
Hey,
introduce
Jonah. Hey,
yourself.
Jonah, your family.
So anyway. So anyway, so what was I feel like with every season the tone changes. I was wondering, what would you say this season's tone is and how it changes from last season?
Awesomer.
That's a good question. I feel like it's darker, it feels grittier. There's definitely, we kind of closed a chapter. It feels there's like a fresh air to it, I think, and I think that has a lot to do with our friend here.
It's 10 o'clock, so there's a lot of pressure on me to be naked. And no, I think that it's about mournfulness and regret. You can't lose core people. We lost Rosalind Price, although I don't feel bad for Constance because she just, got nominated for an Emmy. But we lost Lincoln, and these are friends of ours too. So it feels like there's a lot. And May lost Andrew Garner, so there's a lot of loss and regret. And it's about trying to bounce back from that and put the team back together in a Shield that's been reabsorbed into bureaucracy post-Sokovia Accords. Great question, Joe.
Yeah, no, and the opening scene is Ghost Rider just offing these four gangsters, and it's fire and blood. I mean, it's just a horror show at the start, which is cool, just like, and yeah, it's just
All right, so
really fun to play with.
This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna have kind of a lightning round, and a lightning round because I just got a note. Yeah, I'm not gonna. Oh yeah, I did forget that.
I thought you did. I didn't know what you.
You know what? You guys were not behaving today. This is what happens when I'm working on another show. There's a show called Iron Fist that we're shooting here in the city. I gotta go make sure that Danny Rand's not kung fuing the wrong guy, and while I'm gone, these three bears decided to go out into the woods, and so this happened today. That's how fast we put this together.
I want to watch.
I was thinking watching that we had so much fun, and you guys are so good to us, and what would be really the best way for us to say thank you to New York? And that would more than likely would be to show you the next episode. Now, I'm gonna preface this, which is this is the show, so no spoilers, okay? You can't go out afterwards in your social media thing and then tweet up whatever, okay? Stop, okay? We'll show it to you, but I'm gonna make one thing that's gonna make it even extra special. Believe it or not, this show is not done. So you're gonna see a couple of special effects, 9 of them, that have a little red dot in the corner. And that means that when you watch it again on Tuesday Night Live on ABC at 10 o'clock, and then when you put it on your DVR and you watch it again in 3 days, and then you watch it again in 7 days, when you do all that for us, because you're going to say thank you after we show this to you, you're going to actually see a different version than what you're going to see, because only people that are at New York Comic Con get to see this, and that is our way of saying thank you. So, without further ado, we're going to turn down the lights. We're going to turn on the show. This is episode 403, and you will see it this Tuesday night at 10 o'clock on ABC. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, everybody, calm down. We're back. We're here on Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2016. We apologize for the technical difficulties. We should be okay now, and we are okay because we're with our friends from Kabam, our sponsors, with Marvel Contest of Champions, Gabe Frazera, on for the 85th time. Tim Molyneux, back from last year.
Yeah.
How you doing, buddy?
Really good, man.
Yeah, how are you doing? I've already talked to him enough.
Man, I'm doing good, yeah.
How
It's
are
been a great
things?
show.
How are things down at the booth? How
It's
are things
been-
down at the Kabam booth?
It's been crazy, but super fun, meeting a lot of fans,
Yeah.
showing off the game. Yeah, it's our third
What have
year here.
what
like
have
you
fans
said.
been telling you?
Good things.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been
It's
crazy.
crazy.
Yeah.
Gabe, you look exhausted. What's going on? Are they
I'm just-
working you
I'm-
too hard?
No, I'm exhilarated, man. This is the best. Look at this.
Yeah.
Millions of people, and they all playing the game, and we got to introduce the game to like new people too, which is great. But the fans are coming back over and over, trying to challenge the Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would you say the percentage is of people who are actually beating Ghost Rider?
What do you think?
It's a small amount.
Oh,
Probably
all
like
right.
10, 20 a day. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
wow.
pretty
How many
hard.
people are playing a day?
Oh, I can't. A lot
Hundreds.
of people. Yeah.
You can't count that high.
No, no.
I'm done after
Yeah.
20.
All you have to do is survive for 3 minutes. You don't even have to beat Ghost Rider. You have just to survive.
Well, I haven't come down and tried it yet, but maybe I'm going to have to come down and try to survive as Ghost Rider. I visited you guys this morning.
Yeah, yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah, yeah.
You're just so burnt out. I don't know, man. But, no, it was great. What's the coolest fan reaction you guys have had? The coolest, like, fan interaction moment of the day?
I don't know. I think people we created a character Guillotine, and people talking about cosplaying that is really exciting.
Yeah, a
and
lot of
crazy,
people
yeah.
came and say, yeah, I'm just preparing. I'm already building the sword and
Nice.
doing the thing. And said, yeah, so come back and want to take a picture with you. And the Civil Warrior too, which is like even more complicated with the armor and
Yeah.
the shield with the arc reactor. So we'll see. That's some crafty.
How would you like to? I know we already have Guillotine in the Marvel Universe, but how would Civil Warrior, you think, fit into the Marvel Universe? Would it be a cool, easy fit or kind of a rough transition?
I think it would fit well. It's just like after Civil War II, I get a lot of people who understand the concept, and he's part of an alternate universe where the Civil War kind of destroyed the planet. So I think a good writer can bring him in and make him like really cool, I think.
Cool. Tim, for the people at home who have heard it, maybe heard it last year but didn't hear it this year, can you kind of walk through what you do at Kabam?
Yeah, for sure. So I'm a game designer on the project, which is what we kind of do is we take the game vision, working with the art director and the creative director, and turn that into kind of a distinct rule set for players. So say if one of the visions for the game is to make it social, we kind of come up with, well, how is it social? Are there alliances? What do those do? What are the rule sets? Kind of taking a vision into kind of a rule set for players to guide their experience. Yeah.
Very cool.
They have the hardest job is to balance the game and make the experience really good. Now we have like how many millions of people playing.
Millions, yeah.
And some are really new and they want something to introduce them and ease in. And some other guys are so good that they want the new challenges. So those guys have to always make sure that we have something for every kind of player.
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing about your job?
I don't know, just being able to create something and then put it live and watch that how that gets received is so exciting. I think that's the most exhilarating thing is because we're constantly updating the game and we have plans for years of stuff to do. So putting something out and watching it kind of get torn apart or falling in love with, it's awesome.
So like you said, you guys are updating all the time. You added a lot of new characters this past year.
Yeah.
Who of the new additions is your favorite from the past calendar year?
Oh, I think my favorites aren't out yet, but
Well,
probably
that doesn't count, man. I gave you a very strict time rubric.
I'm gonna go around that. Quake.
Quake.
Quake that just came out another week. We did some amazing stuff with our ability set.
She
Kind
was
of themed
surprising,
around.
yeah.
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 She has some really cool moves. She has like earthquake moves. It's great. Yeah.
Who do you hate to come up against? Who do you not like playing against?
That's a hard question. Probably Quake as well. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all Quake all the time.
Yeah.
She's super powerful. Yeah. I don't know. For me, that's a lot of. I'm not that good, so anything over a certain level of power, just like I shake. So yeah, Quake was really a surprise for me because I didn't know how she would work in the game, but yeah, those guys did a great job with her. Yeah.
How much time a day would you guys say you spend playing Contest of Champions?
Too much, a lot, and I think that's really important to us as well. Is that
Yep.
we play the game to understand what players think. So whenever we're not working, or even sometimes at work, we're playing the game. A whole bunch, almost most of the staff still plays the game.
That's
so,
great.
Yeah.
Plus, our alliance always forces us to play more, right? You have to do your
Yeah, how's your alliance doing? How's the Kabam Alliance faring in comparison to other alliances?
Well, they're pretty good, but not thanks to me. I just sit back and collect all the rewards.
Oh.
Yeah, and
Classic game. Right?
I can even go to the war. They said, "Don't, sit out because you're not that good." And okay, sure.
I got kicked out of our alliance a
You
couple
did?
months ago. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
We'll see. We're making things work.
Okay.
They threatened to do that with me too, but I said, like, if you do that, I'll make you the villain in the next story.
So tease us a little bit about what's coming up. Obviously, you guys showed off Ghost Rider and Phoenix here at the show. They're going to become playable soon enough. What else? What else can you tease, even just about those two characters?
Phoenix is great. Of course, we're keeping the Dark Phoenix. She's not gonna be playable because
she's not playable.
No, you can play the green one. She's really powerful. She has the regeneration. She can come back for the dead. But we have plans for the Dark Phoenix.
Okay.
Her story is not over yet.
Is that going to be part of the event that's going on now, or is that down the line?
Well, she was taken in the end of the Terra Genocide event. She was taken by Thanos.
Okay.
And Thanos has plans for her, so she'll come back.
That's not a combination I would want to go up against.
Yeah.
What about Ghost Rider? What are we going to see from Ghost Rider? What's so cool about him?
Ghost Rider's a really cool hero. I think he's one of the first heroes that's really interacting with villains.
Nice.
So he gets a bonus kind of against villains.
Yeah.
He also has a moveset all about judgments, so he casts judgments on the opponent player. And
Very judgmental.
Very judgmental.
Just like Gabe.
Yeah.
Very cool. Well, people can check out, if you're not at New York Comic Con, if you're coming in on, say, Sunday, coming in for Kids Day or something like that, they can check out the Kabam booth. It's right next to the Marvel booth. You can go to playchampions.com to learn more about Contest of Champions. Of course, you can get it at the Apple Store, Google Play, all those places. So, guys, thank you so much for coming on.
Awesome. Thank
We're
you.
going to be back in a sec with special guest Ray Chankasing. So be sure to stay tuned here on Marvel Live, brought to you by Marvel Contest of Champions here at New York Comic Con 2016. Hello. Welcome to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I am Ben Morse.
I'm Blake Garris, and we have. Oh, you were about to say your name. We screwed it up.
No,
No, it's your show.
Yeah.
not my show.
We have.
Take it off, superstar.
We have one of the most asked for guests.
Yes,
from
one of the
last
most
year
requested return guests, the one, the only, Ray. Ray, welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's good to have you on the show again, man.
Good to be back.
What have you been up to since last year?
A lot of nothing.
Yeah?
You got a cool Luke Cage hoodie.
Yeah, show it off.
yeah.
Oh, that's really neat.
I won this at a prize show.
Yeah.
That's not true. So, what did you? You've been taking pictures of the con all day. Anything?
Oh
cool?
man, it was awesome. All the costumes are like really cool, but. You know.
What's your favorite costume you got a picture of so far?
A Marvel costume.
Yeah, pick a Marvel costume.
It was one of those other shows I can't mention.
Why? Well, why? You didn't find one Marvel costume you liked that you can mention?
Nothing worthy.
Nothing worthy.
Nothing worthy. There was a Thor lady outfit, a lady wearing a Thor outfit, and she ran. Or she flew.
She flew away from you?
It just reminded me, Ray was going to wear, because he dresses up in costumes.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I had a tight Captain America. Really, really, really tight.
Yeah.
There was stuff hanging all over the place.
All right. This is a family show.
What
Let's
about?
keep it kosher.
Don't you have a Deadpool costume too?
I do. I have a Deadpool PJs. I was told not to wear it today.
Really?
Who told you that?
Who told you that?
I don't know. Security.
So what's your favorite? Like, how are you liking Luke Cage? Did you finish the series?
Done. Yeah, it's
Really?
really good.
You made it all the way through.
I made it all the way through.
Nice.
Yeah, it was really good. There are a couple things that happened that I should not say. Like one person. Oh no.
No, Ray, no spoilers.
No.
Don't ruin Luke. Don't come on our live stream and ruin Luke Cage for people.
Like he got killed? Or something?
No, come on, man. I haven't seen any of the episodes yet.
Oh, sorry.
Or
Well,
maybe-
Jessica Jones was in there too. If you didn't.
Oh, come on, Ray. This has become the worst. This has become the worst.
This is a
segment.
terrible
Yeah,
mistake.
this was a horrible mistake.
Tell us though, for people in New York, you have an art show. You do some wonderful photography. Talk
I
a little about that.
actually am doing an art show with the Ride Marston Group. It's on photography. It's the first time I have ever exhibited anything, and it was like really cool that I'm in there. I'm a part of it. So.
That's very cool.
And tag, you're on Instagram as well.
I am on Instagram under my studio alias. It's RCNY Studios on Instagram. Cool. If
It's
anybody wants
really
to see
great
con
stuff,
pictures
seriously.
or any other pictures that I'm not supposed to show.
And if you want to get teased all the Marvel shows, you can.
Oh yeah, a lot of Luke Cage stuff is on there.
That's very cool.
Well, we'll be back with Kevin Hart.
Yeah, Kevin Hart's got a special message for you guys. Kevin Hart's got a special message for from the people at BET. We're going to be showing that in just a sec.
This height.
Yeah.
No, we can't.
Oh,
Kevin
come
Hart.
on, man. Now
Luke
Kevin Hart's not
Cage,
gonna go.
Kevin Hart. What do you want to
God.
ruin next, right?
All right, enjoy this special message from Kevin Hart. We'll be back right here on Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016, brought to you by Kabam's Marvel Contest of Champions. Thanks for nothing, Ray.
Thanks. Thanks, Kevin.
Ugh.
I'm Thunder Brother.
Get on the list, Mr. Brother.
Laser on.
Oh. What up, New York Comic Con? It's Thunder Brother. Now, I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you guys, but this year I'm a little busy taking on the ultimate supervillain. That villain, of course, is Hollywood. Not to be confused with the Real Husbands of Hollywood, whose new season premieres October 11th at 9 p.m. on BET. I'm talking about the movie industry, people, which is why I need your help. Because if there's one group of people out there who can get things done, it's nerds. Organize a protest. Email your congressman. Start a crowdfunding campaign. And like a bolt of thunder, let's show Hollywood what the world needs now. A Thunder Brother movie. Thunder Brother. Thunder Brother! Be sure to grab your free Thunder Brother comic at the Marvel table. I gotta pee. If somebody can let the flap out the back, why would they put the pee hole in the back? Who do I gotta talk to about that?
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Lorraine Sink and I'm here with the cast of Shadowhunters. Welcome, you guys.
Thank you.
Hello.
So, have you been hunting some shadows today out on the floor?
Yeah, Matt's really tall, so I constantly find myself in
In
or
the
around
shadows.
his shadow.
Literal
Yeah, and as you can
Really?
tell, I'm like so
Pretty
short
rough.
next to them.
Aw.
No, there have been no shadows here.
Aw. So, what have you guys been doing since you got here at the con? Is this your first day?
This is our first day. We had the panel up first,
Yes.
and we did
Over
that, and we had an
Hammerstream.
amazing
That was fun.
response. Yeah, we showed some new footage of season 2, which
Wonderful.
was great, and the first kind of sizzle reel / I guess trailer, season 2 trailer.
Yeah.
We showed that, and we had a fantastic response. We got to meet some of the fans, which was really great, and then we went to Matt Hugo.
Then we ate lunch.
To
Then we
Matt
had
Hugo.
lunch, that's right.
We had
And
lunch.
after this,
And
we're
then-
doing the signing.
And then we're doing autographs.
Yeah, autograph
Wonderful.
signing.
Yeah, which
so.
is always fun.
So, what can you guys tell us about the panel that you can tease for your next season?
It's darker. It's a lot darker.
yeah.
It's a lot more cinematic this year. They've thrown a lot more resources into it, so we have more of kind of a grounds to play and explore things that we didn't necessarily have last year.
The show is aged up. The tone is different. It's a little darker, more intense, more aggressive. We have some really great special effects. Some really
Special
great,
effects have come on
action
leaps and
scenes.
bounds from last year, which is
Absolutely.
great.
Really wonderful.
Yeah, it's gonna be epic.
And from where you've started with the first season, you know, it's kind of started in this more human normal realm, and it's really gone to a different, wilder place. What has been your evolution with your characters been like for each of you?
Ooh, well, you see, this season, things. This season, Jace is a real nice guy.
Yeah.
Look, he's gone. He's off doing
Yeah.
something. We're not really clear exactly what's happening to him, but I'm looking for him, and it's affecting me very negatively. So my character is very upset, largely very upset. It's upsetting her as well.
Yeah, my character's kind of going in between Alec and being friends with Clary, and then she wants to be the best Shadowhunter she can be, so she makes the wrong choice and goes down the dark path.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot
Dom?
of
There
trouble.
we go. Yeah, sweet.
Dom can't reveal that much
I
because
can't say anything. I can't because the only thing I could tease
Would
is that
reveal
he
too
has
much,
it
yeah.
reveals too much. I mean, he has tough choices to make, and he's given.
Well, he gets beat up, right?
Yes, he gets
Really
beat
bad.
up.
That's the hell
Yeah.
He gets beat up.
By
Did you
every
like
manner
getting
of
beaten up? It
downworlder.
doesn't seem like you did.
No, it's he was a big guy.
Yeah.
He was like
That's
285
was
pounds,
huge.
6'7", like he was
Like
I
the
get
Hulk.
beat up like really bad twice in 3 episodes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it takes literally taking a beating.
Oh yeah.
Did you get hurt at any point?
Nah.
No?
Not yet. No.
Darren's too good.
Yeah.
Is there any sort of attribute that your character has now on the show that if you could steal it for your own real life, that you
Oh,
would
the
keep?
ability to draw a rune to give me power?
Yeah,
hell
not
yeah.
bad.
Like any form of rune that gives me the ability to do anything.
The superhuman strength.
Yeah.
and-
The speed and the ability to zoom in with your eyes or hear around corners. Yeah,
Yeah.
any of
All
those.
of it.
I want everything my character can do except for the daddy issues.
Yeah. The various emotional traumas and issues with ourselves, our mental selves. We don't want those sides, but everything else is fantastic.
Well, it sounds. I mean, don't you have to kind of do the time, or do the time to get the crime? Nope, that analogy didn't work out.
For a different thing, huh? Okay.
Yeah, but with it,
Yeah,
you know,
not all things are good. We can't have.
can't have it both
everything.
ways, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, we've always kind of said that there's you can't have the sunshine without the shadows or the dark. Like they don't exist without one another. There is no good without bad because you can't appreciate good without understanding what bad is.
Although, if you gave me those powers and everything, I'd give it a shot. You know? I'd move somewhere.
So you guys have a lot of cool supernatural stuff in the show. Are we going to see more interesting sort of creatures
Oh, yeah.
come out of the woodwork?
Oh yeah.
Oh, we have some very cool.
Yeah,
That's scarier.
Yeah, we've developed them hugely this year, and it's a wonderful combination between physical and practical effects on set, and then what the VFX guys get their hands on after that. So there's a mix of both. It's really
We
dark,
have some
really
legitimately
terrifying.
scary
Yeah.
creatures. The kind of things that are very haunting images. I mean, some.
Are you going to be okay?
You
No,
know,
yeah,
they were
no.
pretty, some of them were pretty rough.
Gonna take care of you.
My
guys.
mom
very-
actually gets really scared when she sees Shadowhunters, so I think my mom's gonna get even more scared.
Yeah, her mum
She
also
got scared
thinks
last
my name is
She got
Jake.
scared season 1. She couldn't see it at nighttime, so
Oh, that's
so I
so
guess
sweet.
now she's
She
not
should
gonna
not
be able
watch
to
this
see it
yet
at all.
I would not recommend it.
Before we go, can you tell people where to watch the show? You guys aren't back till next year, right?
January
January
2nd. January 2nd. Yeah, we just got our release date.
Freeform at 8,
9
9
Central.
Central.
8, 9 Central.
On
Pretty
so
sure it's
Mondays.
8, 9
9,
Central.
8 Central?
I don't know.
One way or the other?
8, 9 Central.
There you go.
No, it's 9, 8
We don't
Central.
have much time.
It's 9, 8 Central.
We've got 47 seconds to figure this out. I don't know what to do.
And where can people follow you guys online to see your Comic-Con exploits?
They can follow me
I don't know
Facebook,
what mine is.
Twitter,
Do you know what it
Instagram at Emerald Tabia.
I think my name is at Matthew Daddario.
I think mine's at Dom Sherwood, but there's one in one of them.
There's a 1 in one of
I
them.
think if you Google it, it's all there. I'm sorry, I don't know what it is.
There's this new site called Google.com.
Yeah.
Go there, check it out.
Oh, yeah.
You guys, thank you so much. Congratulations on,
Thank
on
you.
the
Thank you.
show.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations on the second season. You guys stay here at Marvel Live at New York Comic Con 2016. Coming up next, we're going to have even more folks from Shadowhunters. So stay here. We will have so much more. Thank you, guys.
Bye. Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016. I am with more folks from Shadowhunters. Welcome, you guys. You guys are like kids in a candy shop right now.
I feel like kids in a candy shop.
All
No
pretending.
one's taking this bag from me.
We got a
We
goodie
gave
bag.
them some Loot Crate swag bags. You can look in your swag bag if you want to. It's okay. You're
I'll wait.
allowed. This is
I'll wait.
Marvel. They're Marvel toys. You're allowed.
I'll wait.
Okay.
I already looked at all of it. It's really cool.
Is it really cool?
I
so
got
excited.
socks and I got a hat and I got a Deadpool.
I saw something Deadpool and I was really happy about it.
And you got
Very
the
excited.
special X-Force Deadpool variant that not many people get out of those bags.
This is
I think
so
only
awesome.
1 in 20 people get those.
I mean,
That's so
come
cool.
on. Harry's always a lucky one.
Hey, man.
Seriously. Always.
Are you the
Good
chosen
luck,
one?
Chom. I'm gonna have me around all the time.
Absolutely.
You guys, congratulations on the second season. I heard you guys just had a nice big panel.
Yes, it was
We
awesome.
did,
What
yeah.
is it like getting to meet the fans? They've gotten to see the whole season now. What is it like?
It's amazing.
Yeah, it's always awesome meeting fans because we know that we wouldn't have gotten a second season without them.
Right.
And then to see that they have so much love and support for the story that we're putting up is just, it makes us work that much harder.
And that's what's so awesome is that because when you read a book, it's such a personal experience. Each one of these fans has had their own personal experience. So getting to
That's
hear
the
their
great part
opinions
of it.
firsthand and
All
their
across the board.
perspective.
Yeah. And hearing their stories is what's really cool, and how it affected them. And you know, when you think like, oh, it makes them happy, you think like, oh, they like it, but it's a lot deeply rooted in about like things that they got them through certain difficult situations, and it's really cool to hear that.
That's so cool. Have you guys started to see people dressed up as you?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There were several Clarys and Isabels and Alex
Yeah.
and Simons and everybody.
Yeah,
lot
I've
of
seen a few guys wearing white towels around here, but you know.
Dang.
You guys, so what is it like now? You've had your first season. You've gotten to work with your characters a little bit. Now that you're approaching shooting, are you guys starting to shoot season 2
We're
now?
on episode 6.
Yeah.
Oh wow, you guys are
Yeah.
really
We're deep
deeply
in it.
into it.
Yeah.
So do you guys feel like a different sort of closest to your characters now?
Oh, big time! Yeah, I feel more grounded now, and also I feel like I know him. Like sometimes you'll read something and you go, well, Luke wouldn't do that. Like you know who he is, you know, based on having played him for a year.
It was weird for me at first though, because it was like putting on a pair of shoes that you haven't worn in a long time that are still yours and they still feel like your feet, but they're just not worn in. And then after like 2 episodes, I started to feel like, oh, it started to gel again.
Yeah.
It was a process though for me.
I'm to the point where I'm having beers with Magnus now. We're just hanging out at bars now, just having convos.
The showrunners also like rely on us to be like the custodians of our characters. You know, they kind of say like, well, you guys know the character because you're playing it.
Well, and all of us have grown with our characters as well. You know, our lives have changed a lot, our characters have changed a lot, and moving forward, I think everything influences everything else.
Yeah, and you know, speaking of sort of talking about showrunners and working with writers, do you kind of have that cool like feedback now where you can say, I kind of talk like this, and maybe I want to like adjust the lines, or they're like, what do you think of this?
Well, thank you. I'm going to say that.
Well, I know with the writers, at least for Simon, I always felt like they did very well with the way he speaks, or they write in a way that I don't have to do much. I just say the words. With the showrunners, it's been amazing because they allow for the conversation to happen. If you ever feel something's not right, if you ever feel that's not exactly how I think Simon would go through something, then they're open to listen. I think that's something that's really cool about them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And now you guys are going darker in your second season. You're going to have some different, interesting, big bad kind of characters, it sounds like. Is the filming ever a little scary?
Yeah, we have no lighting anymore. It's just it's just straight up dark.
It's black
It's just
dark
dark.
all the
It's just like
time.
really dark.
No, it's a lot of fun because we are going into the darker space and we're going into a grittier space, and the demons are scarier. The characters are being pushed to make decisions that take them to darker emotional places, and a lot of things happen that are very, very shocking.
I'll tell you what's scary is the cleanliness of the Jade Wolf. It's filthy. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
yes.
When was
People
the last
eat
time
there.
a health inspector came to the
Yes,
Jade Wolf?
Next
People eat there.
February.
I like that. Now that you guys are also getting, it sounds like some cool new effects happening.
Oh, yeah.
Are you fighting like a lot of guys in green spandex?
Oh,
Or like what's happening? What's it like for you guys on the set?
Wow. No green spandex, guys.
No, not yet.
Well, fingers crossed.
We have a cool new stunt team, though.
We
We
have
do.
amazing
They're
stunt team.
amazing, and they're so talented, so passionate, and really upping all of our game.
And very practical, like especially like the wire work. It's brings from like the the Hong Kong style wire work. It's not like a machine. It's actually like wire pullers, and it's been really cool to have that in place with the people that are flying all
It's
over the place.
really cool how they took the time to really look at each of us, see our personal strengths, and be like, oh, I see that Luke would fight like this. And it was always on par with what we always thought or how we always felt. So they really took the time to like research each character and really feel how that character should move and incorporate it into the choreography of the fight, which is, they're just an amazing stunt team. We're really happy to have them. Yeah.
We're so lucky.
Yeah.
You guys, that is so cool. Okay, we only have almost a minute left. One little tease. Can you give them one tiny tease of just something that was your favorite scene? You don't have to spoil anything from the first episode of season 2, just so when people watch it, they'll be like, that was that moment.
Simon's in Kanto.
Ooh.
Simon trying to learn how to use his vampire powers, and one of them is the ability to kind of like Jedi mind trick people. So Simon has a moment where he attempts said in Kanto.
The boat.
Ooh.
Angry blue magic.
Ooh.
Shoulder holster.
Yeah, you guys, I can't wait to see season 2. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Watch
Thank
the
you.
show on Freeform and stick around here on Marvel Live. We're going to have the cast of Marvel's Luke Cage coming up next. So stick around right here.
Can we
on
stick
Marvel
around?
Live.
I want to.
Sure.
Hey everybody, you're back on Marvel Live 2016 from New York Comic Con. I'm Ben Morse.
I'm Lorraine Sink, and we are here with gentlemen of Marvel's Luke Cage, Eric LeRae Harvey, Theo Rossi. Welcome, you guys.
Thank you.
I am with two sinister gentlemen right now.
Me and who?
Oh my gosh, you guys.
Who's the good guy over there?
I would be the good guy.
Okay,
out of this
three.
group.
That's true. That's true. Now, speaking of which, you've had quite an evolution throughout the season of the show.
Mhm.
You kind of start in a
Quiet
place,
perceptive,
and then end in
looming.
without spoiling too much, end in a different place. What was it like, sort of growing that character throughout that 13 arc episode?
Are we
Or
past the
13
point of
episode arc?
spoilers? Are we not doing spoilers? I mean, what is the statute of limitations on these things?
Gentle spoilers. Gentle spoilers.
Gentle spoilers.
Yeah, let's not tell them how it ends, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I would say this, that it was, and I've said before, Shades is always in it for the long game. And, you can never sleep on these characters in Marvel Netflix shows because you really never know where somebody's going to come from.
Yeah.
And I think this show, what was so different about it than anything else was we really took this audience on a roller coaster ride. They really think it's going one way, and then all of a sudden, you got us two standing here, and everybody's like, "What's going on?"
Yeah.
So that it's a very different than when we were at San Diego Comic-Con to when we are now.
Yeah. And now, speaking of which, you guys have an interesting relationship between the two of you as characters.
Mhm.
What is it like with that sort of subtle power dynamic shift that feels like it's always in play between the two of you? Is that something that just comes naturally with the vibe between the two of you? or you're like, that's the first time I've ever heard that.
No.
It is the first time actually
It
I've ever
actually
heard
is
that.
the first
yeah.
time we ever heard that.
Well, to me, it seems like there's always this very subtle game of cat and mouse happening between the two of you for dominance.
Yeah. Well, I think that was part of the intrigue and mystery
Without a doubt.
of our characters. I think at one point when we first started working, we were like, okay, what is our relationship?
Yeah.
Even we had a little mystery and not wanting to reveal too much about, what our characters'
Yeah.
plans were.
Cheo did a really good job of creating this kind of like you would assume in the, for 7 episodes. Am I allowed to say that?
Yeah, sure.
It's a light spoiler.
It's a light spoiler. This is
Gentle.
soft, gentle.
Soft spoilers.
Very
I
gentle.
don't even know what we're talking about anymore. Now we're talking about soft and gentle spoilers. Sounds awful. But it's like he's looming, always looming, Diamondback. He's looming to a point where people are like, it's almost like a Kaiser Sose type thing. Are you using it? Is it real? Is it this? So their relationship, what I love about it is you assume it's going to be just this complete subservient type thing when he appears, and what it is you realize that it's just another power struggle, which this show does so well.
Yeah. And I really enjoy the fact that like all the characters in the show, are their own. They stand up for themselves and they take on life themselves. So Shades does that and Diamondback does that.
Yep.
Theo, you mentioned the experience of San Diego, coming as you guys were still very much promoting before the show was out. Now you get to come here to New York Comic Con. The show's a hit. Everyone loves it. What's the difference like going out and facing the fandom?
Oh, yeah. You were just at the signing, too.
Well, let's get it straight. It's the biggest hit ever.
Yeah, it is.
You know what? I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make sure
My
that
bad.
everybody else knows that who comes in here. We're very proud of it. But no, honestly, it was very different, especially with the critics and the atmosphere. Is we only had shown 7 episodes, and then a lot of people also just in the slight promos that were being done, it was built up a certain way. You really can't say anything. He's not even there. You know what I mean? It's very secretive, which I thought was really appropriate. It's not something that people are like, oh, it's so secretive, but look what it gets you. It gets people so excited. It gets people talking about the twists and turns. So as hard as it was, and I think he could speak to this more to me of not saying anything, I think the payoff is absolutely incredible for the fans.
Yeah, I would agree, definitely.
And now I know that you are a huge Marvel fan.
Yes.
You have a vast knowledge of comics.
It's coming back. Yeah, I was a crazy person for many years, so I lost a lot of brain cells. But it's all coming back. It's all coming back. Yes.
But what was your sort of research like? Did you get into both Shades and Diamondback's histories?
Go for that.
No, she asked you.
No, I mean
Both of
honestly,
you.
what I love about what Marvel does with these Netflix shows, and what I think is so brilliant, is as a comic book, crazy comic book head, as I've always called myself, is these second and third tier characters can get you get the chance to embody them for the first time.
Right.
There is no judgment of them. Even if you've read all of Luke Cage and you know all about Diamondback and you have this idea of what he's like, this is Diamondback now. That's what's so cool. It's not like, oh, someone played him 5 years ago, or there was 50 different comics written about Diamondback from different artists and crossovers and this and that. It's like this 1972 story now comes and this becomes the base of it. I love that. And I think that there is no judgment. There's no preconceived notion of what the character should be. So you now have 13 hours and hopefully many more seasons to create these characters and bring them to life. And I think that it does so many. I mean, who would have ever thought? Now we're sitting here with Iron Fist. If you read comics your whole life, Iron Fist is now this next show and this next lead character. And I think that that's the big difference with the movies, where you only get 2.5 hours and maybe no sequels, or maybe you do, or maybe they show up everywhere else. You get a full story and really get in depth with these characters. I love that about it.
Me too.
For people who are just experiencing Luke Cage now, what is, in a few words, the one moment you want them to really sink their teeth into and enjoy and appreciate?
Wow, that a few words. I don't think that's possible. I mean, there's so much to the show. It touches upon so many things. Every episode was a revelation to me. I was always intrigued in finding something new and different. I can't really sum it up in a couple of words. Can you? Or?
I just think that this show, more than any show ever, has something for everyone.
Yeah.
It really gets to the comic book roots. So, like, if you're a true comic book fan, you get history.
Mm-hmm.
You get tons of action. I mean, he's beating ass on the regular, and then it's like, and then you get the style and the musicality. I've said this whole season plays out like an album. I mean, it really does. It plays like a beautiful album. You equated it to music before. It's like it's music.
Yeah.
The whole show's music, and I've never seen a show like that.
Yeah, and every episode is named after a Gangstar song,
my favorite.
which is so cool. You guys, quickly, if you could tell fans where they can find you guys online if they want to follow your New York Comic Con exploits.
Theo Rossi everywhere. Instagram, Twitter. My whole life is. We're a social media world, people. It's everywhere.
There we go.
And I'm Eric Larray at Twitter. Not too big on Facebook, but that's about it.
Well, thank you guys so much.
Thank
and
you.
stay with us here at Marvel Live for Kim Coates coming up next.
Guys, welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Ben Morse. He's Blake Garris, and we are here with Kim Coates. How you doing, man?
What is going on? Are they all here to see you, Ben?
No,
They're here to
Blake,
see you.
Little bit for you. Hi, welcome to New York, guys. Wow,
So
this is amazing.
he was telling me this is his first New York Comic Con
Really?
ever.
You've never been to New York Comic Con?
I'm a virgin, yeah. A New York Comic Con version. It's really
Need
nice
to
to be here.
clarify there.
Yes, I had to. Yeah, no, it's my first one, but Blake and I were talking about San Diego with that little biker show I was on for 7 years,
Yeah, nice
right?
little biker show.
That
you
little
were on.
tiny
Did
biker.
pretty well.
Thanks, yeah. So we were there I think we came 5 years. And every time we went, we got a bigger hall until we got that massive
Oh, you guys
J
made it to
hall
Hall
or whatever.
H?
Or H,
Yeah.
yeah, sure.
That's awesome.
Thousands and thousands of crazy, beautiful fans.
Do you have one moment from that, like talking to a fan, that you always remember that was really special to you?
Well, it's bad enough with just me, but when you get Charlie and Ronnie and
Yeah.
Katie and Theo and Tommy and all this together, it's madness. Because people, as you guys know, being Marvel boys, I mean, when people love a show or love a movie and they start passionate about those characters, when we ran into our Suns fans, it was all hands on deck. No time to pee. Get right to the table.
Are you still keeping in touch with the guys from the cast? I mean, like you said, 7 years. What a great run. And are you still close with everybody?
No, absolutely not.
Throwing them away.
I never want to see them again.
Turn your back on.
Theo Rossi, he deserted us. He moved back here to New York.
He's
so
a Marvel guy now.
He's a Marvel guy.
Yeah.
I haven't seen his show. I hear it's amazing.
Great.
I hear he's amazing.
He's great.
He's trying to be a bad guy like I know how to do in my sleep.
Yeah.
So I taught him everything he knew.
Did he ask for your advice?
He did not, but he already has
But
it.
you solicited it
Yes.
anyways.
Well,
That's
so,
what I like.
like you said, Theo's a part of Marvel. Tommy's in Guardians. When are you jumping ship?
Yeah, what
Officer Down. I mean, I we'll talk about that in a second.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
you know what? Marvel's they've really got it going on, don't they? I mean, they're big. They're doing a lot of
we
things
need
now.
to bring you in, though.
You know what,
That's what
son?
we're missing.
I was so busy, and now I'm the busiest I've ever been.
Really?
But I will always look out for a Marvel deal.
So let's talk about Officer Down.
Yeah.
Tell us the premise and what's going on with it.
Yeah, so about 2 years ago, Sons was over. The script came on my desk, and it was time to do movies full time again. And I had been turning down some televisions post Sons. Didn't want to go back to TV right away, so this came on my lap, and I took a meeting. It was crazy. I read the script. It was Joe Casey wrote the comic book. Chris Burnham, who I'm meeting later, signed some posters.
Great artist.
Thanks. Joe wrote the script, and they hired Clown, Sean Crahan, from Slipknot to direct, and they were smart enough to hire me to play the guy. So my supporting cast are amazing. We shot it in 25 days.
Really?
When you boys see the movie, you're going to be blown away.
Yeah.
I hope. We closed down LA Film Festival. We sold right out in 2.5 minutes, like 4 showings, and the reviews are amazing. And I think for kids out there and adults, this is a hard R. This is a real hard R. There's no farting around. I'm naked. I'm crazy. I'm a cop. I love the badge. I'm a good cop, 100%. I die quite a few times. They bring me back to life. I can't tell you how, but it is insane. Mark Neveldine was amazing shooting it and helping Sean direct it, so I can't wait for people to see it.
Speaking of being naked, that
Yeah.
just hit me. Like, is there any comparison to like like Serpico or like what's the other? God, I'm blanking on the other. But any
Yeah, I'm not naked just to get naked. I'm naked because
meaningful
when I
nudity.
die, they have
Oh,
to
there
rip off all my clothes that are burnt to a crisp, and then you see Kim Coates, and then you see me with a towel. And actually, there's a very first scene of the movie that I'm naked for a different reason.
Okay.
But again, I can't tell you. You have to go see it, boys.
But it's all plot motivated. Plot motivated nudity.
Plot
Not
motivated.
gratuitous.
No, never gratuitous.
Very cool. So what do you want to get up to while you're here at New York Comic Con? What do you want to see?
I'm actually filming something really huge right now in Canada with Anthony LaPaglia, Paul Sorvino. It's epic. I'm co-producing it, so I'm just really happy the Magnolia people flew me in yesterday. Had a million interviews. You guys today signing. I'm back to Montreal tonight. So I love the city. I used to live here for 4 years, 89 to 93, before you were born. And it's
That's
okay,
nice of
it's
you to
okay,
say.
kid.
That's nice of you to say.
And certainly before you were born,
No,
Blake.
not at all.
Anyway, I love the city. And I love coming back.
Like, we got to ask. So we had Ryan on yesterday, and
That's too bad.
He had a really
Ryan,
huge.
He said the
Just
Stop
towered
growing.
over. Very intimidating.
He said the weirdest Suns question he ever got was some big guy came up to him and said, "What sandwich can I eat to be?"
What?
He's like, "What sandwich can I be eating to intimidate somebody without saying anything?" Do you have like a weird question from a Suns fan that people have ever asked?
You know what? Tig Traeger, who I played, he was so weird
Amazing
and
character.
twisted and funny and sad and tough and psychotic that people just looked at me and they couldn't even ask me a question. And I'm just a really nice guy. I mean, ask my mom. But I got into him. That Tig Traeger guy, and
he was
I'll
a
never.
great character.
Thanks.
Really,
and I'll
really
never forget playing him. But yeah, we got a lot of weird shit that happened on that show. But you know what? Truly, I jest. The boys and I and the girls, we love each other, and we did for 7 years, and that's the truth. And not many shows with that kind of ilk of it was such a huge hit can say that about the cast. We fought like family. We loved like family. We miss each other. I just saw Charlie a month ago. I miss Theo and Pearl. I miss everybody when I don't see them. Tommy and Boone and I get to hang, and we'll never forget that show.
That's right.
It's a tremendous show.
Thanks.
Tremendous performance by you. Looking forward to Officer Down. Where can people find you online or on social media if they want to keep up with your thoughts and opinions?
I'm a Twitter guy. You know,
Yeah.
I don't Instagram. I don't Facebook.
Yep, no
but
reason
I do, and I got I don't know how many followers, way too many. But I'm loyal to them because of my charities, and I love talking about my charities.
great.
Yes, I'll throw them a bone of a picture once in a while, and we'll talk about my movies and everything. But it's all about the charities for me. And I love giving back, and I'm so lucky in this business to have worked so hard, and now from Sons, I think, the power of television. I'm doing all these movies again, and Officer Down is this big, beautiful Magnolia bought film that's going to open everywhere November the 18th.
Great.
Video on demand as well, select theaters. And I really think, obviously you guys know you're Marvel boys. It's not for everybody, but the people that it is for, they're going to want to see it again and again and again and again. And I'm not kidding. And it's not just because I'm naked.
Yeah.
It's because of the story.
But it doesn't hurt. Guys, thanks for watching us. Kim, thank you so
This
much
was
for joining us,
amazing.
man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
If you see Hurst, slap him.
Oh, for
If you
sure.
see Theo, hug him first, then slap him.
All right,
done.
Getting
Love
it
the
done.
boys.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Keep
Peace
following
out.
us, guys. Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con.
Hello and welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016. I am your host, Lorraine Sink, and we're here with renowned cosplayer Yaya Han. Welcome, Yaya.
Hi guys, thanks for having me.
Oh, I love having you. You come on our stream a lot.
Yes.
Your costume is amazing. Just first off, who are you wearing?
I'm wearing. Who am I wearing? What do you think? I'm of course representing Marvel today, and I'm wearing the new Scarlet Witch from the standalone series.
Yes.
So super excited.
It's gorgeous. I wish you guys could see more of the costume, but can you just talk a little bit about your headpiece? It looks completely handmade, I'm sure it is.
Oh yes, of course.
As is most of your stuff. If you guys don't know, Yaya's an incredible seamstress. You make your own patterns. You actually make patterns for McCall's now, right?
Yes. I now have a line of patterns. I think we've come out with 13 patterns under
Wow.
my name that I've helped design for McCall's, and so, but yeah, it's all about craftsmanship. That's always been my foundation and basis. And even after all these years, I learned something new with each costume. So this headpiece was also a learning experience, entirely made out of wire and mesh. And then, of course, lots and lots of crystals. So definitely kind of a media project. And I also used some epoxy sculpt just to give it more dimension. I was like, is it going to work? I'm not sure. But thankfully it did. So that's what I really love about cosplay, is the learning.
It's always a new thing, right?
Yes.
And speaking of which, you are on a new Marvel.com series called Becoming.
Yes.
And you're sporting this costume, right?
Absolutely, yes. The Marvel Becoming series is super fun, and I love that so many different cosplayers have been featured in their handmade creations. And it's just it's a fun way to show that there is a lot of work behind the scenes before the finished costume is presented. I really want people to relate to the fact that anybody can get into cosplay and not be intimidated because they see the finished product,
Right.
but they can see, they can relate to how it was done.
And speaking of which, when you made this costume, about how many hours do you think went into it?
For this one, I did a lot of embroidery work, and so with the headpiece, I would say probably about 30 hours.
Wow.
And yeah, that's actually pretty quick for me, but it's my job now. I better be quick, So.
And also, if people want to see the full costume, you are also going to be featured on our cosplay variant covers, correct?
Yes. I really love that you guys have been doing the variant covers for 2 years now. And it was
Largely
a-
by Judy Stevens,
That's
who you guys can't
right.
see off camera.
Judy single-handedly she just took charge, and you're just so grateful for the opportunity. I mean, last year's cover shoot was really fun, and I got to be on the Inhumans cover as
Right.
Medusa. So it's really an honor to be able to represent another character from Marvel that I love. I'm on the number 10 variant cover for Scarlet Witch. And I've seen all the other covers, and they just look fantastic. And all the cosplayers that have been on it have been just absolutely so thrilled and so grateful and excited. And I think that really shows that, all we want as cosplayers is to be accepted by the creators, and feel like we are part of something bigger. And so I'm very grateful for Marvel giving cosplayers that opportunity.
And I know that for a lot of creators that I've been around with them at the booth, and if they see a cosplayer of their character, they get so excited. Someone sent Brian Michael Bendis a family that was Luke Cage, Jewel, and Riri.
I saw them. They
and-
came by. I
Yeah.
saw them. I took a picture with them. Unbelievable.
Yeah, and he was freaking out about it. And I think that is such a nice way to sort of, you guys love the community so much. The community loves you back. I think it's a nice way to share that.
Fantastic.
But
yeah.
speaking of Scarlet Witch, I know you've made several Scarlet Witches. You've had, is this your third now?
It's my second.
It's your
my second.
second.
I did the classic one. Actually, it was the statue that Mark Brooks designed for Sideshow Collectibles years ago, and I
okay.
totally have that statue, the premium format, and that's the costume I made. So classic comic book version.
Do you like having a statue or something to kind of get a feel for? Because it's kind of like a fabric statue, a lot of the costumes that you make, right? To have something as a reference.
I think there's no better reference than having a figure of the character. And in fact, I end up collecting figures of all the characters I've cosplayed. So because I've cosplayed over 300 characters, my collection is
Wow.
like kind of exploding in my house. But honestly, that's what I love so much, is because you develop this connection with a character through cosplaying them. You become like a lifelong fan. So you start collecting, all of these different things and T-shirts and figures and whatever of that character.
Oh, totally. And now, of your Marvel characters that you cosplayed, because there have been many, you've cosplayed many with us. Who have been your favorite? I feel like I ask this every time, but it's always very interesting.
Well, Psylocke has a special place in my heart because she
you
was
make
my
a great Psylocke.
Thank
too.
you. She was my very first Western comic book costume.
Right.
And I made the first one in 2006, and it was like a different feeling of being a badass. I don't know how else to describe it. There was something different about it. With the psychic powers and all of these. I mean, it was fantastic, but. I do really like Scarlet, which as a character, I really do love Wanda and her story and such. So, yeah.
Yeah, she's been through some stuff.
Oh my God, I know. No kidding. Yeah, and I love red costumes. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I have a lot of red costumes. Yeah, definitely. Fire.
I love it. So you guys are going to be doing the costume contest later. You are judging the costume contest.
Yes, 6 o'clock at the Marvel booth. I can't wait.
I think that we'll be showing a little excerpt of that tomorrow if we have some time in the live stream. But what is something that you look for in the costumes? Like, what are sort of your criterion?
I'm going to look for confidence, attitude, and of course the execution of the costume. So it doesn't mean that the flashiest, biggest costume wins, but it's about what it is that the cosplayer was trying to translate. So it's like, was it executed clean, precise, finished, and so those, I'm going to be looking for a lot of detail work, but they definitely need to bring it on stage. I want to see some in character, action.
I love that. I always think that's such an interesting thing, and it does make the character, because there's nothing better than seeing somebody coming out, doing all the poses, and kind of really embodying that, because that's what you want to see. You want to see your hero, literally, there in real life. But where can fans find you online? I know you also sell cosplay products.
Yes, I am easy to find. YayaHan.com is my site, and then I post daily on Facebook, Yaya Cosplay, and Instagram, Twitter. Tweet at me, Yaya Han. And I'm gonna be here, hopefully next year again, supporting Marvel. And
are you doing signings here this year?
Yeah. I'm at actually in my cosplay fabrics line. I'm at the booth 844 this weekend.
Well, there you go. If you're coming by tomorrow, go by and see Yaya. Thank you so much for joining us right here on Marvel Live. Next up, we are going to have the cast of Man in the High Castle. So stay here on Marvel Live and watch us at marvel.com/NYCC 2016 and send us your tweets and #MarvelNYCC. Thank you so much, Yaya, for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, stick around.
Yo! Welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. I am Ben Morse.
I'm Lorraine Sinkin. We're here with our stars for Man in the High Castle. You guys, congratulations on season 2.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Very exciting. You guys just came from a panel. Can you tell us all of the secrets from your panel?
Yeah,
Can
what's
we
coming
know
up?
None
everything?
at all. All I
Tell
was
us
saying
everything.
in the panel was, I can't tell you anything. So I can repeat that. I can't tell you
No.
anything.
We showed some clips.
We showed some clips.
That did happen.
Because
That
they
were a
behind us, so we
surprise.
both got neck ache.
Oh.
That happened.
Yeah, that happened. What else happened?
God,
There was a
they
lot
really
of...
showed a lot. I was surprised. They didn't
Yeah.
really warn us about that, so it was kind of like seeing bits of your show.
And we
for
were
the
really
first time.
curious, so we were really getting a crick in my neck trying to see myself from my best angle, you know. But it looks quite good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
What's the biggest difference coming back for a season 2? Obviously, going into season 1, you don't know how it's going to be received. You don't know what's going to happen. But going into season 2, is there a little bit of a different attitude?
Well, I don't think that's quite true because
really?
with this strange setup we have with Amazon, we did the pilot, and then we watched the reaction to the pilot
Oh,
come
really?
in.
Right.
And you know, unlike in a normal setup, they show the pilot. You get to see it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in the old style of things, they do a pilot. They don't like it. No one sees it. It doesn't go
Right.
out.
Right.
So they show the pilot, and then people voted for it. So by the time we came back to episode 2, it was already kind of a big hit. There was a buzz about it. So it already felt like we were coming back.
Yeah,
didn't
absolutely.
it?
Yeah.
So it
in a lot of
wasn't
ways.
quite the same difference.
No. No,
so
I
to
think
speak.
season 2, the beauty of it is that we just sort of just started this whole experience. And so the first season of our show takes place over the course of 2 weeks. And so to come back, you know, and be able to sort of pick up where we left off and dive deeper and deeper and emotionally, I think was, you know, it felt like a really natural progression, which was nice. It kind of
Yeah.
felt like, okay, now we get to continue this story, which was so brief. You know?
And now you had a very huge season finale. A lot of things happened, and there's a very weird sort of reality bending ending, rhyming.
Very nice.
Thank
Well
you,
done. Well
thank
done.
you. I'm a poet, and I know it. Are we going to
It was
see?
beautiful.
Thank you, thank you. I've been working on it.
This was the debut.
But will we be seeing more of that? Because I mean, what's so interesting about the show is that it does sort of play with reality,
Yeah.
right? Will we feel that more?
Yes, 100%. I can tell you nothing.
Oh,
but I can
tell us
promise
your
you-
secret.
But I can promise you
Some
that
stuff happens is
that-
what we can divulge.
Yeah, we
In the
dive-
show, stuff will happen.
Some
You
stuff.
heard it
Stuff is
here
happening
first.
in the
Stuff
show.
happens.
May or may not occur at some point.
I thought we nailed it down to stuff happens, but it may or
No,
may
I
not.
thought I'd retract
I'm going with
slightly.
stuff
Okay,
happens.
that's fine.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
all right.
I'm a little vague on my
Divided.
stuff. Yeah.
What's it like having kind of like a little bit of a sci-fi twist in your show, having that? Thing
Well,
of
I
alternate
think it's
realities?
great, but I think it's, I mean, it's a sci-fi twist. I would say that the genre is alternate history.
Yes.
And I
Right.
think with a tiny bit of sci-fi, but I think it's very important that we're kind of, and they have been kind of judicious with that. They don't, the characters are allowed to go deeper before the story spreads out too much. Because if you go too far, too quickly into the alternate timelines, then I think it's like you dilute the currency of the main story. You know, in
Yeah.
these movies with too many flashbacks and flash forwards,
Right.
you kind of stop caring about them because you think, well, it's going to turn out to be a flashback. I don't even care. You just get less involved.
Right.
And I think they've been very careful to wait and to eke it out slowly.
Yeah, 100%. I agree.
And what is it like working with the subject matter? Because obviously, I think that this sort of phase in history that we're dealing with is one of the most, you know, kind of twisted, interesting parts of history.
You mean the present day?
The present day now? Well,
I mean,
ooh,
I
that's
was
too
assuming
real.
that's what you were talking about.
But I mean, but really, you know, dealing with that sort of time period and Nazis and that kind of thing, what is it like working on that role? Do you just have to kind of like dive into whatever the subject matter is and just say this is the world? And
We're storytellers. I think
Yeah.
that we just kind of, you know, you it becomes all consuming, and it just is what it is. I think if,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, there is an element of it becoming somewhat normal, which is kind of terrifying.
That is strange. Things
Yeah.
we have to kind of decompress, especially playing a Nazi, you have to
Yeah.
decompress because it just, and it's a key to what happens in real life, because what's shocking on day one is by week 2 it's just the background, it's wallpaper. My
Yeah.
first day wearing a SS uniform.
That's gotta be
and you could
something.
feel the power of it. You could feel people step back. And then, like 2 days in, people are like, "Hey," you know, and you're just like, it's like your cool black suit that you're wearing. And then after a while, it's just you have to be reminded that that cool red thing is in fact a swastika.
Wow.
Because it just you cannot. It's your natural thing to just get on with your life. And that's what this thing is about. It's about how people normalize in order to do what humans do, which is to get on with life. And they can do it in the most extreme and horrid of circumstances if they're not careful.
That is the most profound political statement just about the world that I have ever heard.
Yeah.
Good. I mean, but it is.
Well, that's what I'm here for.
Very enlightening.
Now top
Spread a little
that.
gold and
Yes, goodbye then, darling. That's enough for you now.
Stay here and ruin it.
But I mean, that is I think the interesting thing is that what is one day strange becomes normal, and that's the scary sort of allegory of the show.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
What is look out there, for example?
Yeah, I know.
I know all those cosplayers at the beginning of the day, very interesting. At the end,
now
it's
it's
just
like,
some.
hey,
It's a
mundane.
Pikachu taking a nap, you know.
Exactly. See it all the time. What were some of the challenging things you guys had to do physically for the show?
All that jumping. Apart from that, I don't know. I don't really do any jumping.
Oh, all right.
Do you do any jumping?
I do lots of jumping.
There you go.
So the jumping.
She's famed
So
for
we've-
it.
Yes, yes, expert jumper. No, throwing myself out of the trunk of a car and sort of things
That's
like
just
that.
on the way to work.
Yeah,
Do you do that yourself?
I do the beginning and the end. I like my legs facing in the right direction in my life, so I let the experts do the craziness.
So anything head first, that's them.
That's I just in my 20s I went I want to do it myself, and now I think what? I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm the opposite. I would like my audience to know if ever they see my character doing something really dangerous, that it's a stuntman, and I'm off in a corner having a nice cup of tea.
Excellent.
Drinking it out of a styrofoam cup, going, "Oh, aren't they brave?"
I
So
love doing the stunt work, though. I do love it. I mean, if I felt like I was, Superwoman, I'd probably do the middle. But
that's all right.
Wonderful. When can people check out season 2?
December 16th.
That's right, what she said.
Wonderful. Check it out, you guys. And
Thank
stick
you.
around here with us. We're going to have more folks from Man in the High Castle coming up next. Stay here with Marvel Live.
Okay, how you doing? I'm Ben Morse. This is Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016.
Hey guys, welcome. Man in the High Castle season 2 coming soon. You guys just had a panel.
Yes, we did.
Tell us everything, because they told us nothing.
Yeah, the last people were
They
really
told us
stingy.
nothing.
They love
What?
doing that sort of. We don't want to spoil it for you. I'll spoil everything.
Were they trying to
Tell
be?
us
Were they?
everything.
Were they?
How does season 2 end?
Were they being mysterious?
They were
How does season 2
No,
end?
season-
Yes,
Yeah.
we want to know how it
You're
ends.
gonna
I'll tell
love
you.
it.
I'll tell you how season 5 ends. I know how everything goes all the way through.
I want to know how
How much
season
time
two,
do we
like,
have?
The middle. How do we get to the middle part of season 2? no one saw that
There's
one
a
coming.
fire.
Okay.
There's
not a fire.
There's drama and pathos and love and laughter and a little bit of spice.
Yep, and it's funnier than Friends.
Yeah, it's funnier than Friends.
Is that the new tagline of the show?
Yeah,
Man in the High Castle, we're funnier than Friends.
Now, really.
Okay,
you
let's
guys,
talk seriously.
Really
Yeah.
serious.
Sorry,
We're gonna
okay,
rap
we'll get
right now.
serious.
We're gonna get serious.
We're gonna drop a beat. Not that kind
Okay.
of rapping. Just kidding. But really, season.
Really?
Yeah,
That's what you just did.
That's where we are.
That's awesome.
Season 1, you guys. You've had an interesting evolution of the show. You have this big, weird alternative reality. What has it been like growing within that season?
Really exciting, actually, and watching the last season. Season 1 was received really well and became their, Amazon's biggest, most streamed show, and just to see people's reaction to the world that the creators of the show, Philip K. Dick, who wrote the novella that it's based on, that's what everything stems from, is that piece, and so we're really just trying to do honor to that as well as let it flower into a number of beautiful, pathways and results. What am I looking for? Results.
Yeah, it's been
Results.
to answer
Results.
the
You're gonna
answer the
tell me how
question.
season 2
You know what? I thought I was answering the question.
We
You answer the question, then go.
It's been it's been interesting to grow within the framework that they created in season 1 because we didn't know where it was going.
Right.
And so it's interesting because we don't even know what's going to happen in season 3 if there is a season 3, which there probably is going to be a season 3 because the show is pretty good.
Yeah.
But it's we didn't really understand where those films were coming from. We understand it better this year. We meet the man in the high castle. So a lot of questions that were left unanswered and that we actually had no idea about when we were doing the first season sort of became answered for us.
Yeah, it was actually really cool to work on the season and be like, oh, that's what we were doing. Oh, that's what we were doing.
Oh, that's
I mean,
what that
we really
means.
spent a lot of time going, oh my God, that's cool.
Yeah.
And also we were able to, everybody was able to contribute stuff, some of their own ideas and notions about our characters and what we should be doing, and that was really rewarding as well.
Looking back on season 1, if you can pick out one moment or one storyline that for your character you think really sells why this show is special, why it's important, what would that be?
For me, it definitely would have been the dinner scene with the Kasuras, the Japanese couple that invite my character over to dinner, and my character, Robert Childen, desperately wants to be accepted by the Japanese, desperately wants to be placed in the society of the Western Japanese occupied states. And so he thinks this is going to be, his chance to finally become someone within this world of occupied, disenfranchised, colonized world that we live in. And it turns out to be that they were just interested in him as kind of a token, trivial piece of interesting kitsch that they were looking at. And that was a lovely scene to shoot. It was straight out of the book, and it wouldn't have been done on any other show. It was an amazing thing to work on.
People loved your answer. You heard that. They're cheering.
Did they?
Perfectly timed.
That was just for me. I think I'm just pressing my rear end here against the thing. Yeah.
For me, for season 1, it was when Ed gives all of his money to Juliana and to Frank so they can flee. And it wasn't just that he gave all of his money away. It was the fact that the idea of real loss is to be separate from Frank. And Frank and Juliana and his grandfather are the only 3 people in his life that he has. And he knows that they can no longer live in the world that they used to live in, that it's gone. And the only way for them to keep alive is for them to leave the situation. And so he gives them everything that he has so they can get out. And then they wind up screwing it up. And, and then he goes to jail.
and then it gets sad.
And then it gets sad.
Thank you guys so much. You guys definitely look out for season 2 and go watch all of season 1 right now.
It's
You can
available.
go stream it. And stay with us here on Marvel Live. We're going to have the cast of Falling Water coming up very soon. Tune in at marvel.com/NYCC2016 and #MarvelNYCC. Stick right here with us.
That was
everybody. Blake with Marvel.com here, and we are with the cast of Falling Water, a show I'm very excited about. Please introduce yourselves.
I'm Blake Masters. I'm the co-creator and executive producer.
I'm Lizzie Brocheret, and I play Tess. I'm Gail Ann Hurd, executive producer.
William Lee, I play Taka.
My name is Zach Orth. I play Bill Borg.
I'm Owen Surf. I'm a scientist who consults.
So let me ask you this first. What are you doing here? You're like kind of keeping them on track with all the science and stuff?
So this is a science fiction show, so they don't need me to keep them on track, but I'm actually using this to inspire people to kind of look at what they do and say, okay, this is the path that we should follow to get the same ideas. So I'm trying to kind of use that to navigate the
I
science.
mean, look, if everyone's looking for inspiration to pursue a STEM career, this is an inspiration to pursue a career in STEM.
I gotta say too, Ms. Hurd, I already spoke to you earlier. It's an honor to have you on the stream. Everything you do is gold. Congratulations to y'all for probably a hit show, knock on wood
Thank you.
again.
We'd like this to be platinum.
I love it. So tell us about the show. It's kind of like there's a lot of dreams involved. Like you're better to explain.
The show's based around a really simple premise. The idea is, what if all of our dreams are actually interconnected? What if our individual dreams are like tiles in a grand mosaic we're all dreaming together? Only some of us, the really good dreamers, can wander out of their tile into the tile next door. Now within that world, we follow the journey of three people, each of whom is questing after something. There's Lizzie's character, Tess, is a woman who believes she has a lost child. David Ajla, who unfortunately couldn't be with us here today, he's looking for his lost lover. Will is looking to connect with his catatonic mother. And so those emotional quests take us into this world where the line between dreams and reality becomes very fluid, like reaching through a waterfall, hence the title Falling Water.
And I spoke with David about this show a while back, and he said he got really into dreams. You know, that's like a thing people talk about, their dreams, and no one wants to hear it, but like he got really into it, and he said he's kind of had some kind of experiences like that in real life. I don't know if that's ever happened for any of y'all.
Moran can tell you that's not surprising.
So
that is what happens.
So first of all, dreams are interesting to us no matter what. Even if they mean nothing, which they mean something, but even if they meant nothing, we feel that they're a part of us because they come from our brain. So our psyche creates something, so we really care about that. Now more than that, they actually tell us something about the path we want to follow. They kind of simulate futures and offer us ideas. So we want to know what the brain hides from us and uses to create content.
And Zach Orth plays Bill Borg, and an Icelandic billionaire who's got a particular take on it as well.
My character has some sort of connection to this dream world and sees it as a powerful communication tool and clearly wants to insinuate himself into that world and maybe turn it for his own uses.
So what did you guys show at Comic-Con this year for fans who couldn't make it? Have you had your panel yet as of now, or?
We showed two separate reels. One was a brand new clip, first time seen here at New York Comic-Con, sort of a saga cell of everything that happens over the season. And the other was a short trailer. And then we also showed a short film that got into the actual brain science that Moran follows, which is one of the really fun things is when Henry Rommel, who co-created this with me, and I first thought of it, we were doing science fiction, only to discover that, well, maybe it's not so science fiction anymore. And that's when Moran came on and said, no, we're about 4 steps from that. So the idea that we're now at a point where a computer can watch your brain and create images out of it that replicate what you're thinking of. It's not that far from being able to then connect the two brains and, sometime in the future be able to correct consciousness through our dreams.
Is this your first time working with the stars?
This is my first time in Comic-Con and my first time doing anything like that outside of the lab. But I think it's beyond just a fun activity. It's actually a chance to bridge some gap that doesn't get bridged often, which is scientists who speak the language of the culture can actually use that to speak to people that care about that but don't know that there's a room for that. So I think that's my job, if you want, beyond this one momentary job, is to kind of say, okay, here's what you kids who care about that can use to really contribute to the world in that same realm. So if you're excited.
And people who have seen clips are just blown away by the show. I mean, I guess you don't really need to, tell fans to watch because it's going to be huge. But I mean, what would you say? What can you say?
Well, one of the things we really pride ourselves on is trying to deliver the visuals of a movie every week. We don't try to be television, we try to be cinematic, and that's because our dreams are cinema. Our dreams aren't two people in the room talking. It's not My Dinner with Andre, which I love. And so we really pride ourselves in Juan Carlos Fresnadillo, who did 28 Weeks Later and Intacto, and I think would love being here at Comic-Con, actually. we really created a visual language for the way we dream on our show. And then to deliver that each week, so it's one of the reasons why people see it, it feels epic, because our dreams are epic, because everybody is epic in their dreams, and that's the universality of the show, is the way we all are sort of have these heroic journeys in our dreams, just like our three lead characters, Lizzie, Will, and David, who's not here.
And finally, how can fans, so it's coming soon, next week, I think?
It comes this Thursday night, USA Network, 10 o'clock, 9 Central. Hopefully it'll come to the parts of the world that Marvel reaches that aren't in the United States within about 2 months is our hope. And we could not be more excited. We had a full room here at Comic-Con for a show that hasn't even aired. So we kind of feel like we've tapped into something great, and we really hope everybody comes and watches.
And don't tell the other shows I've interviewed, but I'm most excited for this one. So don't tell anybody. All right, we'll be back for more.
Just as long as you tell the entire world that.
Done.
But you can wait until after the con wraps.
Sounds good. Thank you. Stay tuned for more New York Comic Con 2016.
Very quickly, I'm going to give you a little sweeping overview of this epic saga. Early in the second decade of the Marvel Age of Comics, a saga began. If you were a reader way back in 1973, you might not have realized that it was happening because it launched quietly, or as quietly as things happen in the Marvel Universe. And it grew in the telling to its own indelible corner of the greater Marvel tapestry. Today, this saga's legacy encompasses multiple creators, characters, and storylines, a true fan favorite if there ever was one. One of the saga's central characters, a so-called mad god named Thanos, debuted alongside his nemesis Drax the Destroyer, in, of all places, the pages of Iron Man. But they quickly moved on to engulf the Captain Marvel title, and eventually Warlock. Hailing from the moon of Titan, Thanos lusted after death like no villain before him. And by the time of his first crushing defeat in 1973, he earned the enmity of just about every superhero on Earth, including the Avengers, Spider-Man, The Thing, and many, many more. Chief amongst those who opposed him stood the enigmatic, space-born savior Adam Warlock and his associates, the aforementioned Drax, the assassin Gamora, and a certain cigar-chomping, wise-cracking troll named Pip. Warlock sacrificed his life to put an end to Thanos' reign of terror. But his story did not end there. Flash forward to 1991. 25 years ago, a Marvel story hit the scene that crossed over into several titles and solidified the battle between Thanos and his foes of one of the events of the modern Marvel era. The Infinity Gauntlet limited series brought Thanos back with a vengeance and sporting not one, but all 6 of the off-the-scale powerful Infinity Gems as a single weapon to wield against literally life itself. Any series that kicks off with half of all of sentient beings being wiped out of existence must have something going for it. And it did, because it spawned a wave of stirring sequels that continue to this day, and the devotion of a veritable army of fans. After his defeat in Infinity Gauntlet, spoilers, Thanos cooled his jets for another year until he was forced to ally himself with his enemies in 1992's Infinity War limited series. The story boasted the return of Adam Warlock's evil counterpart, the Magus, as well as dark doppelgangers of all of Earth's heroes in one spectacular struggle that Thanos walked or limped away from somewhat worse for the wear, but still with an evil gleam in his jaundiced eye. He picked up the ball, or should I say egg, in 1993's Infinity Crusade, a limited series that told a new tale of the galactic despot, as well as the cosmic egg of Adam Warlock's good half, the Goddess, and a quest for who or what might be the anchor of reality. Also, a decade passed before Thanos and company continued their Infinity Saga. Oh, they've been spotted here and there. Warlock even got himself killed again. But 2002 featured a new limited series called Infinity Abyss that featured 5 clones of Thanos and their own bid for universe-wide destruction, which the villain somehow parlayed into his own series from 2003 to 2004. Yet another decade passed, and in 2014, faithful followers of the Infinity Saga were treated to an unparalleled wealth of material with characters they'd known and loved for years. 2014's Thanos Infinity Revelation began a new cycle within the greater story, that of a reborn warlock who wasn't quite his original self and who possessed an eye for cosmic mischief. Thanos opposed him, of course, and the threads from the tale continued into 2015's Thanos Infinity Relativity, and this year's Thanos Infinity Finale and Infinity Entity. Say those all together. Good luck. So huge, so sprawling is this saga and its characters that comics alone could not contain them. Not satisfied with simply conquering the four-color medium, they branched out into other worlds, intent on dominating them all. Thanos himself had entered the Marvel Cinematic Universe with his popular cameo in the first Avengers film and his more substantial presence in Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy. He and the Infinity Gems are even now poised to play an enormous role in the next phase of Avengers films launching in 2018. That begs the question. So, where did the saga originate? Is there a cosmic chess player who moved its characters across a galactic game board and never ever allows them a moment of rest or to collect their wits? Beyond the powerful cosmic constructs in the saga, beyond the suns and the planets and the intangible stuff in between them, one near omnipotent infinity force exists. One storyteller, one man whose imagination knows no bounds. That man is Jim Starlin. Here to introduce the man himself, you might know him as a current co-writer of Drax, or maybe you've seen him wrestle in the ring. Please welcome Phil Brooks, aka CM Punk.
Thank you. I honestly don't think I could have done a better job, and I don't know why she had to introduce me for me to introduce Jim. We're all here for him. Can you all hear me? I just got to get awfully close to this thing. All right. I don't have 2 pages of notes. I feel like maybe I'm a little underprepared for this, but I've been a comic book fan my entire life. I recall working in the comic shop when this came out, and this story kind of blew my mind. And as I was sitting over there listening to Lorraine, tell the whole story to kind of recap or catch anybody up, I thought of, for some reason, the movie Inception popped into my head, and the scene where Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character's got the little gun, and then Tom Hardy comes in with this hand cannon, and he looks at him and he says, "You mustn't be afraid to dream a little bit bigger, darling." I think I don't think the man I'm here to introduce could have dreamed any bigger. This story, when I was 15, 16 years old, was like the most sprawling, intense, Marvel Universe-wide thing that I'd ever read, and the only thing that came close probably up until that point was, Secret Wars with the Beyonder, but that was kind of a little more cheesy, This story to me is extremely important in comic books, and we're on the cusp of these movies coming out, so this is a really big deal. So it's my joy, my pleasure, and my honor to give you all Jim Starlin. Come over there. Yeah. I feel silly sitting at this podium. Hang on a second.
Come on over here. We'll sit on the table so people can see us. Here, you take that one, and I'll take this side.
If this table comes crashing down, I assume full responsibility. I've gained about 30 pounds in the last couple of weeks, so.
I haven't helped with the southern food I've been eating in the last 2 myself.
Okay, so I'm a huge comic book nerd. Raise your hand if you're a comic book nerd. All right. Somebody didn't raise their hand. You're in the wrong room. So I'm probably going to ruin a lot of questions that everybody has for Jim, but I'll hopefully get them out of the way because I'm a fan, first and foremost. My first question is, 25 years, did you ever think in your wildest dreams, as you were writing the Infinity Gauntlet, that it would turn into what's going to be the biggest Hollywood blockbuster that the world has ever seen?
No, actually, I remember talking with folks back in the 70s and the possibility of movies and television, and it was pretty much agreed that my stuff would probably be the last stuff adapted because it was so strange and off the wall.
Well, I actually agree with that. And I think that's why my friends and myself, because we grew up in an era where we didn't have these movies that everybody has now, and what we would do is we would go to the movies. We'd go see a James Bond movie, and we would pretend that he was Captain America, and that's how we got our superhero movies, So I do kind of agree with that assessment that back then I would have looked at this and I would have been like, "There's no way this would ever be a movie."
We couldn't imagine what the computers could do. I mean, we figured all the space stuff was off the table as far as entertainment goes because ships cost so much at that time to make.
Absolutely. Well, I think the content too, not only the CGI stuff, but the content. You seem to be throughout all of your writings, not just the Infinity Gauntlet, but you're a little bit fixated on death. That always seems to be it always seems to be a reoccurring theme. I mean, especially in this one, So is there? I'm kind of fascinated. Is there any particular reason for that, or is that just where does that come from?
Well, it all comes down to a quote by Norman Mailer, all true stories end in death. These guys are playing massively high-stake games, and if people don't die occasionally, there's no reality. I mean, it's not reality to begin with, but we have to at least give it a semblance of reality every so often.
Understood. I think my introduction to comic books was Larry Hama's G.I. Joe, which is also a Marvel title. And in the cartoon world of G.I. Joe, where I first discovered G.I. Joe, nobody ever died. They point blank would shoot at each other. Nobody ever died. And I remember finding
These are trained soldiers.
Yes. This is the army. This is yeah. So nobody ever died. And in the comic book in the late 90s or the early 100s in the issues, they started killing guys, and it brought this gravity to the comic book. And I was a kid, and I was like, whoa, what is going on? And it kind of and then now I'm reading this story where this mad god is snapping his finger, and he's wiping out half the universe. When I reread the whole series before I came here, and I was rereading it, and I was just like, man, this can be some heavy stuff, So is there? God, it just seems like it's such a heavy kind of subject matter. But you created these characters, Thanos, Adam Warlock. What were the inspirations for the characters?
Inspirations, everything from Wilhelm Reich to Jung to James Bond movies to comic books, driving around, walking around in the woods. Inspiration just comes everywhere. If I was to go through page by page, probably newer stuff would be easier to do, but I could say, okay, I got this one, this idea here, this idea there. I mean, they just come everywhere. A lot in the woods.
And when inspiration strikes you, you're kind of the person who would take a note, or you just keep it all up in your head?
I try and get it down as soon as I can, but I'm not one of those folks who keep a pad next to the bed or anything. So I lose a lot of ideas that way, especially in the middle of the night.
Well, now we have smartphones, so now you can just write it all down in your notes, which is still something I don't do.
Yeah, I should do that, but I'd probably get killed because I usually have somebody sleeping next to me and wouldn't appreciate me doing the dictaphone thing while she's trying to rest.
I get that too. I can't sleep when you're on your phone. Sorry, I can't sleep, period. So who out of all the characters that you've written, and I know we're specifically here for 25th anniversary of the Infinity Gauntlet, but you got to have a favorite. Who's your baby?
I think it's Thanos because he does all the dark things that, if we were honest with ourselves, we all have this dark side of ourselves. we'd all like to be able to do the nasty things that he occasionally does on a regular basis, or he does on a regular basis, nothing occasional about it. It's just a matter of letting loose the animal inside you. And he does it better for me than any of the other ones. Warlock's kind of nice, but he's more the esoteric. Dreadstar is more the anarchist, but Thanos is the monster in all of us, and I kind of like looking him out every so often.
Okay, I can appreciate that. I've always been a guy who actually despises the Superman character because I figured somebody with that much power, no matter who he was raised by, would at least once a year vaporize somebody with his laser eyes. So I like the Thanos character because that's what he does. He doesn't, you know, he's this nihilist who just tries to wreck everything, and he gets like such joy from it. So when you were writing it, were you told, because through my experience of writing Drax, there was things that they told me that I couldn't do after I, said, hey, I want to do this, and, there's a big email chain, and it eventually comes down as, no, you can't do that. And I think some of my stuff was mild compared to what some of the stuff you did to some of the more famous Marvel characters. But did you want to kill anybody and they said no to, or anything like that?
No, I was usually saying no. I didn't have time to kill off who they wanted me to kill off. Yeah, I got the death reputation here pretty quickly up there. When I first started off, Marvel was going from like 8 books a month to like 25. And so at that point, I got my job because they were quite literally hiring anybody who could hold a pencil. And so when I was doing Captain Marvel and Warlock, and not so much later on at the Infinity Gauntlet, Roy Thomas was the editor up there. And he was editing all the books. He was it. There was no assistant editors, so we got it down to I gave him a 1-sentence synopsis that I would scream in at him at the door as I walked by. It's like, Captain Marvel's going to fight the Super Skrull this week. And he goes, fine, go on. And that would be our entire story conference. And so I didn't have anything written down, so when you do a page, you got the whole day where you're working on a page, and ideas start going around in your head. So whenever I started off a story, it never ended the way I intended to by the time I got to the end. Somewhere along page 8 or 9, I'd go, let's do this instead. Mm-hmm. And it would lead off into a different place where the Infinity Stones or something would show up, which weren't in the story to begin with. The Avengers Annual, they were a throwaway. I needed some kind of monstrous thing. And I created the Infinity Stones just to fill up some space, never knowing that they were going to actually be used again, and that I would be using them. I had no intention. So it's a lot different now. Now they want a plot written out. And fortunately, I'm working with Tom Brevoort, and he knows that I very seldom, well, I'm always lying to him in my synopsis.
It's basically just get something down on the paper or email. And
something
send it
we
to
can
him.
get it approved by, but basically it's he knows that somewhere along the line, I'm going to just abandon what I've written and we'll be going off again somewhere. Most of the time it works pretty good.
Okay, so I don't know. You probably didn't read it. I don't know. Certainly not enough of you did because it got shut down after 11 issues. Thanks a lot. But I co-wrote Drax, and I know he was a character of yours. A lot of creators will create characters, and they're kind of super attached to them. And I didn't do anything too wacky with Drax. I did some weird stuff with Fin Fang Foom and Terrax, but. That's neither here nor there.
Fin Fang Foom requires that.
Yeah. So I was just wondering if, what do you think the interpretation of your characters are in movies thus far? My friend of mine, Dave Bautista, plays Drax on the big screen. I think he does a great job. I just want to know what your opinion, if you've seen the movies, and what do you think?
With Gamora, I think they're very close to my Gamora, more so than the comic book Gamora. I'm not crazy about the armor they got her in lately. Mm-hmm. I think she always thought of her more as sort of a samurai, or a ninja, rather. And Drax, Drax was one of these things I never knew what to do with. I started him up. I got fascinated with Thanos, and I just sort of shoved him over to the side. And I know other people did some things with him. Juice Shooter had him in the Avengers, and then you guys changed him over. And I like what you've changed him over to. I think he's much more interesting than he was at his original inception, which was just this one-dimensional character who said, I want to kill, I want to kill, I want to kill. The movie version of it, I kind of like the fact that they've taken the comic book version and sort of added on a little bit of the dumb Drax that I had later on in the Silver Surfer and that. So I get a kick out of both of them.
Out of all the characters you've created, who's your favorite and why is it Pip the Troll? Because I want to kind of preface this with I was dying to use so I'm co-writing Drax, and they send me this what they called the Galactic I think it was called the Galactic Bible. It was all the characters that are in the cosmic side of things, and I was reading through this and I was like, wow, this is great. Oh, I wanted to use every obscure character that nobody ever wanted to read in a comic book ever again. I wound up using Planet Terry. Like, it got real weird. Pip was one of the guys I really wanted to use. So as we're developing this, I want to use Pip. They're like, we're cool with it, but there's one thing: he doesn't smoke anymore. You can't.
I hate that.
You can't draw characters smoking anymore. You know, it influences some kids and stuff like that. And I was like, well, that's fine. Just know that you're going to get a Pip the Troll that's now covered in nicotine patches. So I got to do that, which was one of the more exciting things that they said yes to, which I was kind of shocked about. So every time you see Pip, it looks like he's beat up, but he's not. It's all nicotine patches, and he just talks about how he can't smoke anymore. So I kind of got to do that. I always, for some reason, I don't know why, I loved Pip the Troll. I loved him, absolutely loved him. What was the inspiration for that?
Well, not on Pip the Troll, I would say you could take my Thanos answer instead of using the dark sides that is in us, use socially unacceptable. He's everything that, well, I wouldn't want to do, but I probably have done in some more embarrassing moments. He's just this, he was designed to be the lighter side, the kid sidekick, whatever. But he sort of took on his own persona and backstory. He used to be a royalty, and his hobby was painting star fields, which was basically doing a black field and sitting there all day putting dots on. And so, of course, he went insane and he turned into a degenerate. Not so different in my story back in the 70s.
That's actually what I was. That's actually what
he's
I was
supposed to be
getting at.
based on Jack Kirby.
Oh, okay. I kind of assumed that there was somebody, and I thought maybe you, that was a little bit of a reflection of Pip, but
the cigar is Jack Kirby. Everything else is Jack. Never did any of that stuff. He was a gentleman.
Okay. All right. All right. Is there
weird gentleman, but still a gentleman?
No, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, he helped give us all of this, so 3 cheers for Jack Kirby. Did you ever even think when you were writing this that you were going to get all these sequels to it? Or was there an idea that Infinity Gauntlet is going to be, there's a beginning, there's a middle, and there's an end? Or was the idea going into it always, well, it's going to kickstart Infinity Crusade and so on and so forth?
Okay, here's a big secret. Marvel is a corporation. It has had many different owners and many different editors that I've worked for along the line. And at this point, I think the Revlon people had bought it, and one of the first things they did was they came up and emptied the closet of all the Spider-Man jackets. So we knew they were going to squeeze this company for everything they had. And they did. And they said, they actually did an ad at one point, would you take the last dollar from this child? And then the line underneath said, let us show you how. So when Silver Surfer started selling well, they said, well, we got to do some more of this stuff because it's making money. So let's do the Thanos quest, and that made money. And so we did the Infinity Gauntlet, and that just kept coming down with more Infinity things because each one of them sold pretty well. And so, no, I didn't know that I was going to do it, but I wasn't at all surprised because they were printing just everything at that point. I mean, they were doing 100 books a month or some ridiculous number.
It's just a matter of this did really, really well, so we want more of it.
Yeah, suddenly every X-Men had its own book.
Yeah.
This was that stage.
Yeah, next thing you know, they're going to give Drax a solo book. You know. Thank you.
Could never happen.
I got one laugh over here. I don't know. I just had a really great question. I forgot. Oh, so you said this has nothing to do with Infinity Gauntlet, but I'm a comic book nerd and I have to ask you about it. You said you became known as the Death Guy, and you wrote a story for DC where you got to kill Robin, which, was kind of shocking at the time. But we, the fans, of course, voted on this. We wanted to see this happen. So, did you get that because you were known as the Death Guy?
No, I got that because I thought going out and fighting crime in a gray and black outfit while you send out a kid in primary colors was kind of like child abuse. So when I started working on Batman, I was always leaving him out, Robin out of the stories, and Denny O'Neil, who was the editor, finally said, "You got to put him in." And
you were like, "I'm going to kill him."
Well, it's even weirder than that. It was at the beginning of the AIDS epidemic. And DC had this great idea. They put it in a suggestion box and said, which character should we give AIDS to? And we'll do a
Welcome back to Marvel Live here at New York Comic Con 2016. My name is Ben Morse.
I'm Lorraine Sick. I really have the giggles over here with Nick Spencer. Welcome.
Hey, thanks for having
Nick
me.
Spencer, Dr. Giggles, as we call him around with us. How are you doing, man?
That's
how are you
a
enjoying
terrifying nickname.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. How are you enjoying the show?
It's been great. It's been great. We came in earlier because we had our Marvel retreat this week.
I saw you there.
So it's
We
been
sat
a
next to each
whirlwind
other.
marathon.
Do you remember that was
we
me?
sat next. You took a lot of the incoming fire.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's been a crazy week for
The
sure.
retreat was crazy for you. We're not going to give away anything, but it was, let's just say it was an impactful retreat for Nick Spencer.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
A lot of stuff happened.
secrets.
It was. I had to talk a lot.
You had to talk a lot.
I had to talk a lot.
Yeah.
So.
Seemed very comfortable with the spotlight, though. And that's because all the great work you've been doing up in our 2 Captain America books, Astonishing Ant-Man. I want to talk about Sam Wilson. I think, honestly, one of our most fascinating characters right now, and for years was a supporting character, but really, you ran with him and you said, all right, look, this is a guy who, speaking out on social issues has always been the backbone of the character. Just because he's Captain America, I'm not going to change that. Was that a hard decision to make, or was that just natural?
It wasn't hard because I'm just kind of careless. And don't put enough thought into these things. But no, it's true. It's Sam was a social worker and a community organizer in Harlem. That was his career before he was Falcon. He's always been a character that's very politically passionate and has strong opinions and strong views. And so it definitely felt like a natural place to take the character. That what if somebody who was Captain America said, I'm going to take a stand on some things. And the way that we try to do it, it's not really important what those issues were or what he was saying when he made his opinions known. It's just a story of what happens if a Captain America does that.
Yeah. And it's been a great story so far.
Thank you.
And speaking of Captain America doing things, Steve Rogers.
Yeah, I led with the softball.
Yeah.
Steve.
No, I'm ready for some hardball.
He's doing good. No problems. All fine here.
Some slight troublemaking. How did this happen?
Yeah, I mean, I assume everybody knows, but if you don't, spoilers, Steve Rogers is currently an agent of Hydra. He's had his reality rewritten by Cosmic Cube at the behest of the Red Skull.
An adorable Cosmic Cube.
A very adorable, very sweet Kobik. She's very precocious, but she also can rewrite reality as she sees fit. And she happens to think the Red Skull is just dreamy. So that's a problem. And so Steve is in a very different place than we've ever seen him before. It's an entirely different Steve. And, he's... we're in our Civil War II arc right now, and we found out in the last issue that Steve had a much bigger role in that series than we may have seen on the original page. Had some involvement in what happened to the Hulk. Had some involvement in some other key parts of the story. So people were back to screaming at me and gasping and crying, and that's how we like them. So that's good.
Obviously, Steve and Sam right now are very different characters, very different Captains America. But just looking at them from the surface level, Steve, classic Steve versus Sam, how do you approach writing the two books and the two characters differently?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, right now because of the story we're in, it's pretty easy. Historically, Steve has always wanted to seem very above the fray. He's been very aware of his place as a symbol and wanting to speak to the entirety of America. And again, that just goes back to Sam just having a different approach and saying, I want to do good as Captain America, and I think the way to do some good is using this influence and using this microphone to try to change things that I think need to be changed. I think that Steve usually takes a little bit of a bigger picture vision and is a little bit more of a non-interventionist on that kind of thing. But given Steve's current status quo, he might feel a little differently about that soon. So who knows?
You mentioned a little bit Kobik and the Red Skull's relationship, which is kind of like deliciously wrong. Where did that sort of idea come from? And do you feel bad corrupting a poor child?
Yeah, look, I created Kobik, and we set her up back during standoff, and I've been so thrilled with the response to the character generally. Like people seem to really like her. And she's in Thunderbolts right now, which Jim Zub is writing. I felt bad in the sense that I knew from the start that was a pretty terrible beat that she was going to have to go through. But the idea is Kobik is the sentient version of the Cosmic Cube that the Red Skull held back in a classic Mark Waid, Ron Garney story. She views the Skull very much as kind of a father figure. The idea is that there was a lasting impression that was made there. But we already are starting to see in the story that the Red Skull's idea of Hydra and Kobik's idea of Hydra might be somewhat different, and we're starting to see that Hydra Steve is not down with what the Red Skull is doing to Hydra, so that's gonna come to a major head soon.
I want to talk about your third book for a second, Astonishing Ant-Man, which is one of my favorites. And the cool thing is always, you've got your kind of mainstream superhero books running. One time you had Superior Foes of Spider-Man, great book. Now you have Astonishing Ant-Man. There's always kind of this dark comedy book running at the same time. Does that flex different muscles for you as a writer? Does it give you a chance to do some different stuff?
It really does. I love writing comedy, and it's been great getting to do it with Superior Foes and Ant-Man, because getting to do comedy within the Marvel Universe is just even better, because you just get to poke fun at things that you've cared about and loved for a long time, and that's great. We're coming to the end here with 13. I think we got a nice wrap up to our story. It really comes back to the stuff that we've been talking about, Scott, from the start. That he's a superhero single dad. That his relationship with Cassie is very much central to who he is as a hero. So I feel like we're ending on an up note, and that's pretty cool.
Speaking of those two titles, there are always kind of these like interesting little characters that you don't always see a ton of or get to hear their side of the story. Do you have a soft spot in your heart for those other players?
I do. I mean, especially with Superior Foes, and again with Ant-Man, I love the working class villains, especially. They're characters that tend to show up at the beginning of books. The superheroes fighting them while they're thinking about more important things or whatever. And I'm always curious about what motivates them, what gets them out of bed in the morning, how losing this much must impact their state of mind, and things like that. So that's always fun to kind of get into and explore.
We got about 2 minutes left. Why don't we
spin the wheel?
All right.
We're hyping this up.
Let's give it a shot.
Spin the wheel.
We're gonna
to your
spin
own
the
doom.
infinity wheel.
You have to do it.
Physically do it.
Right. How does this work? Right here?
Yeah, it's a wheel. You spin it.
Right. All right, there we go.
What do we got, Lorraine?
It says Spider Who. Ooh.
Spider who?
We're going to tell you the name of a spider person, and you're going to say if that person is a person or not.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Nick Spencer.
Who am I to decide?
Nick Spencer, tell me, is Spider Monkey a real Spider-Man character?
Spider Monkey is a real Spider-Man.
I think we got to
It's
give
one
a harder
for one.
one.
All right, what else do we got here? Phantom Spider?
That doesn't sound right.
That's not right.
Ooh.
Spider Wolf.
I think this one's open to interpretation, maybe, but no. I'm
You're
gonna say
say
no.
false, and you'd be wrong, sir.
Oh,
Yeah.
Where was this? Do we
It's-
have like a date of appearance or anything?
No, we have a line that says true. So that we come to the end of our game.
And that's how being
And
canon works.
So congratulations,
2
you
out
had,
of
a,
3.
you had a good run. 2 out of 3 ain't bad.
I'm no Dan Slott.
No, you're certainly not, and be thankful for that. Nick, where can people find you online, on social media, if they want to converse with you? Probably yell at you, to be honest
I'm
with
at
you.
twitter.com/Nick Spencer, and people come and yell at me every day.
You're not hiding, are you?
I love that internet.
And when does issue 13 come out?
Issue 13 of Ant-Man comes out next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
2 weeks. 2 weeks
Very
from now,
good.
I think. I think 2 Wednesdays from now.
Well, go check out all 3 of Nick Spencer's books.
Cap Steve Rogers, Cap Sam Wilson, Astonishing Ant-Man. He's doing great work on all of them. We're going to be coming back with Joe Quesada in just a second. We thank Nick Spencer for joining us, and we thank you for watching us here at Marvel Live, New York Comic Con 2016, brought to you by Kabam, Marvel Contest of Champions.
And if you guys want to interact with us online, just hashtag MarvelNYCC or head over to marvel.com/NYCC2016 for more photos and live vlogs and all kinds of cool stuff happening over there. So stick around with us right here.
This is Ben Morse, and you're here at Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016 with me, Lorraine Sink, and Marvel's CCO, Joe Quesada.
Ooh, I like that.
It's like you're up to
Ben.
bat, right? I was working on that
How's it going, guys?
just for you, sir.
It's great. How's it going for you? You're a busy man. This is
Yeah, you know, it's New York Con, but it's not to be busy about. It's just it rocks, and just got out of Cup of Joe a little while ago.
what
Great
can
panel.
you tell us?
You know, you had
All
to
the
be there. You
secrets.
had to be there.
Well, you can go check out the live blog of
Absolutely,
it also at
absolutely.
marvel.com/NYCC 2016. But can you give us some little hints at what they might see there in the live blog?
I think the project that really sort of hits home with me is we started talking about Medaya Mom, which is a project we're doing in conjunction with ABC News and Dan Silver from ABC News, and it was just nice to have somebody who won an Emmy like on the dais, and you know, it's kind of cool. So it's an amazing project, and you know, look into it. It's free. It's digital. You can see it on Marvel.com. You can catch it on ABCNews.com. It's an amazing story, true story.
Yeah, we got to talk with Dan Silver a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
And I mean, just the artwork is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Their work is gorgeous. So also, I think not everybody realizes, because you're such an important guy, that
not really.
they don't
It's
always
okay.
know
Thank
about-
you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
the newer fans may not know what amazing art you do, and we have some new art, right, that we can show off maybe
Oh,
here.
okay.
Thank
I
you,
guess-
the lovely Blake Garris.
The lovely
everyone.
Blake
Wow,
Garris.
is that signed by the whole cast? That is an Iron Fist poster signed by the whole cast.
I
Look
hope
at that.
nothing happens to it.
That belongs. Who does it belong to? That belongs to you. Okay. Let's give that back. Let's give that back. So
how long did that piece take you?
it didn't take me that long actually. What took long? You say good?
I said really.
Oh, they said good. That's good.
That's good, Joe. That's good. Keep working.
No, I did about maybe 6 to 8 like pretty well rendered sketches just to try to get the right gesture, the right pose, and I submitted those, you know, all to our marketing guys, Netflix and stuff, and they picked my favorite anyway. So as it turns
Nice.
out, it was, you know, exercise of futility because the one I wanted was the one that they got. But yeah, so that's what takes the thing for me is always it's less about the execution of the final piece, but all the stuff that goes behind the scenes that people don't really get to see, like the waste paper basket or digital waste paper basket, full of rejected sketches and poor anatomy.
So you get to see everything.
Just about.
Just
Yeah.
about.
Yeah.
What is
I
it
know what
like?
you had for breakfast.
Really?
It's not that exciting.
I see everything.
You are close to the Infinity
You really
Gauntlet.
need to get more protein in your
I
diet.
know,
know,
we've
okay.
talked about this before.
Uh,
I love sugar.
That explains a lot.
Yeah.
But you get to see a lot of things
Yeah.
that come in before anybody knows about them. What has been some of the things we know about now that have
Yeah.
been the hardest to sort of keep quiet?
You know, well, you're actually going to see some of this stuff later today.
Ooh.
It will hit the net. That is that is arguably the hardest part about my new role at Marvel. When I was editor in chief, you know, I was running a division, and the lead time in comics is about 3 months, so it's
Right.
easier. And because it's my division, I feel okay teasing just enough or too little. Now that I'm working across a lot of other divisions, and these things have like, you know, a year, 2-year lead time, it's really a lot of like just got to keep quiet and just have to let it come out. And sometimes you'll hear fans, you know, complain about something or want something, and I know it's going to happen. I know they're going to get what they want, but I can't say it. So I have to just sit there and go, wouldn't that be great? It's fantastic, yeah.
You had to sit on that "I told you so" for so
Yeah.
long.
No, it's not even that I told you so. It's just a
Reassurance.
I wish I could
Yeah.
tell them, but yeah, you know, we're on it. We're on it.
I love it.
Going back to Iron Fist for
Yeah.
a sec. One of the beautiful things about what's happening with Marvel TV and movies today is so many characters from the catalog are getting their chance, their spotlight, and we all have different relationships with different characters. What's your relationship to Iron Fist the character? What do you dig about him? What did maybe you not get about him? How do you feel?
No, I mean, I love the character. I can't say that I don't really have a history with the character like I do with Daredevil. I didn't really work on any Iron Fist projects. As a matter of fact, I think this poster may be the first time I've actually drawn the character. I think so. But as a kid, I remember, you know, reading the comics and digging the character and thinking it was a cool take on the whole sort of martial arts craze that was happening at that time. And it's a really interesting concept and just the idea. Because I said this at the Cup of Joe. We had someone who was asking about how much real world science do we work into our stories, and she was asking about comics, but I also talked about it from like the Netflix point of view, where when we discuss the sort of the special stuff of the Marvel Universe, whether it's a superpower or something that may appear magical, we want to come at it from a science base. So rather than sit there and say, what does someone have to do in order to have enough power to focus into their chi to punch through a brick wall? We ask the question in a different manner, which is we have a character who could focus his power into his chi, into his fist, and punch through a brick wall. So we'll ask a scientist or a physicist and say, if someone could do that, if they really, not how can you do that, but if someone could do that, how would it be possible? So you sort of reverse engineer it. And then, you start thinking about it in a different way. And we get some really great answers. And then in a lot of ways, it may be bogus science because it's not physically possible, but in the world of probability. And you add that to the shows, and I think it adds, because Marvel's very grounded in the real world, and it adds that element of reality, whether it's faux or not. To the stories, and I think it just enhances them so that things aren't it's just magic, That's a very tough thing for us even to justify, when we start making these shows, and even the comics, it's magic doesn't necessarily fly, at least in this generation of Marvel.
Yeah, I love that. And, I want to take us back just a couple of weeks. Marvel's Luke Cage, enormously popular.
Yes.
It's a wonderful show. And You heard?
I heard it broke Netflix.
Yeah, we broke the internet.
I'm not saying it broke Netflix. I'm not saying.
No.
People are saying.
Netflix is
I've
tough
heard
to-
people saying.
Netflix is
but
tough
not
to break.
me.
And I also think something that's so amazing about it is I think it's one of the most socially relevant shows that's on television right now. Where did you sort of come up with the idea behind letting the show go to those interesting places?
It starts with our showrunner and our writers' room, and Cheo Coker is just a brilliant writer, and he's so in tune to not just obviously black culture, but modern culture and music, and I mean the way he approached the show was story, it was character, it was music. I mean he had it all in his head and could hear it and describe it, and he just brought that to the table, and then writers' room, just brings it to life, and then of course we have an incredible cast, incredible directors, and so it's. When you do it right, it's just it's sort of an alchemy, right? It's like it's just. In this case, it's kind of like magic, right? Because you never know.
Well, I think there's a science behind it. You never like to say it's just magic.
No, but we try. The thing is, like anything, you try to have it a science behind it, right? But you never know if everything's going to click, and that's where the magic happens. And if it clicks, it's successful. If it doesn't click, then you're like, it's missing an authenticity. It doesn't feel, or it doesn't feel real. It doesn't feel Marvel. It doesn't feel, and so our goal is hopefully to be right more often than we're wrong. And in a case like Luke Cage, our television guys did a great job, and it feels right.
Yeah.
We still got a couple more months left in 2016. I know there's some big stuff coming from the publishing realm still. But looking ahead to 2017 across all the brands, what are you most excited about?
Wow. In publishing, I mean, you just had Nick Spencer on here, and he's got some big stuff. Charles Soule pitched some wonderful sort of street level Daredevil stuff that's coming up. There's a lot. I mean, there really is a lot, and I'm just enjoying watching Bendis get back to Jessica Jones.
So
and,
good.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
So there's just so much stuff coming up that it's hard to pinpoint one, but again. There's always something at Marvel that excites me because we have so many different characters, and if it's not just in publishing, we obviously have the TV world, and we're doing a lot of other sort of very secret initiatives that nobody knows about yet, that you may see next year, or you may not see until the following year. And this is my frustration. We come around full circle, right? I really can't talk about it.
Gosh, you have, I mean, honestly, what we started, even when I started a few years ago, we have branched out so much.
Yeah.
We had Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
We're all very tired.
Yeah. and even animation has grown. We have several shows now. There's a feature film. I mean, at what point do you have to turn into multiple man and become many people?
It should have happened a while ago. It really should have happened a while ago. But I think that's also one of the tough things about working at Marvel is that we're all multitasking. All you guys understand that, right? But the beauty of it also is that we're allowed to be wildly creative, and we get the opportunity to work with all these great characters and to exercise our creativity across these characters, and to take on new challenges. Like if you had asked me 10 years ago, or tell me that I would be in the television business and working on television, I would have never have imagined it in a million years. And yet here we are. So it allows someone like me to exercise different creative muscles and do different things. And from there, I mean, there's other things that I'm going to be doing as well for Marvel that I can't talk about that will allow me to exercise other creative muscles. And I think for a lot of us, there's so much of that, and sometimes it doesn't feel like work, even though we're tired.
I love that.
It's hard to put it better. Thanks, Joe, for coming on. Thanks for taking
guys.
the time to talk to us.
Let's do this again next year.
Absolutely. That's a date. Guys, we're going to be back talking to the folks at Booking.com in just a second on Marvel Live.
Welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Lorraine Sink.
I'm Ben Morris, and joining us is our buddy Darren Sanchez. Darren.
Hello.
First time on the live stream.
It's my first time, yes.
Nervous?
A little bit,
You're
yeah.
going to be great. Darren works with our Marvel Custom crew. Can you explain real quick what you do?
Sure. Marvel Custom, I'm like a creative director, editor, and project manager. We do a lot of client activations and special comics with messages, and we're here today to talk about Booking.com.
That's right. We got Booking.com. You can check it out right here.
So I heard that some of our superheroes are going on a vacation, and can I go with them?
That would be nice. It's kind of cool. Actually, the theme of this is Heroes on Vacation, and we're doing 10 images for Booking.com, and we're taking advantage of the diversity of their accommodations because they offer all kinds of different places to go.
And we've got all different kinds of heroes.
Exactly. Yeah. So it matches up perfectly, and it's a great opportunity to put characters like Doctor Strange, for instance, in a scenario where he's looking at different places to go on vacation. We also did Guardians of the Galaxy. That's another litho by Sean Chen that is available at the Marvel booth right now. We didn't happen to have one of those here. But we're doing 10 and putting together our characters with the accommodations. We have a lot of cool ones. We have one with Black Panther, one with Ant-Man, some of the other Avengers, and in various different locations.
So from start to finish, when a partner like Booking.com comes to you guys, how do you determine what you're going to do to support the product?
That's a good question.
Thank you.
Partners come in and they basically tell us what they're hoping to accomplish, what kind of tone, whether it's humorous or serious, educational, and we put together a program for them. With this one, we knew we had 10 images that we wanted to make, so our team came up with 25 different ideas.
Oh, wow.
And we pitched them to Booking.com, and they were very receptive. They were very cool to work with. Some of them are pretty funny. The whole idea is to have humor behind it, and to show family, to show different passions that the heroes might have. Some of them are family, some might be romantic. For instance, the third one that's coming out is Luke Cage and Jessica Jones.
Aww.
And they have baby Danielle with them, and they're going to a ski lodge. And so it's kind of an interesting picture. And Mike Mayhew did it.
Oh, wow.
And it's in development now. It's just got colored, so we're going to be slowly rolling them out in the coming year.
I'm curious, where do the Guardians of the Galaxy go on vacation? Because they kind of go all over the galaxy.
Right. We thought of that. We had them at a space hotel, but then we thought a little bit harder about it, and we brought them to New York City because that's a place where they might come for vacation since they don't live here like us.
Right.
And the scene in that one is they're in the Milano, and they're hovering over a great-looking hotel, and the team is like really pumped up about how awesome the hotel is, and Star-Lord's like kicking back, like, yeah, he did it. He did a good job, and it's sort of like it's so easy, even Star-Lord can get it right. That sort of thing.
That's great. You mentioned a few names. You mentioned Todd Knox, Sean Chen, Mike Mayhew. These guys are great artists. How do you pick which artists are going to work on these custom projects, and how do you go about making sure you get the right choice?
Well, I think every editor at Marvel has their favorite guys to work with. We have a big selection of guys to work with, and it just depends on the character and the tone that we're trying to hit. The other 7 that we're working on, I haven't selected the artists yet.
Oh, wow.
They're still in development, and we're still talking out remember, we had 25 to pick from, and so we've kind of narrowed it down to about 13. I'm pretty sure we're doing the Black Panther one. We're doing Ant-Man. But some of the other ones we like them all, so it's really hard to rule that one out or rule this one out.
And the crazy thing is, you could, like, once upon a time, you could make a joke and say, like, oh, what are you going to do, Squirrel Girl? Now it actually makes sense to do
Actually,
Squirrel Girl.
yes. We are doing Squirrel Girl.
There you go, Squirrel Girl. You heard it here first. Breaking news.
So these are going to be rolling out over time. Where can people, if they want to check out all of the different pieces of art and as they emerge, where can they go to find them?
Oh, they're going to be digital releases on Booking.com. They're going to have a whole ad campaign with sort of motion graphics, like animated GIFs. And then we're also doing a line of ads in Marvel Comics. It's 10 months. It starts in December, runs through September, and there'll be a new one every month, kind of like some of the other stuff we just recently did with M&Ms.
Oh, right.
So it's really cool. We're looking forward to seeing what we come up with, because they've been, like I said, very, very easy to work with, and they just want them to be funny and to be memorable. So that leaves us a lot of leeway to play with. So.
Well, you mentioned them being so easy to work with, being a great partner. Having gotten to know them a little bit, what are some of the perks of using Booking.com?
Well, Booking.com has, like I said, a variety of accommodations that you can go to. Everything from houseboats and bed and breakfast to hotels and beach vacations, mountain vacations. Basically a whole diverse range of things you can do. They have free cancellations. They have all kinds of cool stuff. So partnering up with the Marvel characters, putting them all together, that's a big challenge, but it was a lot of fun.
So if you were to go on a vacation using Booking.com with any superhero, where would you go and who would it be with? Important question.
Yeah, this is a big one. Maybe the most important question of the day.
Yes.
Or life.
Someplace tropical, maybe.
Yeah, sounds nice.
Maybe hanging out with Power Man and Iron Fist would be kind of cool.
Yeah, just buddies.
Yeah.
Buddy vacation.
A brocation, sort of thing.
Nice.
All right, Darren, as we get to the final minute here, give us the information you want people to know about this Booking.com pieces, and maybe more information about Marvel Custom.
Well, Marvel Custom, we have a lot of different clients and a lot of different activations that we do. And this particular one, it's a lot of fun. There's going to be a lot of humor in it. We're going to be running it, like I said, all the way through September of next year. And we look forward to putting out some cool stuff. I'm not even sure what they're going to be yet, but I'm sure they're going to be good and they're going to be fun. So it's all about Booking.com.
Very cool, man. Darren, thank you for joining us. Guys, coming up next, we got the Marvel Games panel. That's right, we recorded it yesterday. We're going to show it to you now, learn all about our big Doctor Strange event, see a new episode of Marvel Superheroes What The. Just kidding, they're not show the videos, but think about it and think about how fun it's going to be. Isn't that right, Lorraine?
That's right. You guys, thank you so much for watching. Stay here with us on Marvel Live. We have so much more coming throughout the day, so stick around.
So much more.
word out.
Bright lights, big city, brother. You know what? I think it's about time we get this puppy started. Hello, Comic-Con!
What up, true believers?
Oh, my beautiful babies. Hello, hello. This is Marvel Games in the Digital House of Ideas. It's a panel where we talk about all things digital. It's a fun time, and it's stuff that I'm really passionate about. Also, I get paid to talk about it, so it's pretty great. I'm going to introduce our panelists. First, we've got Riley Brown, who is artist on Slapstick and Deadpool Too Soon, and so much more. Give it up for Riley. We've got JL Mast, who's layout artist on Daredevil, Punisher, and on so many of our Infinite Comic titles. Give it up for Mast. We got Billy Roseman, creative director for Marvel Games.
All right, people. Yeah.
Billy, I'm going to look to you for all the energy, because I'm sick. It's Comic-Con day 1, and I'm already sick, so I need you.
If this is you sick, I would be in awe of the 100% Ryan Penagos.
I'm just trying to get my Roseman on, you know what I mean?
Let's do it.
Doing my best. And I'm Ryan Penagos. I do a bunch of digital stuff for Marvel. First up, I think we got a...
Also known as Agent M. This is the Agent M.
Yes.
Too humble.
First up, I think we're going to look at a video for Marvel Insider program, which is a really new, fun thing that we just launched this summer. So Marvel Insider is it's a free program. If you guys read digital comics, if you play Marvel's amazing games, if you go to marvel.com and check out websites or videos or whatever it is, we want to give you stuff for doing the things you're already doing. So Marvel Insider is our little way of saying thanks. So you go and you do all the stuff that you do. You can redeem stuff in some of the games. You can redeem for actual posters. There's experiences. It ties into some of the stuff we do for our movies and television, some of our great artists. There's just a ton of stuff. So check it out, marvel.com/insider. And that's part of what we do. This panel is games, but it's also digital comics and video and Infinite Comics that you guys are working on and really like pushing the medium forward. So we're really excited. First up, digital comics, just tons and tons of ways. I remember a couple years ago, we would do this panel, and I'd be like, so who's read a digital comic? And the first time it was like 5 people. It was it was crazy, right?
Yeah, I remember those days. Like we'd do a panel about digital comics. There would be like, 5 people up front and then a few crickets. And like
those crickets, though, they were loud.
Yeah, they like their comics.
They do. But now I can't imagine you guys haven't experienced digital comics in one way, shape, or form. You can see all the amazing platforms we're on. We try to put all the digital comics in your face as hard as we can, but gently and wonderfully. We've got Marvel Unlimited, which who here is a Marvel Unlimited subscriber? Yes. Thank you, guys. Marvel Unlimited is incredible. It's this massive library of 17,000 plus digital comics that we offer you, and you take it on the go. You want to read them on the train, you want to read them at home, whatever it is, you subscribe, you can read. We're always adding to that platform. I think we added like a 1970s Avengers annual this week, and tons of like old classics.
Which one?
Number 8, I want to say. We also added a bunch of Avengers West Coast for some reason, which I was super psyched about. I was like, I don't know why.
That Avengers Annual, is that the one with the first appearance of Rogue?
I have no idea.
All right, you got to track down. It's an Avengers Annual. It's written by Chris Claremont, drawn by Michael Golden.
It features the X-Men. It's the first appearance of Rogue, and to this day, it stands as one of the best annuals of all time. The opening scene, in fact, is when Rogue stole the powers of Carol Danvers, and then Spider-Woman caught her. And I think, and Brian Michael Bendis will admit that was one of his favorite stories, and you'll see a lot of those elements in comics today. So you can check it out on Marvel Unlimited.
Yeah, so check it out. If you're not a subscriber, you want to check it out. First month, free. Use that code NY16. We want to get you in there reading some comics. Lots of ways to read them, but we also, have a bunch of free options when you go to the app. It's on iOS, it's on Android. You can read it on your computer, but you go in, you can sample some free comics. It's really great. We have another step up. It's called Marvel Unlimited Plus, and that is a super, super cool thing. It takes everything we love about Marvel Unlimited and adds physical elements and experiences to it. You can see here, we've got this brand new box, because when you subscribe to Marvel Unlimited Plus, you get stuff. You get a Captain Marvel action figure, you get pins and patches and posters and comics. And then, if you are an Unlimited Plus subscriber, this weekend, on Sunday, we're going to have a special panel for you and our Marvel MasterCard holders. So you come and you see things that we're not showing anyone else. Sometimes it's movie stuff, sometimes it's TV stuff. It's always going to be really cool comic stuff, and we give you free things just for showing up. If you want to sign up, you can go to the Marvel booth right down on the show floor. I guess, wait, that's up. Where are we?
Down.
We're in the basement. So you go up to the Marvel booth, and you can sign up right there if you're not already a subscriber. One thing I just wanted to share with you guys, who's excited about Doctor Strange, the little movie coming out soon? Very, very, very excited for you guys. One of the things that we do is comics tied and connected to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And you can see these books have the stamp right in there that tells you this is part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. You've got that stamp. These are actually really great Marvel Studios folks who work on the films, work on these books, and they tell stories of characters and elements tied to what you see in the film. These actually are the prelude stories, and they actually introduce characters that you see a little bit of in the film, in some cases, some major things, and it really sets the stage for the movie. So if you're psyched about the movie, check it out. And one of the things that's in there is an Infinite comic, and that really talks about Caecilius, an antagonist in Marvel's Doctor Strange. And that's an Infinite comic. Gentlemen, I would love it if you could tell us a little bit about what an Infinite comic is.
The Infinite comics they're comics that are made specifically to be read digitally, and they use a lot of the advantages that you can use when you use a screen or a tablet or a computer to tell a comic book story without, it does stuff that you can't do in a print comic. That's the best way to describe it.
Yeah.
So it's almost like with the Infinite comic, you don't really have pages, you have panels.
Right.
So what that opens the storytelling possibilities up to as you tap it and new panels are coming on, or new elements are popping up, you actually get to rethink things like cliffhangers.
Well, yeah, you can.
You don't just have to have a cliffhanger at the end of a page. Every panel, wherever you want it, could be a shock cliffhanger.
Or a panel that's already on the screen, you can change something in that panel, which creates a whole different dynamic. A lot of the series I work on have a lot of humor in them, and there's so many great jokes you can tell by just having someone's facial expression change or something shoot out of somewhere and hit someone in the head or something like that.
Master, you do a ton of work on that stuff. Anything you want to add?
I talk about screens because we can put several panels on each screen. And one of the things, the best thing we can do with Infinite Comics is play with the element of surprise.
Surprise. Yeah.
It changes things. We do on a traditional comic book, printed comic book.
Right.
We can only surprise the reader.
If you think about when you're reading a comic, you see, even if you're reading it, you're reading it panel by panel, but even subconsciously, you see what else is on the page. So it's right. If you want to do a surprise, you have to save it to the next page. So I guess you're saying in the Infinite comic, you can have all sorts of surprises throughout the entire scene.
Yes. Yeah. And we do a ton of them at any given time. Right now we've got Doctor Strange and the Punisher, Magic Bullets, which teams up. I don't know, Doctor Strange has a movie. Punisher has a little TV show coming from Netflix. We just announced some casting for that today, so very exciting. Two characters we love, and putting them together in this crazy story leads to a lot of violence and a lot of magic. But Riley, you're working on Slapstick with
Yes.
Fred Van Lente and Diego. Tell us a little bit about what's going on there.
Slapstick is it's a comic. If you guys know Deadpool, right? If you guys like Deadpool, but you feel like it's just a little too highbrow, you really want to go for some lowbrow humor. Slapstick's the book for you.
So he's a character, what, that first appeared in the 90s?
1992, he was like in Stan Lee's soapbox thing. They voted him most popular new character of 1992.
Wow.
Look at him
more
now.
popular,
90s
like,
were radical, weren't they?
I know, right?
And so what is it sort of a Roger Rabbit setup?
Right. So he's basically he's got like Looney Tunes style power. He's like a cartoon character in the real world, and so
In the real Marvel universe.
Marvel world, yes.
One that we all know exists, right? Right.
The world outside your door, yeah. And so, he fights crime by dropping anvils on people's heads, which, when Spider-Man sees him do that, he finds that rather monstrous. But Slapstick's like, well, this is just the most efficient way to get rid of a bad guy, because now what's he going to do with an anvil on his head? His eyeballs are over there, his teeth are over there, this is a mess. And so, are these just random panels, or is this actually like the scenes from the thing? There's him and Spider-Man fighting it out.
Yeah, so as you read the comic, you swipe, and instead of turning pages, you indicate new panels that come up.
Right. And and Slapstick, so he's got, he's this cartoon character with these cartoon-like abilities. There he's spinning himself around. He's got his magic hammer. And then he fights all these other characters that are other kind of Saturday morning cartoon knockoffs. And like if you, there's Quasimodo, classic Marvel villain, Quasimodo.
Classic Quasimodo.
Classic Quasi.
Oh, that old guy.
Quaddy.
Here you can kind of see some of the transitions that you would if you were looking at it as a page, you would have to see all the different panels like this, whereas with an Infinite comic, you're going to see these experiences as you tap.
Yeah. And so what's happening here, he's meeting Quasimodo, and he's trying to hire him, because Slapstick now, he's hiring supervillain mad scientists to try to help him regain his humanity, because while being a cartoon character is great, he doesn't have any internal biology or organs, including no sexual organs. And that's a problem for his love life. And so so he's basically traveling through, meeting up with supervillains, fighting weird cartoon characters to try to get his dingus back. And
To get his dingus back?
To get his dingus back.
I love it. I hope that's on the collected edition.
Subtitle,
The
Quest
to get his dingus
for
back.
the dingus.
Man, it took some convincing for us to get them to use that word in there. But
I love it. You've also been working on Deadpool 2 Soon with Todd Knock and Joshua Corin.
Yep.
Super fun. Yeah, definitely. I heard a clap. You can clap. Get excited. We love comics. It's Deadpool.
they're at the funeral of Forbush Man, another classic Marvel character.
Yeah, that was spoiler alert. That's a brutal first part of that.
It's a murder mystery thing at the end of the. They're issue 6 or 7 or something.
I think 7 just came out.
Spoiler, you got spoiled 6 months ago, buddy. So it's a murder mystery, and so Deadpool is, it's like he cons a bunch of random Marvel characters, such as Squirrel Girl, Punisher, and all the people he thinks are the funniest characters in the Marvel universe, to take his Christmas card photo. So he gets them all in this mansion, and they take this photo, but then after the photo's taken, Forbush Man has been killed, and then the series is about figuring out who's killed Forbush Man.
Y'all know who Forbush Man is? He wears red pajamas, but with the butt flap on the back, and he's got a pot on his head. One of my favorite old classic Marvel characters. Bonkers.
Yeah, thanks for killing him, Riley.
You're
Great
welcome.
job.
And then we introduce Squirrel Pool, who I think is going to be the next, the next sensation.
The next breakout.
Next Marvel sensation, yeah.
But you mentioned Punisher, and we have Daredevil and Punisher. That series that, Mast, you've worked on a little bit, and I think
I worked on that too, actually.
You worked some on that too? Amazing. We've got a couple of slides in here I'm going to show, but I think, Mast, you also supplied us with some process stuff in here, I think. Talk us through some of this stuff.
It was a maxi series of 8 episodes on Infinite Comics with covers by Riley. Riley, you worked on issue 1 and 2. did 3 through 8. It was two vigilantes, Daredevil and Punisher, fighting each other over Russian mobster. Matt Murdock wants to put the mobster on trial fairly in Texas.
Yeah, there's a dude who just murders some people, and Daredevil's like, "You're gonna get tried and convicted," and Punisher's like, "I'm going to murder this man."
But then the twist is that if he gets convicted, he's going to face the death penalty anyway. So it's kind of like, is there really a difference between what they're trying to do?
It's a bit of a road movie, so it was very fun to see Daredevil chase the Punisher, Punisher chasing the Daredevil. And we got to play a lot with the mood, the atmosphere, which mainly on Infinite Comics, it's really fun to play with humoristic jokes and everything. But this one was more of how can we get a mood of really a tense move and really dark. And, you know, Punisher wants to kill the man, and he's got a lot of good reasons, and you have to get a bit of a bleak atmosphere. So
It's a lot darker than Deadpool too soon.
Yeah.
Very dark, but you also get to see some cool stuff, like the way Daredevil's powers are interpreted in the comics, which I think is such a beautiful expression of the radar sense. And then here we've got some of the, is it the layouts?
Yeah, the thing with Infinite Comics, we work differently than on print comics. Usually we get a script by the writer with a bit of dialogues, but not that much. It makes me think about the Marvel way back in the day. And we do the layout, so it's a step that doesn't exist in the print comics to help put in drawings what we
We're doing we're essentially doing storyboards like for a movie or TV show.
It's the mind doesn't work the same way when you tell a story on layouts on paper and on digital, and layouts are really necessary on this to tell it and explore the possibilities of the smartphones and tablets.
So here's a question. So when you're creating an Infinite comic, I knew from editing traditional comics, you know, it starts with a script, and usually a writer, when they do the what we call plot script, they'll actually break down each panel, and some writers even indicate each panel's on each page. So on an Infinite Comics script, how does that work? Is it done by seeing the writing, and then so is that the first step? There's a script that sort of does the scene, and then what you start doing layouts.
The way that I usually handle it is me and the writer, whether it's Jerry Duggan or Fabian Nicieza or Fred Valente, go to the bar and drink a lot.
That helps. It helps.
And we go. And
Inspiration.
I get home and I try to remember whatever it was we talked about, and I make a few rough notes, and then I'll do the layouts based on that. And then they say, well, that's not what we talked about. Whatever. And then they add dialogue into it. So that's kind of.
This is called the Riley method, and we do not condone it nor officially endorse it here at Marvel.
Hey man, it's the only way I know how to get it done.
It works. It works.
It's cool. Earlier you mentioned what people often call the Marvel method of way of storytelling. And what happened was Stan was writing so many of the books, he really didn't have time to write the full script, as we call it. So he would do more of a description, and then Jack Kirby and Steve Ditko would then break it all down page by page. And so it sounds like that even for this. It's the newest technology, it's the newest advancement in comics, and we're doing a callback to the original way of storytelling of Marvel Comics. That's cool, a merging of the past to the future.
That method allows us to really push the boundaries, because we don't think about paper. We think only about digital and telling the story the best way possible for digital.
Cool.
There's so much more visual, like there's so much that happens just on the page while you're doing the layouts that you can't really even think about if you're just doing the script. So it was really, like when we were doing some of the early ones, like Dracula's Gauntlet, like Deadpool Dracula's Gauntlet and stuff like that, we found we really needed to have that intermediate level of me just saying like, let me just play with this. Let me hands off, man. Let me just do my thing.
Yeah.
Just one thing. can't drink. I mean, I'm based in France, so I can't come and drink with my waiter. So I'm a bit jealous.
Well, hey, man. You're here now,
Yeah,
so
let's
go for
drink.
Charles. Yeah, he drinks.
He drinks.
All right, off the drinking topic, and before we get to games, we got some video stuff. We produced a ton of really fun, that I believe, original video at Marvel. Some of the shows that we do are Marvel Superheroes What the, Ask Marvel, Marvel 101, Whip, the big Marvel show. And we have one of the creative guys behind Marvel Superheroes What the in the crowd. Alex, why don't you come up here real quick? Alex Kropanak, give him a hand. If you notice in the top left corner, Captain America is giving duck face because he is taking a selfie with Dum Dum Dugan. And that's the kind of genius that Alex brings to the table, and him and the team. And like you're creating like eyes for them to see, like what parts are you making? Because these are Marvel Legends action figures.
Yeah, they're they're just the same toys you get in the stores, but I use a lot of Photoshop and digital manipulation to like bring out the facial expressions. Was a lot of fun.
Yeah, let's check out an episode and see.
You know, I would watch each and every one of those suggested Marvel Starflix shows. I would have watched.
I would watch Doctor Stranger Things. Alex, thank you. It's a hoot. I mean, how many have we done so far?
Oh boy. Well, we just had our 50th episode, but then we do some specials and like holiday things here and there. So it might be around 100.
Wow.
We've been doing them since 2009.
Yeah. And this one just came out, I think, 2 days ago, so we're excited for it. But that's just one of many videos. We've got tons more. Strap in. It's Marvel.
Will Michael finally get his workout? No.
I want to hear Mike Coulter describe all the different social media platforms for me. Because I think I would be really into that. So we do Ask Marvel. We're going to have a new season of that coming soon. We did 2 special episodes with the cast of Marvel's Luke Cage. You guys, if you want to tweet, have your question answered by stars from our movies, television shows, comic writers, artists, use the hashtag AskMarvel on Twitter. We'll be pulling them in all the time. We also do a series of educational videos. We say, we have, what, like 8,000 characters, Bill, something like that? So of those...
9,000.
What's that?
Soon 9,000.
Bill says we have 9,000 characters.
Wait, 8,999 because Riley just killed Forbish Man.
Sorry about that. All those characters and all those stories and all that stuff, we want to make sure, like if you are excited about, say, Doctor Strange, you can share that with your friend who has no clue what Doctor Strange is about. So we do these videos called Marvel 101.
Maybe, yes.
It's Anvin.
So we do a ton of those videos. Check them out on Marvel's YouTube and on Marvel.com. One of the other shows that we do is called Thwip, the Big Marvel Show, which I co-host when I'm in town. But I'm going to show you a little clip from an episode. I was in Australia on the set of Marvel's Thor Ragnarok, whatever. And so I couldn't be there for this episode, but we forced Lorraine Sink, who's the writer and co-host, along with Sana Amanat, who is director of characters for Marvel. Other things. Her title is insane and wonderful. But we made them eat a bunch of food, so enjoy this.
welcome back to Marvel Live from New York Comic Con 2016. I'm Lorraine Sink, and I'm here with Lorraine Sink and also Lorraine Sink, you guys, just me, for Good Night Comic Con, you guys. What a day. Right now, if you are over on Twitter, you are probably seeing, or over on marvel.com/NYCC 2016, you're checking out our live blog of the Iron Fist panel that's happening right now. They're revealing cool stuff. Here on the show, we had cast members from Marvel's Luke Cage that stopped by, and Jeff Loeb just went out on the stage and finally said it. It's Marvel official. Diamondback, you guys. Marvel's Luke Cage. If you haven't watched that show, spoilers, you just found out there's someone named Diamondback who's coming to cause trouble. They're also announcing the cast of Marvel's Iron Fist on stage right now. But here on the show, we've had such a big day. Hey, Lorraine, what was your favorite moment of New York Comic Con 2016, Day 3? Well, Lorraine, it's funny that you should ask. There were a lot of great moments. I think it was really wonderful having people from Man in the High Castle. Of course, we talked about some really cool political stuff. We talked actually with our CCO, Joe Quesada, about some cool political stuff about Marvel's Luke Cage and the process behind that. And we got to talk also with the cast members from Marvel's Luke Cage. And I think those were some of my favorite moments. You can check out, of course, clips from the show that are going to be posted periodically on our YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/Marvel. So if you missed those, you can always go back and check them out. We're also going to be posting our panels that we've been showing throughout the weekend later on as we go. And you can check those out also on our YouTube page. And of course, you can interact with me online. Please send me your questions, comments, and tweets, and hashtag MarvelNYCC. And Blake Garris, you're here.
Hello.
Hey, Blake. What was your favorite moment of today?
Oh, I was just got back from the Netflix panel and I can't say it.
Oh, did you get to see footage? Did you get to see footage?
I can't say it.
What?
Yeah, I don't even want to say it. I'll blurt it out and I'll get fired.
Don't do that. Oh, wait, let's play charades.
I'm freaking out and I never freak out.
What?
Did you want to?
You want?
Wow, just get ready.
Just get ready. You guys, and send us your questions and comments. Hashtag MarvelNYCC.
Did you say what your favorite?
Yeah, I had a conversation with myself, Blake.
Oh, nice.
It was great.
No, I mean, who was great today? Everyone was. I'm so I can't think straight. This
It's
was
that
huge.
good?
Yeah.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
we're gonna have to wait to find out.
Yeah. I can't.
Tomorrow?
I'm basically worthless with you here. I'm not
Okay,
even
great.
helping.
Well, speaking of other panels that we can actually talk about, we had the Marvel animated panel today. We had some cool announcements out of that. We announced a new series coming to Disney XD, Marvel's Spider-Man. That's going to kick off with Spider-Man's origin, the origin of Peter Parker, and follow on from there. You can follow the full release in USA Today if you want to learn more about that series. And it's going to be on next year. And they also debuted, this is super, super cool. They're going to be doing more animated shorts. You might have seen that they're doing a series of shorts that are kind of being produced right now in the style of Scotty Young. Well, now they're going to be animated shorts in the style of Funko.
That's cool. I like
Yeah,
Funko.
I know you
Steal
do.
these from you. You're doing such a good job.
Oh, thanks, Blake. What's your favorite Funko toy?
I can't answer it. My mind is like jelly.
What
you guys,
happened?
really?
Are you going to be okay?
No.
Show me on the Infinity Gauntlet what happened.
I think it's that.
The power, okay.
Yeah.
It's the power gem.
Did you say what we have for tomorrow?
No, I haven't. We should talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow is Sunday. It's our last day of Comic-Con, but that does not mean that awesome things aren't going to be happening all day long.
We will have tonight we're going to pre-tape an interview with Steve Wacker, who's looming over here. So you'll see that in the morning.
It's exciting.
And then we'll also pre-tape an interview with the Iron Fist cast, who is not as important as Steve Wacker.
But tomorrow we're going to actually start at 10 a.m. We're going to kick off with the 50th anniversary of Black Panther panel.
Nice.
And that's going to show before we kick off the live show.
And our first interview is a pretty big one.
This is exciting. Blake, you want to say it?
Legion cast.
From the new FX series coming
Yes.
soon.
That's going to be fun.
And then we're going to have some Lucha Underground folks.
Yeah, Rey Mysterio for you fans.
Are you going to wrestle them?
We'll see. We'll see. Are you?
Have you ever wrestled? I know Ben wrestled. Do you
Yeah,
wrestle?
we'll let Ben do all the wrestling.
This is weird.
Yeah.
And then our friends from Kabam will stop by.
Nice. And then,
I love this.
yeah, I'm serious. When you hear this, you're going to be like me. This is that good. Declan Shalvey's going to be after that.
Oh, yeah.
I think Cases? C-A-S?
Yeah, we're going to have some folks that study space.
And then Steve can help us from Fred Tatasciore. Yes, Fred
Fred
Tatasciore.
Tatasciore, voice of Drax the Destroyer on Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, the animated series.
No. He's the voice of Hulk.
Hulk,
Oh,
yeah.
no, pardon me, of
yeah.
the Hulk.
Steve, you
Apologies.
need to stay here with us.
Stay with us,
forever.
right here.
And then our friends Hal Lublin and Mark Gagliardi from the We Got This podcast. I know they have another Marvel person on their podcast tomorrow night.
All right.
John DiMaggio, who has done Marvel things. Like, yes. Baseball player.
Great
John
baseball player. Oh, and then we're going to be showing that Infinity Saga 25th anniversary panel with Jim Starlin. I think we showed a little bit of it today also. Also in that panel, Jim Starlin's amazing. He tells some hilarious stories, and he talks about some of the Stan Lee years, which were very charming to hear about.
Last minute additions, Margaret Stoll is coming on the
Yes,
show.
writer of Black Widow, Red Vengeance,
And
a
the-
new YA novel.
The cast of The Underground on WGN, we interviewed them last year. They're friends now. And then
Are you guys friends?
I hope so. They called me pal. That's why when you become friends, right?
Yeah, pal, you got it.
And then finally, unfortunately, Frank Thierry,
Oh,
who no one wants to be friends with.
He's kind of like our wrestling heel.
Yeah.
He's
yeah.
the heel of Marvel.com. He comes here to roast us on our way out.
I want to do an impression of him, but again, my mind's just.
Oh my
mush.
God! Please do an impression
No.
of Frank Thierry,
I'll
because
do it
your
tomorrow.
accent with his accent is
I'll
terrible.
do it tomorrow. You guys are gonna freak out tonight.
Frank Thierry, if you are not familiar, is a writer closely associated with Wolverine.
Oh yes.
And he has a great accent. He kind of sounds like The Thing.
He was based. Who came first?
The Thing or Frank Thierry?
Yeah.
I don't know if.
Yeah, you can't say-
I've never seen them both in the same room, so. Oh my God, it's all real. Do we have?
That's true.
Do we have any tweeters coming in?
Let's see tweets.
On YouTube, Charlie says, "Please say hi." Hi, Charlie. You sent us a message on YubTub. Thanks for talking to us.
Our videographer Jason's wife says, "Great show today."
Hi, Tara.
Lorraine, Sophia says, Lorraine, is that a Loki sweater?
Yes, this is my Loki sweater. I just got it at We Love Fine. I think it's a New York Comic Con exclusive. It's my mischievous sweater.
DJ Fanko says, why am I even mentioning he saw something he can't share? Ugh, secrets.
Ha 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 ha.
You want me to
FOMO.
get fired, don't you?
As soon as these cameras go off, we're all
Let's
going
see.
to know.
Thomas J says, careful, Blake. AOS is watching. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are watching. Oh, it's Wim said Mojo freaking loves me. Wow.
Oh, that's nice.
Is this what I've never done this before. This is super
Yeah, these
weird.
words come from the internet, Blake.
Which original art are we going to see tomorrow?
Which original artwork? Oh, we're going to have Luke Cage. What's the name of the artist who's going to be doing that?
Sarah Landrigan.
Sarah Landrigan is going to be doing Luke Cage art, a process throughout the day made out of clay.
Michael
Very cool.
W.S. says, hey, Lorraine, good night. Also, my favorite thing so far from NYCC coverage is the Squirrel Girl cosplay from yesterday.
Oh, yeah, it was great, right?
Sophia says, I always choose... Oh, bye.
Oh, you guys, that's it. That's almost it. Thank you guys so much for watching with us all day long. You can keep sending us your questions and comments. And stay with us tomorrow for more Marvel Live. Good night, Comic-Con.